later.
Clear weather all around brightens the heart. Time to go. Time to go. This scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
Where is she?
Time to get.
Welcome to the Clementine Line Aquabus. This boat tour will take you to the magnificent Court of Fontaine, the most important city in our nation. I'm Aval, and I'll be your tour guide for this trip. Even though I'm not as reliable as Elfan from the Navia line, I'll still do my very best. And if you're dissatisfied with anything, feel free to let me know right away. Steambird runs lots of fantastic serialized novels, including the thriller Great Detective Herlock, which recently reached its dramatic conclusion. Right at the very end, Herlock faces off against the real mastermind, revealed to be the assistant, Miss Jacoba, in a duel at the old
Dark clouds consumed the sky around the large castle that seemed to be located in the middle. Dark clouds consumed the sky around the large castle that seemed to be located in the middle of nowhere. A man in a cloak swiftly ran through the halls of the castle and hid behind each corner, making sure to examine his surroundings before progressing. He was in the room where two large statues stood near the doors that led to the Demon King. However, he was not going to enter through there. Instead, he ran past it and stopped at one of the open windows of the castle, looking down and noticing a demon guard walking around and keeping watch of the place while on its patrol. He might have had an axe for a weapon and armor that covered its body, but it was no match for the rogue-like man who silently jumped down and walked up to slice the guard in the throat. It fell to the ground dead as the man sheathed the blade and looked up at the rest of the towering castle, before taking out a grappling hook and attempting to scale to the top. He reached a door that seemingly had a magical barrier in front of it, but the man was able to focus some energy into his index finger and
There is no escape!
easily poked through it, along with breaking through
The wind knows me.
The man took off the lock and opened the door of the window, walking in and standing above
Make
the
yourselves at home.
Demon King. He jumped down and
Everybody
perched on the throne.
stand back!
He noticed him, turned around to face him, saying that the castle had quite an interesting guest at that moment. But how did he get here and who was he?
Inazuma shines eternal!
The next plan while down the meeting hall of the Demon King. They were all on the map and believed that they could just find entry through the doors. However, the man in the cloak wanted to go
Into the wind.
Committed to memory, the Temple of Wisdom.
And he honestly disagreed with the man and thought that it was
Shine down.
or believed that he would fall to his death.
Time to go.
They all laughed at him before the main girl of the group had gotten everyone's attention once again, and said that they were not going to make any adjustments to the original plan. And this was their original battle strategy. Almeria the warrior, Seraphine the high priestess, Lena the sorcerer, and Elvi the holy knight would all four try their best to draw the Demon King's attention. Meanwhile, Roland would stay in the shadows and use his abilities to assassinate her. Roland asked Almeria for confirmation if she was truly okay with him making the kill, since he believed that it was the responsibility of the knight to do so. But Almeria was confident in her plan, since it had the highest chance of success for them by far. They've been through a lot to get there, and she believed that they couldn't lose. And Roland stayed silent for a moment, before saying he understood. Almeria smiled at his response and said that they should take a short break before doing it together, everyone proceeding to go to sleep before the battle. Roland seemed to be sleeping as well, but he was faking it, and quickly made his presence invisible, before trying to walk out of their hiding spot. However, Almeria seemed to notice and asked the man where he was going. The dark-haired man grinned before saying that he would be gone for a while, making Almeria confused, until he explained that he was going to the bathroom and asked if she wanted to join. Almeria blushed and felt embarrassed for asking him, and just told the man to hurry up and go, wondering why he sounded so calm no matter what. He took this chance to finally leave, but it wasn't really for the bathroom. It was for the Demon King herself, and there he stood, staring at the Demon King who...
There are leaves around. One with nature.
Huh? I'm going in!
Now you shall perish! Ha! Ha! Illusion shattered!
This might hurt a little. Sharing my knowledge.
Clouds high. The birds come.
Everybody stand back!
Torn to oblivion.
Okay, fuck. Bullshit.
Hey!
Shine down. Into the wind. Fallen leaves adorn my.
Teamwork is
There.
Nice, nice. No. Fucking healing. Bullshit.
One with nature.
I see everything!
Insolent.
Make yourselves at home! I'm seeing stars.
The wind knows me.
I'm going in!
Inazuma shines eternal.
Don't fucking run.
Committed to memory, the Temple of Wisdom! Yep!
Shine down.
This may hurt a little.
As one with wind and cloud. That hurts.
Everybody stand! Why do they never miss?
Wind strider.
Too long. 1 minute. Shit. Fucking healing man. Annoying artifacts.
Everyone hold hands!
One with nature. There is no escape. Now you shall perish. The wind knows me.
Make yourselves at home! Committed to memory! Let's light it up!
39! Fucked up. Still fucked up. Okay, okay. Not bad, not bad. Shit.
One with nature.
This may hurt a little. Sharing my knowledge. I'm going in!
Illusion shattered. Torn to oblivion. Ha!
Grow! Ouchie! The Temple of Wisdom!
Shine down, Wind Strider.
Committed to memory!
Adventure time. There is no escape.
Niche. Annoying artifacts. Fuck it, this is with them. Fuck, why defense? Defense. Your defense stuff. Oh shit. What's next?
what's your name, buddy? Are you here to buy some medicine? Where are your mom and dad?
Are you lost?
No, I'm not. My name's Ayu, and I'm here because...
Hey there, Chi-Chi. Hi, Gui. What's going on? Hi, Traveler and Paimon.
You've actually come at the perfect time. This little boy seems to have gotten himself lost. I think he must be new to the city. Probably wandered away from his parents and...
No, listen to me. I'm not the one who's lost. It's my dad.
Your dad? How does a fully grown man manage to get lost in Liyue Harbor?
Well, my dad's always been kind of forgetful. In the past, he was just a little slow to react sometimes. But I'm worried that it's getting more serious.
So, what about your mom?
She went out a few days ago. I remembered that the owner of Boo Boo Pharmacy always runs... When we got to the city gate, I took a moment to ask the Millith guards for directions to the I asked the Millith...
You came to the right place. We're pros at Junction can... Hey, who's talking about me behind my back?
Changsheng, Chi-Chi meant that as a compliment. There's no need to be upset. Hello, child. You mentioned that you were looking for the owner of Boo Boo Pharmacy. How might we be of service?
You have a talking snake? Oh, are you Uncle Baiju?
Uncle Baiju?
Changsheng, now's not the time. My dear boy, could you tell me more about your father's condition, as much as you can recall?
Yes, Dr. Baiju.
I see. And your family lives near Qingse Village?
Uh-huh. My mom doesn't like meeting other people, especially during Lantern Rite. She always tells me to just stay at home and keep my dad company.
Ayu?
Whoa, yeah, it is. Do you know my mom, Dr. Baiju?
I certainly do. Gui, Chi-Chi, are there any pressing matters in the pharmacy at the moment? Ayu's parents are old acquaintances of mine, so I would very much like to assist with the search. Would the two of you have time to join me?
Don't forget us two. We already told Ayu that we'd help.
Oh, really? Well, that's wonderful. We are most...
Chi-Chi and I need to clear up the shop front first, but once that's taken care...
Family is...
Thank you. Traveler, Paimon, why don't you come with me and Ayu?
They searched to the north.
Well, that comp...
Excuse me, sirs. Have you found out anything about my dad yet?
Ah, hey there, buddy. Dr. Baiju. What brings you out this way?
The boy asked for our help, so we're here to join the search. Any new developments to update us on?
Oh, thank goodness. We were just discussing how we're running out of manpower. As for updates... I'm sorry to say that we've searched the surrounding area thoroughly, but didn't find anything.
The guards at the crossing up ahead said they hadn't seen anyone either, so...
Luhua Pool? The terrain there can be tricky to navigate. Let's hope he hasn't run into any trouble.
You will? Oh,
Sorry we weren't able to find your dad.
That's okay.
time to go.
Time to go.
Dad! Dad, can you hear me?
Look, there's somebody over there! Oh no, it's... Hey, you! Stop! Don't go any further! Watch where you're going! Oh, dear customer, Wangsheng Funeral Parlor does appreciate your patronage, but you needn't hasten the inevitable. Are you all right? Huh?
Dad!
Hey, Hu-Tao! My, who do we have here? It's the Traveler in Paimon, and... my worst nightmare. I see she still hasn't warmed to you.
Thank you, Director Hu, for saving this man.
Dad, are you okay? Do you recognize me? It's me, Ayu.
You're... Are you? Who am I?
Your name is Jiao Liang, and you live just west of Qingse Village. You were supposed to come to Liyue Harbor to see the doctor. Remember? Does that jog your memory?
Oh, my name is Jia Liang. Liyue Harbor. See the doctor? Yes, I'm Jia Liang, and I need to see the doctor. Wait, why do I need to see the doctor?
Uh-oh. He seems in really bad shape. We need to get him back to Sorry, Hu-Tao. Gotta dash. Dinner's on us next time. Hold on a second. You're not seriously thinking of taking him to Boo Boo Pharmacy in this state, are you? Huh? Why not? What's the problem? Come on, Baizhu. Don't tell me you haven't noticed it. Didn't your master teach you how to spot the signs? Why do I get the sense that you spotted them right away, but you're planning to use it for your own ends? Use what? What are you talking about? Paimon's lost.
There are traces of God remains in Jia Liang's system.
Yes, but more importantly, they're on the verge of an outburst. If that happens, the consequences will be unthinkable. Paimon, sorry, what?
God remains? There's no need to worry, Director Hu. I have methods of keeping them at bay. It is the sworn duty of all who practice medicine to cure illnesses and save lives. What reason would I have to neglect a patient in need who is right there in front of me? Besides, it was my late master's dying wish to be able to save this patient in particular. Perhaps out of respect for him, you could give me a day's grace so that I have time to treat him?
Now you're bringing my great-uncle into this? Baizhu, just what are you planning this time?
Merely to cure this man, nothing more. But of course, if you have any doubt as to my intentions, you are more than welcome to accompany me to Boo Boo Pharmacy and monitor my activities.
Oh, really? I thought I was persona non grata at Boo Boo Pharmacy. You're being unusually generous. Okay, deal. We're not gonna solve anything by keeping Jia Liang here. I'm happy to do it your way, but only for my great-uncle's sake and the travelers, of course.
You must be pleased you brought the traveler along. Otherwise, this would have been a much more vexing ordeal.
Well, time is of the essence. Let's get ourselves back to Boo Boo Pharmacy at once. Blockages within the cardiovascular system. Reduced blood flow and energy circulation? I see. I suppose this must have caused the cognitive abnormalities.
Dr. Baizhu, how bad is it? Can you cure him?
Don't you worry. Baiju's a really great doctor. He's sure to find a way. Isn't that right, Baiju?
Ayu, do you know when your father first started displaying these symptoms?
I'm not sure. He's been like this for as long as I can remember. But it wasn't as bad as this when I was still little.
So it's been a long time indeed. No, I have a treatment plan in mind. We can start tonight. Come and see me again tomorrow morning. I promise that by then, Ayu will find his father healthy and lucid again.
Thank you, Dr. Baiju. Thank you so much.
If you still have any misgivings, Director Hu, please feel free to hang around for as long as you wish.
However, it would be best if you step outside this room. A doctor must be able to focus when treating a patient. Any distractions heighten the risk of complications.
Yes, of course, absolutely.
See you tomorrow, Baiju and Chung.
Bye for now, everyone.
Are you ready, Baiju?
Ready as I'll ever be. I'm used to it by now. Come on, let's get started.
All's well that ends well, huh? You know, Paimon's kind of curious after hearing Baiju mention those people from his past. What do you think they were like? Yeah, you must be curious too, right? Let's go see what we can find out while Baiju's busy treating Ayu's dad.
While I'm idling time on admiring the scenery, the spectacled snake-bedecked docs doing surgery. Hello, you busy bees, and actually, don't tell me. Let me guess. From the looks on your faces, you've got some questions for me.
Guilty as charged. So, we were just a little curious about Baiju's master. What was he like? Oh, and also, how come you and Baiju could tell so quickly that Jia Liang had god remains in his system?
Huh? I thought I told you once before. Wangsheng Funeral Parlor was first founded to fight back against the vengeful wrath of gods defeated in war. Well, it is a dusty old tale by this point. Long story short, in the ancient world, dead gods were acting up, so our ancestors started purifying the air and burning the bodies of the deceased to guard the border between life and death. These days, we don't deal with the wrath of the gods anymore, but all the relevant know-how is still passed down to each generation, so we can identify gods' remains when we see them.
Okay, Paimon gets it now. Wait, so how did Baiju learn to spot them?
Almost certainly from his master, who was also my great-uncle. Baiju's master was my grandpa's younger brother, a former deputy director of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor.
Wow, fancy that! Huh. So, if he was from Wangsheng Funeral Parlor, how did he end up as Baiju's master?
According to my grandpa, he and my great-uncle once went traveling together when they were young. They ended up at Chenyu Vale, where they met a pharmacist. That pharmacist must have cast some sort of spell on my great-uncle, because after that encounter, he suddenly announced he wanted to leave the family business and go practice medicine instead. My grandpa had a huge argument with him, but he couldn't convince him to stay. So my grandpa inherited the funeral parlor, while my great-uncle stayed in Chenyu Vale to practice medicine. They never spoke to each other again.
Funeral director to doctor is a pretty big career change. Kinda hard to imagine. But Why did it drive a wedge between them for the rest of their lives? That seems a bit extreme.
If he had just become a regular doctor, there would have been no issue. After all, the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor wasn't unlike a regular doctor's clinic in the early days. But according to my grandpa, the pharmacist they met had a very ominous aura about him. And on top of that, the kind of medicine practiced in the Chenyu Vale tradition goes against the natural order of things.
In what way?
Don't know. My grandpa didn't know the specifics. And you've seen how wary Baizhu is around me. He'd never tell me anything. But even that says to me that he definitely has something to hide. One thing I do know about Baizhu is that he's obsessed with the idea of immortality. But whether that has anything to do with what he's hiding is hard to say. Anyway, so I will be sticking around here for now to keep a close eye on the situation. Maybe tomorrow I'll finally figure out what he's up to.
After all that, it seems like we have more questions than answers.
Wherever in this world I roam.
It's a new day! Let's go back to Boo Boo Pharmacy and check out how Jia Liang is doing.
Dad!
Oh, are you?
Dad, you remember me!
Yes, I remember now. Oh, are you? I'm so sorry. You must have been worried sick. Has your mom shown up yet? She's been gone for a while, hasn't she?
Don't worry, Dad. I got the Adventurers Guild to help us look for her. And Dr. Baiju's gonna help too. Right now, all you need to do is concentrate on getting better.
Great. That's wonderful. I can't thank you enough, Dr. Baiju.
My pleasure, really.
Not at all, Doctor.
You're still in the early stages of recovery, so you'll need to take it easy for a while. Take it slowly and try not to overexert yourself.
I suggest you stay at Boo Boo Pharmacy and rest for at least the next few days.
Director Hu, do you have any further reservations about Jia Liang's condition?
It seems like the evil presence is gone after all. You really did manage to suppress it, huh? But how did you accomplish this in a single night?
That would be a trade secret, I'm afraid. If that gives you any cause for concern, you may continue to monitor Jia Liang for as long as you wish. Though I regret to say that Boo Boo Pharmacy cannot offer to reimburse Wangsheng Funeral Parlor for any revenue lost in the meantime.
Oh, come on, Baiju. I'm not that unreasonable.
I've been stuck indoors for too long. Baiju, take me outside for some air, or I'm going to suffocate.
Yes, of course. Everyone, please excuse Chiangsheng and myself for a moment.
Suffering now, are we? Did you seriously expect to cover it up just by putting on a brave face and ignoring it? If it weren't for my quick thinking, they'd have all seen the sorry state you're in by now. But in any case, why must you keep this a secret from everybody? You should at least share your secret with one person you trust.
Who's there?
Ah!
Why did you follow us here? Oh, it's nothing. I just needed to get some air.
What did I just say about putting on a brave face? Traveler, Paimon, the truth is, Baiju did not cure Jialiang's illness. Instead, he transferred some of his own life force to his patient to temporarily subdue the... Baiju, can you please...
My predecessors in medicine forged a contract with Changsheng. Every successor to this contract is able to use Changsheng's secret art to treat patients. I believe the irregularities with Jialiang's heart meridian were likely caused by a poison concocted using god remains as a key ingredient. The poison has not been purged from Jialiang's system. Rather, I infused him with some of my own life force, using Changsheng as the delivery medium. This will suppress the poison's effects for a limited time.
Changsheng? You can do that? Huh. Paimon always thought you were just Baiju's strange choice of a necklace. Hey, I'll have you know that I commanded the respect of even the Adepti back in Chenyu Vale. If anything, he is my mannequin. I was treating patients with Baiju's master's master long before he ever set eyes on his first medical text. Whoa. Guess you shouldn't judge a snake by its skin.
Please, that's enough.
Wait a sec. Huto was saying that the branch of medicine you studied uses some pretty dubious methods. So, when you transfer your life force, does that mean you're actually damaging your own body?
Hardly. Changsheng helps to keep my chi in balance, so there is no great harm done.
Still, Baiju's life force is not unlimited. We must find a way to neutralize the traveler. Paimon, would you lend this dummy... Baiju, don't you think you should seize this opportunity?
Thank you, traveler.
Huh. Paimon doesn't think...
The poison in Jialiang's system... Yes. I asked... Let's head there together once I... As well as investigating...
I see everything. Whoa! There's a house all the way out here? Huh. It's so well hidden, Paimon's never noticed it before.
Nor have I. And I've hosted clinics at Qingsa Village many times in the past. If you ask me, Jiang Li was trying to remain unnoticed.
Oh, that reminds Paimon. We meant to ask earlier, but it slipped our minds in the rush to get here. Could you tell us more about Jiang Li? You said she was your fellow disciple, right?
She was indeed. We studied medicine together under the same master near Chenyu Vale. She is several years older than I and also began her travels far earlier than me. As a result, the time I spent studying alongside her was rather short.
Supposedly, she met an herb gatherer sometime during her travels and decided to settle down. Wait, Changsheng, are you saying neither of you had actually met Jialiang or Ayu before all of this?
Jiang Li did occasionally come back to Chenyu Vale to see our master, but for whatever reason, she hardly ever talked about her family. The last time she visited us, she and Master had some sort of quarrel.
Quarrel? What? I don't know. I did not witness the argument myself.
Nor did Master ever explain it to me. All he...
Oh, so...
No. Even if my master had never...
Paimon never knew you were...
So a few were...
What the...
Let's split up.
Traveler, Paimon, come quick! What is this?
Changsheng and I found a hidden compartment. This is what was hidden inside.
You sense it too? You're right. This is a poison concocted using god remains. Is it? Breathing? Paimon's not seeing things, is she?
No. Your eyes do not deceive you. I do believe the poison in this bottle is... alive. Some toxins act a lot like living organisms. If it's a concoction of this...
Offshoots? So, the main body is somewhere else?
Correct. Whoever is administering the poison can manipulate the source to indirectly control the poisoned individual's behavior and even cognition. Similarly, the poison...
The call of the... Wait.
Only one thing could have been...
This is getting crazier and Hey, since the... You mean, think a little... Huh? So you're saying... It was Jiang Li? Wait, but... That doesn't make any sense either! Why would she poison her own husband?
I agree. It makes little sense. Jiang Li does not strike me as the kind of person who would do such a thing.
Look at the facts, though. How many people in the entirety of Liyue have the ability to concoct a poison from god remains?
It's too early to draw any conclusions, yes. So if we can find... Do you know anything about god remains in Qingce Village?
Well,
Changsheng's memories and these days, she has to enter a contract...
Whoa. What? Hey! Plenty of people with my assist stronger and healthy, but...
Unfortunate.
Temperament? Ugh. This is
All right, everybody, calm down. Back to the...
With how What? Oh. If you're talking about who Paimon thinks you're talking about, you better do the honor.
You called?
Gets Paimon every time. Aren't all Adepti in the habit of materializing out of thin air like this?
Well, this is unexpected.
Huh? It's you.
Baiju of Bubu Pharmacy. I do believe I've had the pleasure before. The Lantern Rite, when we met briefly, I was unaware of your true identity. I must apologize for the discourtesy.
Huh? You two already know each other?
Our paths have crossed once before. I sense the presence of evil spirits. Is this why you called me? So someone has been concocting demonic poison. Too often, fervent desires drive mortals to abandon all regard for their own safety. It is lamentable. I now know what you seek. It is true that a god's remains are buried beneath the foundations of Qingce Village. A vile monster known as the Che once wrought havoc over this land, before it was subdued by Rex Lapis. The land was finally cleansed of poison when Rex Lapis used statues in his likeness to seal the serpent's remains. Jinxa Village was founded some time after that. The seal is still mostly intact. However, its aura is faint. I do not like to intervene against mortals unless absolutely necessary, but when demonic forces are involved, things can spiral out of control. I do not wish to sway decisions that are mortal. Immortality may not be the blessing that you imagine it to be.
I shall treasure your words of instruction, Master Adeptus.
Farewell.
What a strange Adeptus. Rather different from the way I remember them. That's Shell for ya! And thanks to him, we finally got some concrete info to go off of.
If the god remains are leaking from under...
Master! Master! There's a problem!
Gwei? Did you run all the way from Boo Boo Pharmacy?
What happened? Don't panic. Just catch...
It's Jiaoliang. He was fine one minute, and then he suddenly took a turn for the worse.
Already? Based on past experience, he should have been fine for the next 3 days at...
It seems that everyone, back to Boop...
Hey!
Time to go.
Honey, you won't get better if you don't take your medicine.
Dad! What's wrong? Dad?
Don't be scared. Dr. Baishu will be back soon.
How is he doing?
Dr. Baishu, you're back! My dad was doing fine earlier, but then he suddenly started coughing up blood. Now he can't even get a full word out anymore.
When Gwei left, he was still conscious. But now...
Gwei, please take Jiaoliang to the back room and prepare for treatment.
Yes, of course.
Don't worry, Ayu. I will cure your father.
Baishu's not gonna use Changsheng's secret art again, is he? Is that...
How are you feeling, Dad? Are you still hurting anywhere?
Much better, Ayu.
Master said he needed to take a quick rest and asked me to bring you out of the treatment room. He hasn't emerged yet, so he must still be resting.
Oh, really?
No, the Adventurers Guild hasn't...
I'll come with...
Don't forget what Master said.
Though, on the bright side...
Traveler? Baishu hasn't shown his face. Huh? Hey, wait up!
Huh?
You're finally awake? That was far too risky.
There was no time. I had no other choice. Jiang Li's design is quite brilliant. She makes numerous innovations that I can learn.
So, how much longer do you think Baishu's gonna nap for? They've been outside waiting for you the whole time while you were asleep. Shall we at least go and show our faces? Surely he hasn't. Who's talking behind our backs again? Ah! Baizhu! Changsheng!
Of course.
Jiaoliang seemed fine.
And as a result, his...
What? You mean, even if you got all the poison out of him, he'd still be sick?
Yes. But more pertinently, the poison in Jialiang's system is there precisely because it is being used to manage his underlying medical condition. Jialiang has a rare congenital heart condition, and ongoing treatment is essential to maintaining healthy functioning of his heart meridian. Left untreated, though it was created from god remains, this formula is not a poison in Jialiang.
Had he not taken it all these years, he likely would have died.
Still, using poison to treat a disease is hardly a viable long-term solution. As time passed, and the poison accumulated in his system, it began... Moreover...
That explains why Ayu said his dad has been getting worse, and why his mom went off to gather herbs.
God remains are extremely dangerous to be around, because humans have no natural defense against them. I fear that the situation is just as that Adeptus described. In an effort to save Jialiang's life, Jiang Li has abandoned all regard for her own safety.
I never suspected that even Jiang Li would turn to the same path as so many others, to sacrifice one's own life to save others. To go beyond human means in...
Well, I think that it's too... In any case, I have her regular and given that she's already been missing for several days, I am fearing the worst.
It's me, Traveler, Dr. Baizhu.
Ah! It's Jialiang! Don't tell Paimon you overheard everything already.
Dr. Baizhu, please let me come with you. You've already done so much for my family. I can no longer just sit here and watch while you put yourself at risk for Jiang Li's sake. After all, if it wasn't for me, she wouldn't have had to put herself in harm's way in the first place. I know I won't be of much help in battle, but I'm sure I'll be able to remember. I know there's a spot where she says goodbye to me every time she goes to gather her herbs. I'm sure I'll remember.
Be careful. If you get too agitated, your blood pressure and stress levels will rise, putting further pressure on your heart. For your own safety, you should stay here and rest.
No! We're out of time! We have to go now. Right now. Before I forget everything again.
This trip will be extremely dangerous.
I never expected to live this long in the first place. There's only one thing I fear now, and that's that I'll forget her again before we manage to find her.
Very well.
Dr. Baizhu, are you heading out again?
Yes. This could be a long one. Could you please prepare a dose of the usual formula? Please add an extra measure of mistgrass pollen, and 1 dose each of the ingredients.
Dr. Baizhu, do you mean...
Hop to it now. And remember to be careful with the cauldron this time. You don't want to burn yourself again.
Okay.
Wind Strider. Chih! Time to go.
follow the wind.
That strange feeling is back. It's just like the day I went missing. It's as if
The Motherlode's influence is growing stronger. Jialiang, can you sense which direction the source is in?
I think it's this way. Yes, I'm sure of it. I feel a dull ache in my heart. This must be the way. This place feels familiar. I think I've been here before.
There is an inauspicious presence here.
I think I remember this place.
Jialiang, are you okay? Maybe you should rest here while we continue the search.
No, I have to keep going. Jiangli is still waiting.
Nearer to the action is closer to the truth.
This place gives Paimon the creeps. Who knows what we're gonna find up ahead? The digging marks here appear amateur and rather old. I suspect it is a thieves' tunnel. A thieves' tunnel? Paimon has heard rumors about treasure around these parts before. Maybe it was the treasure hoarders that dug this tunnel.
Judging by the tools they left behind, it's certainly a possibility. But why did they abandon this place without even stopping to pack up their tools?
I remember now. She took me here once and told me that she'd found a way to save me in this cave. But she said that the method would cause me to, curses! Why can't I remember what she said?
Easy, Jialiang.
The doctor will see you now.
Smile!
This way, turn a little. I see everything.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Hold that pose!
Whoa, there's a sensor here. Those treasure hoarders sure made themselves at home.
I believe this sensor was used to burn a monster-repelling incense.
A monster repelling incense?
The incense was burned several days ago. If I had to guess, the monsters we fought just now were enticed here by some entity deeper inside the cave. No doubt an encounter with the very same entity was what prompted the treasure hoarders to flee and abandon their designs on this cave. After them, Jiang Li was the next person to discover this place and what lies inside.
That's right. This is what...
Xiao Liang!
I'm fine. Let's keep going. I can feel it. We're getting close. We're almost there. It's right up ahead. The place where we made a pact together to...
Aha! We can keep going now!
From the looks of it, the energy released by this mechanism can not only clear barriers, but also be conducted by corresponding mechanisms. Perhaps it's something we can make use of.
Shine down!
Everyone hold hands!
Into the wind.
Smile! Say cheese! Breaking news!
One with nature.
Mind the side effects. A bitter pill to swallow.
Jiangli!
Look out! There's a monster next to her!
The god remains must have lured them here. Watch my back.
Hold that pose! At least I documented everything.
Seems like an emergency. Mind the side effects. A bitter pill to swallow.
Dr. Baiju, how serious is it? Is she...
I can still feel a pulse, but her condition is quite grave. The god remains here are encroaching on her cognition, much as the poison in your system did to you. If we don't eliminate it soon, then even if we save her life, I fear that she may never wake up again.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's destroy the remains right away! It's not as simple as that. Don't you remember what Baiju said? The poison within Jiaoyang's body is inextricably linked to the god remains here. If the source is purged, the poison in his system will stop having any effect. And the poison within Jiaoyang's body is keeping his heart condition under control. So, if it stops working... Oh no. Are you saying...
Indeed. If the god remains here are purged, then your life will come to an end.
I wondered when this day might come.
Wait! But we've all been working our butts off to save Jiaoyang's life! After all that, Baiju, you're a great doctor! Surely you've gotta know of some other way we can save him, right?
You could continue to take the poison, which would buy you some time. As for Jiangli, maybe if we put our heads together, we can think of something?
It appears to me that she was striving to concoct your medicine for you. Right up until the moment when she lost consciousness.
Dr. Baiju, give it to me straight. How long does Jiangli have?
The god remains have reached her internal organs. Under ordinary circumstances, I would give her less than 3 days. But if I were to treat her using a secret art...
But what would be the point of that? Dr. Baiju, I'm all too aware of the dangers of god remains. You are not the first to mention it to me. If I continue to sustain my own life using this wretched substance, not only would Jiangli have to keep risking her life to make my medicine for me, but I would have to live with the looming threat of these remains breaking out and wreaking havoc not just upon me, but my entire family. I know for a fact that I should have died over a decade ago. The fact that I've been around to see how you grow up is already a great blessing from Rex Lapis. If my choice can bring Jiangli back, then even if I die...
Jiaoyang.
Of course.
Thank you, everyone. And I'm sorry that I won't be able to repay your kindness in this life.
Jiaoyang.
I am sure that over the years, Jiangli will have tried...
Mortals are fated to grow old and pass on when their natural life... What a crazy situation! Jiangli risked it all to save Jiaoyang's life. And now, Jiaoyang...
I've seen many final farewells.
In the human realm, at least, that...
The path they chose was indeed a heroic one. But when I think of those who would willingly sacrifice themselves for others, I cannot help but think that theirs are the lives least deserving of death.
When all this began, we agreed that once Ayu was old enough to help you gather herbs, it would be time for me to go. If you could only see him now. He took me all the way to Liyue Harbor to see the doctor. And he even got the Adventurers Guild to search for you. So, I know that you'll both be okay without me. I've said my goodbyes. My time has come. Do what you must.
As you wish.
It will eat away at both your cognition and your memories. In the end, you'll become little more than a shadow of your true self.
I'll take it. At the very least, it will allow me to stay with you.
Mom?
Why would these memories come to mind now? The longer we live, the tighter we... Oh, how I would love to hear your...
Jialiang! Jialiang! Jialiang!
Dad, are you awake?
Jiangli, are you? Didn't I... Huh? What are these?
How does it feel to come back to life?
Do you feel strange or different in any way? If so, could you describe it to me in detail?
Dr. Baizhu, I thought that I was going to...
Die? You did indeed. As things stand now, you're more akin to a zombie than a human.
I'm a zombie?
That's right. Before we set off, I asked Chi-Chi to prepare an elixir of immortality. With its help, you have been suspended in the space between life and death. Of course, this is but a crude imitation of an Adeptus art. I don't expect it to extend your life indefinitely. Whether it will keep you alive for a few days, a few months, or a few years, I'm as interested as you to find out. But, however long you have left, I believe it should be more than sufficient time for you to say your final goodbyes before departing the world in peace. I hope that Director Hu finds this arrangement to be a satisfactory one.
An elixir of immortality? How'd you cook that up? Ugh. Leave it to you to work on something like that behind my back.
It's a work in progress that hardly lives up to its name, and it would have had no effect were it not for Jialiang's iron will. In the end, I am merely a doctor. I understand very little of the great principles governing life and death and the perpetual cycle of yin and yang. All I know is that if I'm presented with a life that deserves to be saved, I will do everything in my power to save them. And even this would have counted for nothing without Director Hu's assistance. After all, did you not tell Jialiang to show us the way before we set off for Qingce?
Oops. And I'm busted.
Without Director Hu nudging things in the right direction.
No wonder he didn't...
Director Hu told me to...
Never underestimate a serpent's sense of smell.
All I wanted was to help Jialiang find his missing wife as soon as possible, so that he could be on his way to the afterlife without any unfulfilled wishes making the journey more difficult than it needs to be. Leave it to Boo Boo Pharmacy to snatch the perfect opportunity right out of my hands at the last hurdle. Never mind. I'll just have to put it down in the books as a deferred consideration. One Chi-Chi was enough of a conundrum. The last thing I need's another one. If I'd known this was coming,
I'd have whisked him off to the Wangsheng funeral parlor the moment I found him. You stay away from my dad! When I grow up, I'm gonna become an even better doctor than Mom and Baizhu, and cure Dad for good! Oh, is that right? Well, you wouldn't be the first person who's tried to put Wangsheng funeral parlor out of business. If you're serious about it, you'll have your work cut out for you. Traveler, Paimon, I'll catch you all another time.
Is she finally gone? All's well that ends well. If you ask Paimon, at times like this...
It feels like it was a whole life.
Yay! Paimon kill! Alright.
Wait up! I'll come too!
Baizhu, thank you so much for everything you've done for us.
Don't mention it, Jiangli. I was just doing my duty.
Just your duty, huh? Baizhu, Changsheng, would you mind if we took this conversation outside?
Mind the side effects.
Time flies. It's been so long since we bade each other farewell in Shenyu Vale. Changsheng, you're the same as ever. You haven't changed one bit.
You, on the other hand, have changed a lot.
You're right. My younger self would have never imagined that things would one day turn out this way. Or that you'd turn out this way, Baizhu.
A bitter pill to swallow.
I've taken a look at your elixir of immortality. It's not altogether dissimilar from the poison I concocted in terms of the way it functions.
I have to say, Jiangli, it was a stroke of genius to use poison to maintain life. I hope you're not too upset at me for copying your methods.
No, not at all. With your intellect, even if you'd never seen my poison, I believe you would have eventually arrived at the same approach. But I'm still impressed by how quickly you managed to gain such a thorough understanding of it. Jialiang's still only been in your care for a few days. Not just that, you even managed to improve upon the original formula. That cannot be explained by intellect alone. Baizhu, be honest with me. Did you try out some of the poison on yourself?
Told you the truth would surface sooner or later.
Life force isn't the only thing that Changsheng's contract lets you transfer between bodies, is it?
Nothing gets past you, Jiangli. You are correct. Besides life force, Changsheng's secret art also allows for the transfer of toxins and diseases. When I treated Jia Liang for the second time, I transferred some of the poison from his body into my own. Not only did this allow me to alleviate the burden on him, but it also gave me an opportunity to study its properties. There is no need to worry about any long-term consequences to my health, however. Now that the source has been destroyed, any remaining poison in me will have already dissipated.
But you took such a huge risk. If we hadn't destroyed the god's remains back there, then even you might have... What am I saying? I'm in no position to criticize you for this. The reason I left our master and went into hiding all those years ago was that he was getting old, and I didn't want him using up any more of his own life force to treat my husband. But in the end, How were my methods any different? I risked one life to save another. And then you tried the poison on yourself, too. It looks like both of us have ended up going the same way as our master before us. Are all disciples of Chenyu Vale destined to turn out this way? To live a short life? Haven't given...
We are doctors.
Baizhu, I can tell that. Can you still stop before it's too...
I think you know the answer, Jiangli.
Hey, food's ready!
Mom, come and join us. The Traveler taught me a load of new recipes, and said even Dad'll be able to taste them. Come and try them out.
Yes, darling. Mom will be there in just a second. Hey, slow down. Baizhu, I know I won't be able to convince you, but please don't forget that if one day you're not around anymore, Chi-Chi, Gui, and all the friends who have grown fond of you, they will all miss you dearly.
There's no need to worry, Jiangli. I know what I'm doing.
I can only hope so.
Baizhu, what did Jiang Li mean by not around anymore? Are you gonna be okay? Every single mortal I've ever contracted with, including Baizhu and Jiang Li's master, has passed away at a young age. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. You said that the contract with you helps people live longer.
It is a very long story.
Long ago, when plagues ravaged the land, one doctor made a pledge to rid the world of pain and suffering. But even the most ingenious mortal medicine could not stay the tide of disease. And after working tirelessly for many years, even his dearest loved ones fell sick and bade their final farewell. Legends told of an herb lord in Chenyu Vale who could cure any illness known to mankind. The doctor sought the herb lord, but found only a white snake, its breathing weak and its power all but spent.
Sign this contract and let our lives be joined. Then I will impart to you the secret art of healing. But be warned, this art will harm your own health.
With means beyond human ken, the doctor could now reverse the process of death. And yet, the time still came to say goodbye. Only now, the one departing was the doctor, his life force spent. His final act in life was to pass on the contract to his final patient, his favorite disciple. The disciple chose to dedicate their life to saving the lives of others. And generation upon generation followed in these footsteps. Since I inherited this contract, I've always respected the path taken by my predecessors, and followed it myself unquestioningly. That is until I tried to use the art to save my own disciple's beloved. She begged me not to use up my own life force. She said that this art is a poisoned chalice, an evil and unnatural practice. She did not wish to sacrifice one life for the sake of another, when both were lives she treasured. Only then did it occur to me. Did I not suffer when my master passed away, just as patients' families do at their loved one's deathbed? Are not the lives cut short by this contract just as worthy of saving as any patients? What is this contract to us? Medicine or poison? Alas, I no longer have enough time left to find the answer. I entrust to your care both Changsheng and this final question. May you find a remedy for this conundrum, which has ailed us so.
Time and again, no matter how much I try to warn them or balance their chi, I can never save them. And you? What's your answer?
If I abandoned the contract and left you without a host, what would happen?
I suppose I'd spend my final moments taking a nice nap on Mount Yaojin. Then I'd be reunited with my old friends and your predecessors.
Then it's decided. If there's a life in front of me that deserves to be saved, why shouldn't I do everything within my power to save it?
Once again, it's the same answer. So be it. Close your eyes. Who knows how many more people will take on this contract?
None. This contract will end with me.
My contract has strict requirements on the host's natural temperament. All my hosts have been most pure of heart.
But when one with an altruistic nature gains access to this art, they are more seduced than the average person by the miracle of overturning the laws of life and death. Though they know better than anyone else the fate that awaits them, when faced with the sorrows of humanity and the pain of losing their nearest and dearest, they cannot help but reach beyond human means. They are like moths that throw themselves into the flame, seeking a glimmer of hope in a dark world filled with pain and suffering.
So, Baiyu, does that mean...
I suppose that would make me a moth that yearns for the light, but doesn't want to be burned to a crisp. Changsheng's art can transfer pain and suffering between people, but it cannot reduce the total amount of pain in the world. It's just like we witnessed. Either Jia Liang feared for Jiang Li's life, or Jiang Li grieved over Jia Liang's sacrifice. I have nothing but the utmost respect for my predecessors, who sacrificed their lives for their principles. But I do not wish to join their ranks, nor do I wish to pass on this contract to anyone else in the future.
Huh? But didn't you already transfer a ton of diseases onto yourself?
What makes a poison poison? And what makes a disease a disease? When it comes down to it, are not both mechanisms that affect the operations of the human body? If disease is defined as deviation from normal functioning, then who knows? Perhaps the true elixir of immortality could in fact be a kind of poison. Many may view the notion of searching for immortality in poisons and illnesses as a flagrant violation of the natural order. But to me, it is no different from the way our ancestors tested the medicinal qualities of herbs by sampling each and every one. I don't want those who come after me to lose their lives to this contract. Nor do I wish for Changsheng to perish from losing her host. This leaves only one solution, doesn't it? Precisely. I will be Changsheng's final host, and the tradition of passing down the contract will end with me.
Even the gods of old struggle to achieve true immortality. First you want to save others, then you want to save yourself. Now you even want to save me. You're getting greedy, Baiju.
But isn't wanting to have it all what makes us human? For a selfish moth like me, who's afraid of the flame yet yearns for the light, the only path forward is up towards the moon.
For once, Paimon just does not know what to say.
Dr. Baiju, Traveler, what are you still chatting about? The food's about to get cold.
We also have coconut milk for Changsheng and Paimon.
Okay, fine. Let's go grab some food. Paimon has a bunch of burning questions, but they can wait till after we've eaten. I do envy Paimon sometimes. Eating her fill is enough to satisfy her body and mind.
True. And yet, although we call them simple pleasures, are such things as these not precisely why we mortals cling desperately to the life we have?
Today's a lucky day. Feel my blade.
This may hurt a little. Commit it to memory.
Illusion shattered.
Smile.
How's this?
Hard-hitting exclusive.
I see everything.
Wind strider.
It's been a while since we first set foot on Inazuma. So many things have happened since then. Yeah, we've definitely made some progress on our journey. So, where should we go today? Huh? What's up? Hey! What the heck was that for? Doesn't want to talk, huh? All right, let's convince him to calm down a little. Sharing my knowledge. This might hurt a little. Yeah.
Torn to oblivion.
Huh? So you don't have a vision after all? Seems like I've mistaken you for someone else.
At the very least, you should make sure you've got the right person before you go attacking them. No, wait. Even when you've got the right person, you shouldn't go attacking them out of the blue. It's dangerous.
Have you ever met someone by the name of Kaedahara Kazuha? He carries a sword just like you. I've also heard that he possesses an animo vision. That's none of your business. Never mind. You don't look like you know anything anyway. I'm wasting my time.
What the heck is this guy's problem? Coming around here, waving that weird sword in our faces, and he didn't even apologize. Seems like a real nutcase. Well, one thing's for sure. No way are we telling him anything about Kazuha. Hey! Don't be mean! I'm on smart lots of the time! Anyway, just to be honest... Oh? What kind of hunch? A special connection? Anyway, there's no time unheard that the Crux fleet is stocking up in Rito at the moment. Let's look for him there. I see everything.
I await your instruction. apologies.
Hey!
You're looking for Kazuha too, huh? Guess he must have done something impressive after all. Well, we took the small vessels into Rito on a routine... If it's because of that battle on Nizuchi Beach, Captain Beto had a great run there too, but Kazuha keeps to himself most of the time. In fact, there are times when he doesn't even listen to the captain, but she just laughs it off.
Oh, so yes!
I've heard bits and pieces. Is it really Really? Wow. He was called away earlier by some... I thought they'd come to a...
Just a little while ago. Thank you! Guess...
All right, then.
Oh? It's you.
Greetings. We were just discussing the repealing of the Vision Hunt Decree. Since you're here, you're very welcome to listen in on the conversation. We invited Mr. Kaidahara here to extend a gesture of goodwill on behalf of the Shogunate. Your hard work has secured for us the agreeable state of affairs that we now enjoy. Also, I've been granted the chance to correct my clan's past mistakes, and for that, I'm deeply grateful. The Almighty Shogun has issued a large array of directives aimed at resolving, or at least easing, the tensions that have built up over the years. The Tri-Commission has made the recommendation to use this opportunity to restore the honor of the Kaidahara name. Regarding the history of the Kaidahara clan, I trust that you're all... In short, there was once a group of select bladesmiths who served the Shogun directly, responsible for upholding and further developing the traditional blade forging arts of the Almighty Shogun. The Kaidahara clan belonged to this class. But there came a time when some of these bladesmiths revolted and fled to Snezhnaya. Both the Kaidahara and Kamisato clans were held accountable for lax oversight and entered a period of great turmoil. We later learned that the whole misadventure had been secretly orchestrated by the Fatui. Attributing all of the blame to the Kamisato and Kaidahara clans was neither proper, considering in the interest of preventing further harassment of the Bladesmith clan.
This is a true honor. However, would I be correct?
I can assure, with the Kaidahara clans, you will be able to lead us.
I have grown accustomed to life among the elements, yet my ancestors did indeed take great pride.
I sense some hesitation in your words. Should you accept this offer, I imagine many of the...
Malicious rumors? All we heard on the way here was so much praise that we almost went...
Well, to some, the Muso no Hitotachi is something that can never... Also, eyewitnesses saw him using the power of Electro in addition to that of Animo. As a result, also that...
What? But that doesn't make sense.
That is correct. However...
This is just one of many similar rumors. But perhaps if the Shogunate is willing to publicly support me, this situation will blow...
This is precisely why I encourage you to give our offer some serious...
In fact, let us put this discussion on hold for the moment.
Yikes! We nearly forgot about the most important thing!
Why would such a dangerous individual be looking for me? No. This puzzles me as much as it does you. My fighting forms were taught to me by my family, based on techniques originally developed for blade testing. We undergo rigorous training to standardize every motion the blade is put through, so that each can be fairly assessed for quality. Over time, these techniques came to form something of a Kaidahara sword art, focused on blade testing, but with a full repertoire of combat forms. Those forms are quite different from the more practical ones typically used by samurai in battle. So it's hard to imagine that the similarity you speak of was coincidence alone.
All the more reason to watch your back! This guy was a serious nutcase.
Indeed. He sounds highly aggressive. Anyone he targets is at risk of serious injury, or worse.
In that case, I will send some men out immediately to search for him.
Thank you. I must say I am now very curious about this matter,
And I will also need some time to consider your offer. I will first join the Traveler in investigating the one who attacked her, then give you a conclusive answer.
Very well. Please stay safe.
Come on. Let's go and track down your aggressor.
The detective agency knows the most about what goes on in town. Let's see what Ryuji has to say. We'd like to ask you a quick question. Do you know if anyone around here has been looking for him? For Kaidahara Kazuha, we mean.
Aha! So this is the renowned Mr. Kaidehara. I've heard a lot about you. It is an honor to finally meet you today.
You are too kind. We are currently investigating an assault and would appreciate any help you can offer.
Oh? You were targeted in an assault? Let me think. I can't seem to recall anything of immediate interest. Mr. Kaidehara is currently the talk of the town, so there are always a lot of people looking for him. To be honest with you, our detective agency has recently been receiving many inquiries from people wishing to obtain Mr. Kaidehara's personal information. Some of them were offering us millions of mora just to gather the information they want. If these were more legitimate commissions, Sango would have snapped them up in an instant.
Millions? Of mora? Whoa! Oh, wait, even at that price, you probably still shouldn't.
Please, accept my thanks for looking out for my privacy.
Of course. No matter what, we only take on legitimate cases. We don't make our money by revealing details of other people's day-to-day life just for the sake of it. Sorry, I got a little off topic. What I'm really trying to say is, it doesn't surprise me that a complete stranger is looking for Mr. Kaidehara. But I wouldn't know where to begin if we want to connect this with an assault.
Then let's put that connection aside for now. Have there been any other attacks or similar incidents recently that stand out as particularly unusual? The Tenryou Commission had very few leads. I thought you might have some information from different sources.
It's true that the commissioners aren't clued up about every little thing that goes on out in the streets. But typically, it's only the most trivial events that manage to escape their attention. If anyone had been out there attacking people, that would be assault, in which case the Tenryou Commission would absolutely get involved.
That does make sense. Uh-oh. Looks like the trail's already run cold.
I still find it difficult to believe that whoever attacked you hasn't been causing any trouble elsewhere. Few people possess your prowess in battle. So unless you were the first person he targeted, someone is certain to have been hurt by now. I am well aware of your talents. There is no need to be humble around me. In fact, I'm quite relieved that you were the one he targeted. It would cause me great grief to see someone become critically injured or lose their life because of me. For the poor victim, this would be a completely senseless crime.
Don't worry, we'll find him.
It seems you are every bit the selfless hero.
You flatter me.
Actually, let me tell you about it just in case.
Sure. During times like this, the more information we have, the better.
All right then. Recently, 2 people went missing from the city at around the same time. One of them is a pretty well-known collector, surnamed Nagato, The other, Amenoma Yuya, is a samurai from the Amenoma clan.
Amenoma. Now there's a familiar name.
Right. Yuya is the nephew of Amenoma Togo, the owner of Amenoma Smithy. Two grown men going missing at the same time. Their cases are likely connected, but I don't know much in the way of details. I recalled this because Amenoma Yuya is also an accomplished martial artist who is skilled with the blade. Perhaps he is the one you are looking for.
Understood. Though it seems...
Sure, can't hurt. We never know what we might find out along the way.
Thank you, Ryuji. We'll start...
Sounds good. All the best with your investigation.
Welcome to Bonton Sangha Detective Agency.
Ah, if it isn't Kaedehara Kazuha.
Yes, the Kaedehara and Amenoma clans were both members of the Raiden Gokaden. Historically, after I returned to Inazuma, I visited Yes, you may recall the story of the Raiden Gokaden from the Iridori.
Though all bladesmiths trace their craft back to the same source, over time, each of us has arrived at a different blade-making philosophy, spawning the development of different branches of the same art. As an example, there is nothing mystical to our... As for the art...
That's right. Ishin art strives for only a blade.
Indeed, you are, without a doubt, the most worthy wielder of an Ishin blade. It gladdens...
You overestimate me. But let's get back on topic. The purpose of our visit, we hope to assist...
Ah, yes. He didn't say a... But I've done what I can so far.
We heard that there was a collector involved in the disappearance.
Yes. On the morning that Yuya went missing, he gave me a very cryptic look and said that I believe he went to collect the item from Mr. Yes. Strange, isn't it? If I had to he's never he is
Truth be told, based on the
What? He is humble. Yes, but I also cannot... Anyway...
Don't worry. You have our word.
From the sound of that, Paimon just...
Yes. It sounds as if something happened. Let's pay a visit.
Well, perhaps this is karma.
I'm very sorry, but we cannot afford to pay what we owe right now. My husband...
No.
I'm sorry you have to see me in this dreadful state.
I'm afraid we don't have any new... With this in mind...
That he'd always get so animated when everything was fine when... He lost his sense of... Our expenses really spiraled out of control when he started getting interested in weapons. He wouldn't sell them, wouldn't even touch them. I'm happy he has a hobby, and I'm willing to support him. but making ends meet has to come first. On the last day that I saw him, I gave him an ultimatum. I said, if he refused to sell his collectibles and pay off his debts, I would divorce him and take the children with me.
Whoa!
And that led to an argument.
Actually, it didn't. Generally, he's a quiet man who likes to go with the flow. On most things, he leaves the decision-making to me. You must understand, I never would have dreamed of threatening him with divorce if the debts hadn't pushed our family to the brink. After I said those words, he froze and was silent for a long time. When he finally spoke, he awkwardly mumbled that he would pick out a few items to sell. His voice was so meek and pitiful that I felt an urge to take everything back. But then what? If I didn't draw the line, what would happen to our family? Had I not indulged his bad habits, we wouldn't have found... And I also don't know if he had actually come to his senses, or if he was simply angry with me. The next thing I heard was that
I see. Amin Omayuya came...
At first, but my husband has never been one to negotiate. He never even haggles when he's out buying groceries, so it's hard to...
Maybe he was feeling the pressure...
I don't know. He just perhaps he's too afraid to come home. As long as he's willing to turn over a new leaf, I know we can work things out.
Please don't get upset. If collecting things is a habit, but the information we get...
A little
Let's try a change of scene. Rest assured.
Thank...
Based on the information we've gathered so far, I can only surmise that the sales meeting but the fire at the warehouse likely played a part in how the situation... Do you have any thoughts?
Okay. Nope, never mind. Paimon's brain needs to rest for a while. Over to you.
Right. I very much agree. Working off what we know, the chances are, one fact, Mr. Nagato, the more I ponder it, the more puzzling. Right. Amenoma Yu... Let's keep going. If we can solve the case, both Mr. Amenoma and Miss...
Okay.
Let's head out of the city and check out the warehouse.
Pwede rin. Ayoko. Ano spaghetti? Ito nga kanina kinain ko eh. Ito. Ito. Ay, yan. Ako yan. Bakit? Hindi masarap. Sarap kaya.
Wait. I hear something ominous in the wind.
Oh! This must be another one of those sounds that only you can hear. As sketchy as that whole thing seems, you did put it to good use when we were chasing...
Now I'm picking up a strong...
May strawberry yata dyan na palaman.
But there's nothing here.
It's gone now, but I can still sense the direction it left in.
Okay.
It felt very much like that ancient presence in Inazuma. Indeed. But this unexpected spring of inauspicious energy, we should remain vigilant.
Huh. So it's an underground...
The force is definitely coming from the source of the judging from the concentration.
Mrs. Nagato...
It could well be that he was already under the from what I've been... But Mr. Nagato had an interest in collecting to begin with. Step back. I'll open the door. If we don't open this door, we can move you needn't work.
What's down there?
Everything's buried in debris. It looks like the fire caused a cave-in.
That was
All we can do now, two ordinary humans, entangled with the Tatarigami. Yes, let quiet your mind.
There is no escape!
From this point, the trail appears to split into two. The main source of the Tatarigami energy... Quite possibly. Let's search...
Whoa! Look at all those hilly churls. They're acting really strangely.
Something seems to be drawing their attention. Let's take a closer look.
Everyone hold his.
Shine down!
Into the wind!
I see everything.
It's...
Ugh! Look at this red stuff.
By the looks of it, a letter written on a piece of torn clothing. Well, according to this letter, a conflict arose because Yuya started the fire that destroyed the warehouse and wounded Mr. Nagato in the fight.
So...
He was not only more... Whatever traces there may have been of his fate beyond... Yes, if Ameno...
Right! So let's get moving!
I wouldn't be for a practitioner. All the clues... I have a hype...
Wait!
I believe so. On with the search.
Oh, pwede rin bacon.
Chia! Chia! Chia!
He seems to have stayed here for a...
Why here?
I'm not sure.
Show yourself! It's no...
Oh.
Kaedehara Kazuha. It's you, at last.
Aha! So it is the same guy from before. What's your problem, huh? What could you possibly have against Kazuha?
Dalawahin mo na.
Indeed, there should be no enmity between us. If it is Amenome Yuya that stands before us.
Dalawin mo.
But what if instead of facing Amenome Yuya, we are in fact facing the blade in his hand?
Now that you mention it, it is giving off a strange light. Whoa, whoa! Surely you don't mean... Are you serious?
Tatarigami energy often lodges itself within physical objects, then works to subtly affect any living organisms in its vicinity. The blade has resided in Mr. Nagato's warehouse for many years, affecting his state of mind, and more recently using the sale as a means to affect, or rather as a means to occupy, Amenome Yuya's body.
You're sharper than I thought. You've already deduced the truth of the matter. Many, many years ago, I was forged by a famed bladesmith of the Ishin tradition. I was his pride and joy. In me, he placed all his hopes and dreams. As a descendant of the Kaedehara clan, you should be able to guess our greatest regret.
I presume it has something to do with the Raiden Gokaden.
Indeed. At that point in time, he failed to live up to the Raiden Shogun's expectations. In the end, all he could do was to flee the nation by sea on a ship bound for Snezhnaya. He was a bladesmith of great renown, a master of his craft. There was nothing that he could not accomplish. All he needed was more time and a little faith. And sure enough, in the end, he achieved what he had set out to do. All of his life's work, his wisdom, his skill, it culminated in his creation of me. He not only bestowed upon me the greatest of strength, but also endowed me with a consciousness of my own. In her conceit, the Raiden Shogun lost not only the single most perfect blade in the entire world, but also an irreplaceable achievement in the art of blade forging.
So, swords can become conscious and control people?
The people of the time in which I was born never believed I had that kind of power. They saw me as a mere blade, a sharp and well-crafted one, but in all other respects an ordinary weapon. But that gave me the opportunity to take action. After the death of my creator, I decided to leave Snezhnaya and began my long quest to return to the distant land of Inazuma. Moving from one person to the next, I controlled the minds of countless hosts along the way, each bringing me one step closer to my ancestral home. I seek but one thing: to face the full force of the Raiden Shogun's blade and prove my power, the might of Ishin art.
Ah, so Amenoma Yuya was not your first victim. Tell me, what happens to those you've possessed when you've finished using them?
My hosts? Who cares what happens to them? They are but tools that serve my mission. When they got tired, or injured, or unusable, I hopped to the next one in line. All I needed them for was to take me back to Inazuma.
You're awful!
After I returned to Inazuma, I decided to bide my time in Nagato's warehouse until Amenoma Yuya handed himself over to me on a silver platter. At long last, I'm approaching my journey's destination. By Amenoma Yuya's body, I have found you, and by your hand, I shall defeat the Raiden Shogun! Kaedehara Kazuha, you stood against the Raiden Shogun's Muso no Hitotachi. There can be no other to serve as my host for what is to come. Now, give your body over to me!
One with nature!
Shall rewrite history!
Hey! Make yourselves a move!
Whirling snow! Illusion shattered!
Submit to me!
Grow!
Now you shall perish!
Join me and sever that divine light! Do not stand in my way, or I will strike you down too!
Your bluff's fooling no one! You've lost!
Lost? I can never lose. It is this body that has reached its limit, nothing more. Even if you defeat me here, the one who falls will not be me, but this man. He is but a puppet that can be replaced. I can take a new vessel at will. The end result is the same! I will end this wretch's life before you can lift a finger! And even if I were to lose my physical form, it is but a small setback. My consciousness shall endure. By any means necessary, and any medium available, I shall return and fulfill my destiny!
Your fighting style. It is indeed the forms of Ishin art. But from your movements, I sense only hatred and arrogance, as well as a thinly veiled mania and despair.
Really? You can tell all that just from his moves?
As I've mentioned before, the forms of Ishin art convey the user's thoughts and feelings. Since the blade is currently possessing Amenoma Yuya's body, its movements express the innermost thoughts of the blade. If you ask me, the mania is probably due to your desperate, single-minded ambition. You believe I am your only hope.
Are you trying to claim that I am helpless without you? On his deathbed, he passed to me all of Ishin Art's secrets. The little that you know barely scratches the surface. In that regard, why would I ever—
Because all of that is in the past. I've been wondering why you've not caused more trouble in all the years that you've been in Inazuma. If you are indeed a cursed blade that can possess its owner. Now that I've seen inside your mind, everything finally makes sense. You weren't biding your time. You were trapped. After all the time that's—
Oh, that's right. Paimon remembers now. Mr. Nagato had a habit of never touching his collectibles.
Only when Mr. Nagato witnessed his wife's distress and decided to sell his collectibles did you finally have an opportunity to reach out to Aminome Yuya and make your escape.
And what of it?
Well, that brings me to my second point. There's a you were determined to fulfill your maker's ambition, whatever the cost. But this ambition is too grand. I think you realized your limitations long ago. But the way I see it, what began as an ambition has long since become a delusion.
What would you know about any of this? I'm just one step away from achieving my goal.
You returned to Inazuma to prove the unparalleled brilliance of Ishin, even if you were to sever that divine light. Is this truly the outcome that your maker would have desired?
You...
Sure, you inherited the secrets of Ishin art. But even as you made your journey to honor this legacy, you treated the ones who wielded you as mere tools to do your bidding. How could you possibly unleash the full potential of Ishin art when you act in perfect discordance with the principle of harmony between a blade and its bearer?
Silence, you blabbering fool! I must achieve. I will concede.
And you should...
Easy for you to say. I have no need of anything that would stand in my way. Not hesitation, not...
How stubborn. I do not believe for a second.
What?
Very well. Then fine, once we have dealt with that...
And as for your end of the...
Don't do this, Kazuha!
This is the only way to save Aminome Yuya. The cursed blade's strength is currently very weak, and I sense he's hesitating. The power of the Tatarigami... Even if things take we have a chance here to save an innocent victim.
Your disdain for me betrays your woeful ignorance now.
Kazuha?
I'm okay. I felt a little dizzy at first, but only for a moment. It's all right. So far, this was as I expected.
Damn.
I will.
What should we do?
We find some... Although this blade has endured much turmoil, if a blade built for Ishin art cannot enter a state of harmony between blade and bearer, it cannot unleash its true power. If he wants to avoid reality, then we need to fight until he has no choice but to face it. He should...
Wait a minute! Paimon remembers hearing about something from the adventure. Since the Takasukasa clan abandoned that secret base...
All right.
What about Amin...
The blade says he'll let Aminome Yuya trail us silently.
Are we sure this is... Okay,
Keep your eyes wide open.
Leave everything on this journey to me.
Into the wind. The perfect distance. The wind knows me. Very. Into the wind.
Tong ina lupit. Permission blade. That's so cool.
More! Fallen leaves, adorn my night! The wind knows me.
How are you feeling? You okay?
I'm all right. The blade is performing largely as I expected. Having gone so long without proper use and maintenance, it's become very difficult to use. Though he's making every effort to persevere, I do not think he can last much longer.
Something else on your mind?
How strange. Rather than trying to control me, he is instead trying to match my fighting rhythm. Let's keep going.
Time to go. It's my lucky day. Into the wind. One with nature. There's more. The fairy. Going somewhere? The wind knows me. As one with wind and cloud. One with nature.
Whoa! Something's up with the blade!
I can sense that his strength is slowly fading away. The blade is becoming more and more difficult for me to wield. He cannot hold out much longer. If he keeps persisting, he will likely break apart at any moment.
But what would that do to Amano Miyuya?
I will be careful with it. He's still trying to achieve his goal.
Time to go.
Can you keep the blade? So cool.
The wind knows me.
This isn't over.
Time to go.
Ayaw.
This isn't over. Take this.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night! Into the wind!
Are you okay?
That's so
It looked like you were
cool.
really struggling the entire fight!
Yes. And it looks like he's reached his limit.
The shine's grown a bit dimmer again.
Perhaps this time, we'll finally have a chance to...
True form? What are you talking about? Huh? What the? Is this the same blade as before? It looks like a piece of junk!
If you choose to continue in the state you're in, You wouldn't even be able to beat Samurai and Kairagi, much less the almighty Shogun. Maybe you did truly wield power to rival the Shogun's light when first forged. But the long journey from Snezhnaya back to Inazuma has left you battered and broken. It barely needs stating anymore. Your ambition is a flight of fancy. I've finally figured out why it was that you agreed to my bet. You wanted to reach a state of harmony with me. For perhaps then you would still be able to wield commendable power. But regrettably, we are nothing alike. I will never understand your obstinacy and cruelty. The only one who truly understood you had already passed away by the time you were born.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
Here they are! Take them down!
Where do they keep coming from? Yup! We can help this!
Don't worry. I'll use my own blade. It's just more of the same.
It's a lucky day. The perfect distance. My blade.
Your blade is shit. Your blade is shit, man.
One with nature. That hurt.
That old blade is better, man.
The wind knows me. As one with wind and cloud.
You fought way better with your own sword.
You are a true Kaedehara in flesh and in spirit. Though we fought briefly together, you have seen me for who I really am. No one knew anything of my story throughout my travels, nor did I tell it to anyone. I thought that if I could achieve Ishin harmony with you, perhaps there would still be a ray of hope for me.
But in this too, you have failed.
Indeed. No matter how hard I tried, I could not attain that perfect harmony that your personal blade does with you. Too much time has passed. My physical state is poor, and without proper maintenance, I can only disguise my true appearance behind an outer sheen. Yours is the blade that took on the Muso no Hitotachi.
Actually, this is just a generic blade that I picked up during my travels in Liyue. Forging and maintenance are both important for a blade, but they are not everything. This blade has skill. There is something else I must Tatarigami it, though you tried to... I resisted it. I feel a great... The moment you You have known this.
He gave me... How could I possibly deny him his... I said to him, do not worry. From here on, I shall forge your legacy.
Aww.
I believe our bet is now settled.
Where are you going, Kazuha?
He now has neither the ability nor the motivation to cause further harm. Let's give him some time to reflect.
You wanna fight?
Time to go. When I touched the hilt for the first time, it's as if I was transported to a strange dimension. It was somewhere I've never been. A bladesmith lay quietly on the bed, his frail face barely visible under the moonlight. His breaths were weak, and his life near its end. A newly forged blade lay by his side, listening attentively to his final words.
Wow. That was the blade's memory, wasn't it?
Indeed. While in exile in Snezhnaya, the bladesmith eventually learned the truth behind everything that had happened. The Ishin art had been dealt a devastating blow by the desertion of its best smiths. He spent the rest of his life in the forge, not to vent his frustration and hatred, but to atone for his actions. He felt intense regret at being tricked by the Fatui, but he could never again return to his homeland. His sole wish was to one day return his single, proudest creation back to the land of his birth. So he instructed this sentient blade to find a way back to Inazuma, no matter how long or how hard the journey. But he never wished to rival the gods. All he wanted to show was that they once shone brilliantly as blade and smith, that they were still worthy of being trusted.
So that's the true story. But after that, the blacksmith's intentions were worked by the Tatarigami, slowly turning his proud creation into the cursed blade of today.
Right. I believe the bladesmith might never have known that the power he worked with was that of the Tatarigami. The hatred within that power is what sent the blade down its ill-fated path. This blade has committed unforgivable atrocities, but only because it lost its original master. No one was there to correct its errors when it was losing its way.
Shame it's too late now.
Yes, it is too late. Time would not wait or stop because of his determination. While the world moved on, his ambition remained stubbornly stuck at that fleeting moment at the dawn of his journey. He seems to have calmed down, though. Let's go and check in.
When I look back at the past, I can remember the day of my forging like it was just yesterday. I once told him that I would pay any price to fulfill his wishes. Such was the debt I owed to him for giving me the gift of consciousness. But darkness and slaughter numb the mind. Over time, I lost sight of the difference between gratitude and grudge. Not only did I fail to fulfill his ambition, I also defiled it.
You are finally seeing reality clearly.
Since we agreed to the terms of the bet, I will honor the agreement and release Ame no Mayuya. But I still cannot bring myself to forsake his ambition. It is the entire purpose for my existence. So, may I ask you to help me fulfill the ambitions of myself and my creator?
Hey! Now you're adding yours into the mix, too? Jeez, don't push your luck, mister.
It has to be done in this order. At least hear what I have to say. And if you don't agree, I will still release Ame no Mayuya as promised. My physical form, as well as the knowledge I possess, should still be of some value to you.
His attitude has grown a lot milder. What do you think, Kazuha? Should we give him a chance?
Let's hear it.
Thank you all. When I was first forged, my maker was already terminally ill. He told me that he had wanted me to have the grandest opening battle. Alas, after that, he never rose from his sickbed again. Nor have I ever had the chance to prove myself in battle since. My fights were devoid of any noble meaning. They were merely the next step in my never-ending journey. The next in a long line of transgressions. You are a fine warrior. I would like to request your hand in battle and experience a true duel between samurai.
Oh? And who would be the opponent?
I will release Ame no Mayuya and restore his consciousness. Perhaps after that, you can convince him to commit to a fight with you. He must have plenty of reasons to both hate me and desire a good fight.
Understood. Then let's start by waking him up and seeing if he has the stamina and will to fight.
I see. He used my body to inflict harm on others. I utterly despise him and his actions. But since he stayed true to your agreement by releasing me, he must still have some remaining semblance of honor. If a duel can help to set this state of affairs in order, I am willing to put myself forward. I do not wish to be a mere victim in this story.
There's no need to worry. We'll vouch for your innocence to the Tenryo Commission.
Thanks for your help. Who knows how this would have ended without your intervention.
All right, then let's move on. More Ronin could appear at any moment. We can't stay here. In any case, for a final duel, I think we should aim for a greater sense of ceremony.
This reminds Paimon a bit of the Crux Clash. Yep, we still can't let our guard down. Even now, Paimon has a sneaking suspicion that Blade hasn't told us everything. Still, even if he's way past the point of redemption, it's hard not to feel a teensy bit sorry for him. Are you ready?
Ready? Okay. All right then. Successor of Ishin art, Kaedahara Kazuha.
Successor of Amenoma art, Amenome Yuya.
Honored to cross blades with you.
It is my honor also.
Wind Strider! Oh. Wind Strider! Wind Strider! Fallen leaves, adorn my night!
Thank you for the experience. Although he appears battered and broken, in your hands it seems he's regained a glimmer of brilliance. His sense of savage cruelty has completely faded away. But that same sense of determination remains strong.
You also fought well. I'm sure he relished the experience. There are a few things that I shall leave him to tell you himself.
I must apologize to you for all that has transpired.
You need not seek my forgiveness, nor do I have the right to forgive you on your victim's behalf. It is too late for all of that.
I do not wish for forgiveness. I only hope that you will see my transgressions as mine alone, and not let them stain the legacy of Ishin art. I strayed far from the straight and narrow path, but the Ishin art still has a worthy successor in Kaedahara Kazuha. I beseech you, please understand this.
Yes. I too trust Mr. Kaedehara to do the right thing.
Thank you, successor of Amenoma Art.
This blade has also told me that he has another wish. He would like to visit the Amenoma smithy. Maybe we can go back there together.
What does he want to go there for?
I'm not sure, but I think that all this is about to come to an end.
It's Yuya! You have returned!
I am sorry to have troubled you. It's all thanks to them that I was able to return safely.
A prized Ishin blade, turned weapon that controls the human mind. Considering their forging philosophy, this was indeed within the realm of possibility. This is a great pity. But I have some good news as well. Ryuji from the Bantan Sango Detective Agency tells me that they've found the missing Mr. Nagato.
Really? Is he okay?
Yes, badly wounded, but he will live. And now that Yuya is back, it seems like the final ending to this story is a happy one after all.
I think I know what you want to do.
What's wrong, Kazuha? Is the blade whispering in your ear again?
Yes. He said he wants to take control of me for a brief moment.
What? No way! Hasn't it learned its lesson?
He tells me that he's thought of another way to fulfill his maker's wish. And he assures me that he won't use my body for anything nefarious. I have decided to let him do it. Thank you. I will explain my reasons later. Okay. I am ready. Let us begin. Please, stay true to your promise.
My power is almost spent. Without him, my eventual demise is inevitable. But if I abandon the future to give everything I have in this moment, my physical form can be forged anew.
Everything? You mean...
Yes. The cost is my entire consciousness. You were right. There's nothing that I can accomplish now. But there's still a chance for Ishin art. Once remade, I will be a valuable resource for your studies. Ishin lives on, and its finest hour is yet to come. Even if I am not the one to prove its might to the Shogun, as long as it is an Ishin blade, crafted by Kaedehara hands, it will still fulfill his final wish. Thank you, son of the Kaedehara clan. Over the years, my real name has been forgotten by all. I'm ashamed to utter it, yet it remains strong in my mind. Kagotsurube Ishin. This name is now yours to keep.
Rest in peace.
So, that's why he said it had to be done in that order. His consciousness will disappear forever after fulfilling the bladesmith's wish.
Kagotsurube Ishin. It was the first time I ever heard his name. It seems like deep down he disapproved of his own actions. and thus chose to bury this name deep within his heart. Only in the final moments, before his consciousness faded, was he willing to entrust it to another.
Seems like he really, really wanted to fulfill his maker's wish.
The same fervent ambition that gave him the motivation to keep going forward also fueled the stubborn determination that blinded him to the path ahead. Speaking for myself, I'd rather see him recognize and atone for his mistakes than see him. I understand. Perhaps this is a flaw in my personality. I've always been captivated by grand aspirations. Hearing his wish to rival the divine light touched something inside of me. Just as the sight of those who fought to repeal the Vision Hunt decree did. Your quest to face the gods and trace your sibling inspires me in the same way. After everything I've seen, perhaps these pursuits fascinate me a little more than they should.
Oh, Kazuha.
I will continue to support you from this point on. Know that you will have my assistance when—
Wait! Shouldn't we also go update Kujo Kamaji?
Oh, you're right. We need to tell him about the findings of our investigation, and it's also time to get—
Where's my sword? Where the fuck is my sword?
Time to go. Time to go.
You've returned. I hear that the issue has been resolved. Though this was a treacherous investigation indeed, we're most fortunate that no lives were lost. The Tenryou Commission has already attended to the danger at the warehouse. The investigation into Amanoma Yuya should conclude soon. I do not believe he will be charged with any crime.
Wow, you sure kept your ear to the ground.
Then we needn't recount all the details again. Now, as to your earlier offer, I wish to give you my answer. Please take a look at this blade.
What's this?
Kagotsurube Ishin, a weapon crafted using a long-lost blade forging art of the Kaidahara clan. By means of a series of fortuitous events, I was able to recover and restore him. I also promised him that I will continue to study and pass on the secrets of Ishin art. And so, it looks like I will likely continue with my journey across the nations, learning more about this blade as I go.
I see. I understand.
The Kaidahara clan has always been a family of bladesmiths, so it is only proper for me to continue on this path. Were I to accept your goodwill, I may find myself embroiled in conflicts between the shogunate and Sangonomiya. That would not suit me.
You misunderstand. That was most certainly not our intent.
I am aware, but I still desire to continue walking my own path.
Very well, I can understand. Then let's pretend this offer was never raised. However, if you should ever change your mind or find yourself in need of the Shogunate's assistance, please do not hesitate to inform me.
Great. Thank you for your generosity.
Where will you travel to next, Kazuha?
I'll probably take to the seas with Captain Beto again for now. As for my next destination, let's see where the wind takes me.
Buboy! Ow! Ow! Aray ko! Ano naman ang buboy? Diyos ko. Patay yun. Freedom C, hindi na, ano, tingnan mo yung pinainan niya. Hindi tinanggal. Buboy.
Time to go. Tidal wave. No touch. Yeah.
There is no escape!
A fateful offering.
Everyone hold hands.
Who is preparing an attack against him, despite...
The story begins as the protagonist steps into her mother's house, brimming with excitement. She eagerly shares the news of her scholarship and proudly mentions buying fruits with the money she earned from her job. However, her mother responds rudely, dismissing her achievement and belittling it by stating that anyone can get a scholarship these days. Engrossed in her smartphone, her mother pays little attention to her daughter, asking if she bought the fruits from the department store her brothers prefer. This sudden coldness causes the protagonist to falter and stop speaking, her face losing all traces of excitement and pride. She apologizes and feels deflated. Soon after, her younger brothers enter the house, and their mother's demeanor undergoes a complete transformation. She dotes on them, showering them with affection, and reveals that she has planned a ride for them. Curious, the protagonist asks where they are going, and her mother reveals they are visiting their grandma to celebrate their cousin's successful entrance into a prestigious university. However, she withholds further information about the gift and coldly informs her daughter to leave if she has nothing else to say, instructing her to take her fruits along. The protagonist, dejected and disheartened, resigns herself to this familiar treatment, as it has been a recurring theme in her life since childhood. Leaving her mother's house, the protagonist returns to her own cluttered and small room. She takes a shower and contemplates the constant coldness from her family. It feels as if she is an unwelcome guest among them. Despite working part-time jobs to support herself while studying, she remains unsupported and unloved. Lying on her bed, she reveals that she is a 23-year-old college student. As she silently ponders her situation, her phone notifies her of a new chapter release from her favorite novel, I Thought I Was Adopted, but I was mistaken. Reading it brings her joy, as this nightly update has become the only source of solace in her otherwise bleak life. Today's chapter follows the usual pattern. A man dressed as a king informs a girl that she is his daughter, expressing his deep love for her. The protagonist acknowledges that in the novel, the heroine is adored by her adoptive father, friends, and everyone who matters. This healing parenting novel, also known as I Need to Be Adopted, holds significant value to her. While it may be commonplace for some, it represents something more profound to her, especially on such a miserable day. It serves as a ray of consolation in her desolate existence. As the protagonist drifts off to sleep, she wonders why everyone seems to despise her. In that moment, her phone slips from her hand, and she muses about how wonderful it would be to exist in a world where everyone loves her. As the gears of the world turn, the phone falls endlessly into an abyss. With a longing to be cherished by all, she falls asleep with that wish. When she awakens, she discovers that she has transformed into a cute little girl. She instantly recognizes this world. It resembles the medieval European landscapes depicted in the fantasy romance novel she has been reading for the past year. She realizes that she has either been possessed or has possessed someone else's body. Dragons adorn the house, appearing as ornaments, mounted heads, and paintings, unsettling the girl. In this new world, the girl is certain that she is in the world of I Need to Be Adopted, and right now she is in the Edom family. The Edom family was also called the Dragon family as they had deep ties with the dragons. The man who started the family line was Betad Edom, and he had made a contract with the Black Dragon. He drank the blood of the Black Dragon, and, by forming that contract, he got great power. That power descended to his successor, and the Edom family became strong with every generation. But there was a dark price to pay for it. There was a bloody side effect of the contract and the powers it gave them. Every time their mana runs out of control, they have an urge to kill, and the Edom family had to deal with this curse. The girl remembers that a chronic disease called brightening is going to come soon, and that was going to have something to do with the Edom family. But there was someone who could stop it from spreading its damage. The person with the ability to quell the berserk nature of the Black Dragon's contract was the main character of the novel.
This is gonna hurt!
She had the ability to purify, and she could stop the darkness from conquering the world. The protagonist of our story remembers the main character. She has a bright personality and is like sunshine in human form. But she also has an upright disposition and does not tolerate any type of injustice. And that part of her nature was going to bring destruction and then salvation to the Edom family in the future. Our heroine thinks that she is a child worthy of being the main character. She thinks that if she was here because she had read the novel I Need to Be Adopted hundreds of times, she must be here as the heroine of the novel. She is glad that she came to this world, and she is pretty sure that it was the original storyline. And now, all that she needs to do is enjoy the pink life here. And then she sees her reflection in the window.
A man stands in the middle of the battlefield. His sword is drawn, and the bodies of fallen warriors are strewn all around him, gripping the blade of his weapon. He points it straight at his throat, and remembers a distant memory. As a young man, his master once told him that wielding a sword means having death follow you, and that not wielding one means the opposite. If there truly is an afterlife, wouldn't he want one where there's no need to hold a sword? With this, the man drives the blade through his neck, ending his own life. Years later, in the Disparate Kingdom, Ratifa, the maid of the royal family, struggles to wake her master. The loud voice and shaking finally wake up Fihanks Disparate, the third prince of the kingdom. He opens his eyes for a moment, asking what time it is, then goes right back to sleep. When when he finds out that it's only 8 in the morning. Turning back to his bed, he insists that he wakes up at 4 in the afternoon, which means that he has 8 more hours left to rest. The maid gets frustrated and shouts at him, asking how long he's going to sleep, and saying that there's a reason people call him trash. Pulling hard on his blanket, she tries to force him to get up, saying the king is summoning everyone in the family, and that it's about time he shaped up as a prince. He stubbornly stays put, prompting the lady to threaten him and say that she'll call the chief maid if he still refuses to get ready. Confident that the threat is groundless, he scoffs at her. However, the door suddenly opens and a woman announces that she's come to pick the prince up. Seeing her, he instantly gets up from his bed and runs with a terrified look on his face. He reaches for the window, wanting to escape through the opening, but something stops him in his tracks. Even without looking, he can already feel the chief maid's overwhelming presence, closing in on him from behind. He tries to get away, even dodging a couple of attacks, but Radifa gets a hold of his legs, anchoring him to the ground. Incapacitated, he's left completely vulnerable and is swiftly slapped in the face. Fairy, the head maid, scolds him and says that running away when he sees her face is not the right way to act towards a lady. He angrily asks which lady she's talking about and calls her an old hag who's over 100 years old. Hearing his foul mouth, she slaps him repeatedly, trying to drill in the fact that she isn't that old. He tells her to stop punching him, warning her that his father won't stand for such violence, but she simply continues, revealing that the king has allowed minor scratches if necessary. Finished with the scolding, she drags him by the collar and heads off to his majesty's palace. He calls on Radifa for help, and Fairy addresses her as well, instructing her to take care of the boy's clothes. The maid only responds to her superior's orders, saying she'll be right on it. After she takes the magic trap off the window, the prince is annoyed, finding out that she was the reason he wasn't able to escape. In the Disburg mansion a little while later, King Philip hens Disburg sighs at the sight of his thirdborn, who arrived extremely late, so much so that his siblings were told to leave before he could even get there. The boy says that more than coming voluntarily, he was forced to be there. The king and the maid talk about his foul mouth, with the latter apologizing for failing to educate the boy. Moving on, the ruler finally reveals the reason for summoning his son, and says that he'll be given his role as the prince. He should be aware of the problematic situation in the Afiris kingdom, the country on their northeastern border. They're currently being attacked by the northwestern nations, wanting to take over their rich mineral deposits. Furthermore, the state of war is terrible, and the capital has already been invaded. Due to an agreement, the Disburg kingdom is required to send help, but the person they send must be from the royal family. In disbelief of his father's words, Phi suggests Galeria, the firstborn, would be more suitable for the job. Unfortunately, they can't accept the suggestion, as there seems to be a hero among the enemies. Heroes are people whose strengths are unbelievable, even gaining them the title of superhuman. With the gift of a special power, they're said to be as strong as a whole division, and some are rumored to have destroyed entire nations. Without knowing their true strength, King Philip cannot send out his heir, and Shuden, the second in line, is sick as well. Lastly, their older sister is to serve in a different family, and is also unavailable for the task. This leaves only him, the third-born son, to take on the role. His father reasons that he isn't sending the young boy there to die. What's important is the fact that the royal family helped, meaning there's no need for him to fight. He just has to go there and assist in whatever non-combat way is possible. Furthermore, Fairy will be joining to support him. She's served their family since the late king's time, and she's in no way inferior to knights. With this, there's no need for him to worry at all. Hearing the conditions of just going there for the sake of it, Phi accepts the job, determined to never hold a weapon. He even jokes about coming back for whatever reason. The king leans back, disappointed but not surprised at his son's absence of ambition. Although he taught him that what you give is what you get, he couldn't possibly expect the young man to gain honor by saving the Afiris kingdom. After all, he's Disburg's trash prince who only seeks a peaceful and normal life. Disappointed, the king tells him to leave once the supplies and soldiers are ready. With the conversation over, the young prince excuses himself. Outside the main hall, a voice suddenly apologizes to Phi. It's Galeria, his older brother. He feels guilty, since assisting the Afiris kingdom was supposed to be his job. Although he insisted, the king wouldn't concede the decision at all. But it's to be expected. The nation can't lose its heir after all. Annoyed at the nonchalant comment, he squishes his younger brother's head, telling him that they can't lose him either. Knowing his brother more than anyone, he's certain that he isn't a bad person. If he was actually trash, then he wouldn't call himself that, and he wouldn't accept the job either. Adding on, he comforts the younger boy, telling him to run away if he gets scared, and assuring him that he'll cover for him. Phi smiles at him, saying he overestimates him too much. Does he really think that he's the type of person to die for glory? Galeria laughs. Apparently, he doesn't have to worry after all. He suddenly gets serious and shares that he too was the head of a team in his first war. However, unlike Afiris, they were on their way to an overwhelming victory. But even then, when the king praised him, he couldn't stop trembling at the thought of standing on a battlefield. Seeing Phi so unfazed by it all, he realizes how strong his brother is. However, the young man gets an oddly blank look on his face. Memories of his past life, which he spent facing a multitude of foes, suddenly pass through his mind. Of course, he'd be unfazed on the battlefield. Back then, he was broken to the point that he wouldn't ever tremble in front of an enemy. In a world where death surrounded him every day, he had to hold his sword to protect himself. Jumping straight into the fray, he and his comrades fought to live. Day and night, they slashed at their enemies again and again until one of them died. After this, they fought again until they lost another one. This went on to become a bloody cycle. In the end, he was left fighting alone and eventually got the title of Sword Emperor. He cut 1,000,000 enemies, and waiting at the end of it was a mountain of skulls and endless loneliness. Looking around and realizing what had happened to him, the bloodied warrior fell to his knees. He cursed his master and his teammates, but he kept fighting in order to live. However, for a swordsman fighting for himself, the future was nothing but loneliness. With this, he grabbed his blade, pointed it at his throat, and drove the weapon in, taking his own life on the spot. While thinking of the painful memory, Phi suddenly appears in the position of his old body, with a sword pierced through his own throat. Voices call his name, and the young prince snaps out of his trance. Playing it off, he laughs, saying he isn't strong at all. In fact, he's just dumb, so he has no idea what a battlefield is like. When the time comes, he's certain he'll freeze from the fear of fighting. They sense something odd in his words, but simply move past it. Valeria tells him to rely on Fairy, should anything happen, adding that she's someone he's always relied on. Walking away, the firstborn tells his younger brother not to get too angry at their father. With a cool smile, he says he has no intention of doing that. After all, he's not the kind of person who can blame others. A sword emperor who wielded his blade to live couldn't endure the loneliness and ended up killing himself. As punishment, he couldn't go to where the others were. Phi, as Disburg's third prince, started thinking like him. He remembers his master's words about the afterlife, saying it'd only be natural to want a second life that's free from the sword. Bearing it in his mind, he died saying those words. Now, if he can live without it, he's vowed to never hold a sword again. Glory is nothing to him. What's important is a life of peace. If he can continue to live like that in the future, then maybe, just maybe, he'd be able to die smiling, just like his master. In his new life, he's been branded as a trash prince. Such labels don't matter, as long as he never holds a weapon again. In a Disburg aircraft, Fairy informs Phi that they're about to land, and urges him to get ready. The boy, still comfortably lying on the couch, slyly insists that he can't do it. He says he doesn't feel too well, as it's his first time riding a plane, even adding that he hasn't gotten enough sleep. Used to his excuses, the chief maid naturally opens the window beside him, tells him to go feel the breeze, and then tosses the boy out. With a loud shout at his companion, he falls to the ground with a heavy thud. She informs him that they've arrived in the Aphira's kingdom. Although the pain from falling is apparent, she still asks him how he's feeling. A little while later, the people around them chatter, wondering why they sent the third prince instead of the firstborn Valeria. Not hiding their suspicions, they ask if Disburg sent him because they have no hope for victory. Walking by nonchalantly, Phi has already accepted the gossip, thinking it's only fair. On the other hand, Fairy is surprised at how rude they are, considering how they're talking about the royal family. The boy says it's natural, he's an ornamental prince after all. If they continue to act that way, he might even take a liking to them. Just then, a person steps forward, saying it's been a long time since they last saw each other. It's Mephia Tuvaiphiris, princess of the Aphira's kingdom. She asks how many years it's been and if he still remembers her. Looking at her, the pair from the Disburg kingdom recognize the lady. Calling her a boar princess, Phi recalls her habit of always challenging his older brother to a duel. Before they could bicker, Fairy told them to stop messing around. Focusing on the problem at hand, the prince announces that, under the agreement between nations, they've come to provide supplies and soldiers. He asks how the situation is, and the princess points to the site beside them. The kingdom is a battlefield, burning in chaos from the war. All that was caused by a single hero. The war in the city began a month ago, and the situation wasn't too bad, not until the hero arrived. While protecting the castle's gates, they lost most of their soldiers, and the survivors are all injured and exhausted. She faces the wounded soldiers, and they all share a convincing smile. They say they're fine, but what leader would she be if they forced them to fight? Some may still be alive outside the borders, but they can't even go to help them. Phi is doubtful of a single hero bringing such devastation. She falls silent for a while. He can only say such things as he hadn't seen what happened. The hero can't even be considered human. Even if they fight, there will only be more meaningless deaths. Mephia tears up desperately, saying there's no chance they can win. This only lasts for a moment as she stops to steel herself and expresses her desire to take command of Disburg soldiers despite her inadequate experience. He quickly accepts under the condition that the chief maid is left by his side. Explaining his lightheartedness, he admits that he has no intention of fighting and that he only came to fulfill the agreement of sending a member of the royal family. In this situation, he's nothing but a decoration. Adding on, he says they're going to lose the war anyway. If there's anyone willing to keep going, then that person is either insane or overconfident. The princess is in disbelief at his words. Meanwhile, he simply states that there's no way of winning if the commander herself doesn't believe in the possibility of victory. As long as the supplies are given, Disburg has completed the agreement. With this, he announces that he'll be leaving after a day. Insulted, Mephia grabs him by the collar and tells him to stop kidding. Even if there's no chance of winning, he can't possibly leave a partnering nation. It's not as though all their soldiers have died either. Remaining calm despite her outburst, Phi asks if she wants them to die there, and says they have no plans of doing so. Although she denies the allegation, he tells her to be honest, and say that she wants all the soldiers to be left in the dying kingdom. He plans on explaining this to King Aphris as well. Excusing himself, he turns back to lead the conversation. As he's walking away, her emotions well up, and the princess ends up calling him a trash prince. A moment of silence fills the air, and the trash prince looks back with a smile, asking if there's anything wrong with that. The pair from the Disburg kingdom leave, and the princess is left alone, tearing up from hopelessness. Later on, Fairy asks the prince if he wants to fight at all. He reiterates his position against it. It's only natural, of course. Dying with the nation would be outrageous. On the other hand, his ability to analyze situations and make correct decisions would certainly help him become a great swordsman. She suggests improving his combat skills and eventually getting back at the invaders. Quickly shooting the thought down, he expresses his desire for a never-ending calm life, adding that he'd happily be a trash prince to reach this dream. Naive as it may sound, he's completely fine with such terms. If he holds a sword, it'll be the end for him, as humans can only be controlled by a sword. Confused, the chief maid asks him to explain. Remembering his past once more, he elaborates. The moment humans hold a sword, they get the wrong idea and think that they've become stronger. Knowing it too well, the Phi says it's the first step towards death. When one begins to naturally hold such a lethal weapon, then they've already passed the point of no return. With this, they're left with no other path than one that leads straight to death. As such, he has no plans to hold a sword. Fairy stares at him in surprise, thinking back to the time when he was still a young boy. From a very young age, he's always avoided situations involving weapons, even running away from his siblings when they played. Looking at him, she realizes that he hasn't changed at all. As their conversation ends, a man appears before them. It's Rylik Tuvaiphiris, the king of Epirus. He thanks them for coming, and says the boy has grown a lot since they last met. With a timid smile, he apologizes, saying he heard about her daughter's rude words. Fi weighs it off, saying he said a few impolite things as well. However, the current situation is too unfavorable, and winning is close to impossible. The invaders have already given a list of demands, but they're asking for too much, including a royal's head. As the king, he can't possibly surrender his daughter's head. As such, the only thing left is a long war, and they have no choice but to endure and hope that the enemies give up. Since they have but a shred of hope left, he understands Fi's sentiments and says that he won't put him in danger, even if it's part of the agreement. That being said, the king does have a final request. As if already accepting his demise, he asks the young prince to take Mephia back to Disburg once he returns to the kingdom. Even if he were to surrender his head with her alive, the Aphirus kingdom wouldn't end. However, since she's so kind, she would never accept her father's decision. This is why he asked Disburg to send Fi as the head commander of the support troops. He's always been calm, smart, and kind at the end of it all. With these qualities, he's the only one who could possibly convince the princess. Whatever the situation, he's sure that the prince will never let go of his daughter. Looking him straight in the eyes, the king expresses his faith in him as a friend more than anything. Fi thinks back to his time as a child. While he was playing with flowers, Rylak approached him, asking if he disliked swords. Killing time until the others finished sword fighting, they spent a while talking about various things. Unable to reject his friend's request, he lets out a resigned sigh and asks the king for 5 days to complete the task. The older man smiles, reminding the boy of his intentions to leave after a day. However, there's no way he can convince her in a day. With this, the prince turns his back, saying he'll do his best, as his friend was the one who asked. Since he can't think of a good idea for now, he decides to take a walk for a quick change in pace. Turning back, he says that in case he can't convince the princess, then he'll be left with no choice but to push 2 people into a ship back to Disburg. Intending to force the king and his daughter back home, he accepts his fate as the trash prince. A while later, Fi asks Fairy why she's following him, saying he was just taking a walk, and that she could have stayed behind. She emphasizes her duty to protect him. Despite the danger, he's still going to see the current state of war. Reading him like an open book, she guesses that he wants to check if there really is no way of winning. Although he acts nonchalantly, the prince even told the king that he'd keep the soldiers of Disburg in the kingdom. Surprisingly, Fi suddenly asks the maid if he's being too naive. He thinks about his past life again. His master often scolded him for looking so sad whenever he cut someone down. Back then, it was too easy to read his true feelings. Back then, he was too kind and weak, to the point that his comrades made fun of him. Hearing his question, Fairy smiles and repeats how he acted fine with being naive. Having a cool personality is important, but in certain situations, emotions will get the better of them. After surveying the state of the kingdom, they reach the gate at the border. Hoping to find a way to win, they scout the surrounding area. Around them, warriors and knights battle, and an exhausted man swings his sword, soiling the ground with the blood of his enemy. While Fairy and Fi are on a journey, the spies from the enemy country charge at them, causing the head maid to counterattack. Fi nonchalantly comments that they were attacked by the spies again, and have already slain 8 of them so far. They continue their journey on the vast lands of Aphirus, and are greeted by dead bodies wherever they go. The two conclude that there isn't anyone alive from Aphirus anymore, as they can only see enemy spies along the way. Fairy suggests that they should take a step back. She is afraid that if they go any further, they will encounter more enemies, to which Fi agrees. Seeing the casualties, he concludes that it will be impossible for Aphirus to win this war. There are barely any dead bodies from the enemy, and aside from that, some of Aphirus' dead soldiers have Aphirus' sword stuck in them, which is intriguing. He thinks that it is not just because the hero is strong, but also due to the difference in strength of the armies of the warring countries. In the next attack, the Aphirus gate might fall. Therefore, they need to recall their forces before they completely lose a way to escape. If they don't, they will surely die. Fi notes that they need to persuade King Relic and the princess to move nations immediately. Just then, he senses a presence nearby. He immediately hops off his horse and rushes to where he feels it, ignoring Fairy's pleas to wait for her. On the other side, a bloody knight asks for Fi's identity upon sensing him. Fi introduces himself as someone from Disburg, and the knight thinks that he must be a supporter of the agreement. His legs suddenly gave away, causing Fi to call out to Fairy for her healing magic. He asks her if she can heal him, but unfortunately, his injuries are far worse, and she can only make his wounds painless. The knight accepts this, knowing that he is already beyond any help. He informs them that there are more soldiers injured in the shed, and they can use their magic to help them instead. Hearing this, Fi commands Fairy to use their flare gun to send a distress signal to the king's soldiers on standby. When it is just the 2 of them, Fi asks the knight if he protected the other soldiers alone. He admits that there were 2 others, but they have already passed away. Fi nonchalantly accepts this news. However, the knight tells him that he doesn't have enough time left, and so he wants to ask him a favor. Fi replies that he has already taken note of his request to rescue the people from the shed. The knight clarifies that he has other things in mind, like the princess, the king, and their nation. The prince is surprised at this, commenting that he has such admirable loyalty. He further adds that he can help the princess and the king to escape, but there is nothing he can do about the nation. After all, it is not his duty to listen to all of his favors. The knight chuckles, acknowledging that Fi is right because there are no obligations between them. He admits that because he is dying, he is doing what he can to keep his oath and save their nation. If their kingdom can survive the looming invasion, his death will be meaningful. He can die smiling. Fi is taken aback by his words. Just then, Fairy comes back with the news that the castle has responded to them, and will rescue them shortly. The prince gets up to his feet to get his horse, and orders Fairy to check on the people in the shed. But before taking his leave, he asks the knight how he can die smiling, revealing that he wants to die smiling as well, which earns a surprise reaction from everyone. The knight weakly stands up, pushing himself despite his serious injuries. Fi immediately scolds him for moving too much, but the soldier just extends his sword before him, showing it to the prince to prove a point. He then says that he needs to live for others in order to die smiling, and surviving for the people he cares about, not just for himself. He believes that is the only way he can die with a smile on his face. This answer seems to affect Fi, who just listens as the knight tells him that a sword is needed to fight something important. He offers his sword to him, saying that it is all he can give him. The prince points out that he is only surrendering his sword, so he will grant his requests, which makes the knight chuckle. The prince admits that what he said was not wrong. He knows someone who died smiling because he sacrificed for others. He can still remember to this day the satisfied smile on that person's face until his last breath. However, he cannot accept the knight's sword. Suddenly remembering his past, Fi believes he can't live as a person who fights and wields a sword anymore. He had always lived, fought, and died for himself. What does a person like that do? Should he lie without holding a sword? Live and fight for others, but for whom? His master and friends whom he wanted to protect were all gone, and he could no longer reunite with them. What reason does he have right now? The prince snaps back from his reverie, saying that he has no one to protect. The knight just smiles at him, asking if he is sure. He seems fazed by this, and then feels a tug from Fairy. The knight then asks him again, as there is surely someone, at least one, that he wants to protect. Someone important to him that he wants to risk his life for. Fi then looks back at Fairy, who looks worried for him. Fi reflects on his life. He doesn't need any honor or glory, and is just content with being a trashy prince. However, looking back at the memories he created with people who care for him, is there really no one he wants to live for? Fairy calls for his attention and is about to say something when an injured enemy spy wakes up and suddenly attacks. They are quite surprised and aren't able to move right away. Fairy protects Fi using her magic, admonishing him for staying far from her. However, instead of flinching from fear, he grabs the knight's sword. With resolve, he states that he will grant his last wish, declaring that the Disburg Empire will fight for the survival of the Aphir's kingdom. Fi then asks the honorable knight to speak his name, as he promises to grant all of his favors. In his weak state, the knight laughs, saying he is very lucky to meet the Prince of Disburg. Due to his injuries, he loses strength and slowly falls into Fi's arms. He then introduces himself as Rixaria Bonus. With his last dying breath, he implores Fi to take care of Aphir's kingdom. Rixaria succumbs to his injuries with a smile. The prince carefully closes the knight's eyes, putting him in eternal rest. He then requests Fairy to speed up the medicines for the soldiers in the shed, and when their reinforcement unit arrives, he will go to King Relic to talk to him. However, Fairy is vehemently against this. She pleads with the prince to reconsider his decision to fight for Aphir's kingdom, as he will be fighting a losing battle. She reminds him that if he declares it to another royal, it cannot be undone, and besides, it is also against Relic's wishes. Fi replies that he is completely aware of this. Fairy interjects, saying that he is supposed to have no intention of winning. She points out that he is supposed to just support them and help them flee. Just like he has always said, he will never hold a sword, even if he gets called a trash prince. So she wants him to remain like this instead of holding a sword and following the road of death. Fi acknowledges this and admits that if he can live without a sword, he will. And even now, he thinks that is the best path. He thought that living a normal life like that would make him die smiling. However, Rixaria proved him wrong. He helped him realize that he couldn't live like that, and so he will keep his promise to him. Hearing this, Fairy asks him if he still believes this, even if it means adding more death on the battlefield. As a response, Fi unsheathes his sword while telling his maid to take out hers. He states that he will show it to her first, since she has been watching him all his life. Fairy is about to complain, but she is caught off guard by Fi's rapid movement, slashing his sword towards her. Fairy swiftly counterattacks, and the prince tells her to fight him seriously because he is not playing at all. He declares to his maid that this time, he will hold a sword for others, and this is something he believes is right. Fairy looks at Fi, who finally holds a sword. She reminds him that her role is to protect him and the Disburg royal family, and if this is what he wants, she will happily hold a sword to stop him. She informs him that the injured Aphir's soldiers at the shed have already given first aid, and with that, they can begin their duel. She insists that if she wins, she will send him to Disburg right away, and he won't complain. The prince smirks, saying that if he wins, Fairy will have to go on a long vacation to have a break. The two charge at each other. Fairy immediately shows her prowess at sword fighting. Fi counters the attacks, but she continues to show aggression and keeps on offense. There's a look of determination on her face as she rapidly attacks the prince with her sword, telling him that he won't stand a chance against her. She also adds that the sword he wields doesn't fit him. Fi acknowledges this because the sword doesn't fit his physique. Thereby, he uses magic to combat her advances. Fairy is surprised by his counterattack as dark shadows begin to lurk around them. From a swirl of black shadows, another sword emerges. Fi swiftly sets aside his sword and catches the shadow sword created by his blood-based magic. In shock, Fairy asks if what she has just witnessed is his magic generating a sword. Fi nonchalantly confirms, saying he won't bother to elaborate on it anymore. In his mind, he doesn't know how to explain it since it is a technique he has been using since his previous life. It is a technique wherein he can create a sword out of shadows, and they can appear wherever, creating different ways to fight. There was no magic in his previous life, as all special powers come from blood-based skills. Usually, there is only one blood-based skill per person. This very skill is inherited from one's parents, so everyone's skill is unique. While thinking, Fairy sneakily attacks behind him. Just in time, he swings his sword as defense, and then matches her every offense with his excellent sword skills. Their duel gets intense, and to end it, Fi strikes his sword towards Fairy with much power. Her sword gets wildly thrown out in the air, giving the prince an opportunity to point his sword at her, declaring his win. He mildly cuts her face as a sign of her defeat, and Fairy falls to the ground in shock. Meanwhile, Fi is amazed that his skills haven't changed at all throughout the years. However, his body as a 14-year-old boy doesn't have much stamina. Furthermore, his reach and weight are disadvantages, and he considers using the magic that Princess Mephia told him about that strengthens the body. His thoughts are interrupted when Fairy states that, all along, he is a sleeping lion. With his power, he would have never been called a trash prince. She questions why he will reveal his power now after hiding it all these years, resulting in undermining his own value. Fi replies that for all his life, he believes that holding a sword and wielding it for your own sake will only lead to destruction. However, right now, he wants to use his sword to protect those who are precious to him. He realizes all of these because of Rixaria, and out of gratitude, he wants to grant his wish. Fairy looks at him with eyes full of worry. She asks him to don't die on her, because if he does, she will follow him. Fi laughs at this, assuring her that he won't die easily. At the Aphir's castle, the king slams his hands on his table, completely disagreeing with whatever Fi has reported to him. The prince nonchalantly confirms his plans to stay and fight for the kingdom, while his maid is trying to correct his stance before the king. Relic is furious about his plans, but the prince is unfazed, assuring the king that he has also prepared a way to keep the princess safe. Furthermore, the king needs to agree to 3 things for this to work. First, they will let him borrow Mephia's magical item that strengthens the body. Second, no one will enter his room without permission. And third, no matter what the result of the war, they will continue to call him the trash prince. The king hesitates, but eventually gives in and just sighs. He asks Fi if he really knows how to win, and the prince confidently says yes. The king also figures out that the prince must be serious because Fairy seems to be on his side. King Relic asks for more more time because he wants to discuss the matter with his members. Aside from this, he doesn't think Methia will easily lend her magic item. Fi agrees with the king, who starts to take his leave, telling him that his condition number 2 starts tonight. He bids them good night and exits the room. When it is just the two of them, Fairy whispers to Fi if he really has an idea to win, and the prince just gets annoyed at her. Fairy then reiterates that good swordsmanship doesn't guarantee winning. Of course, the prince knows this and is planning to use his shadow to take out multiple opponents. However, Fairy points out that the power of the hero doesn't only rely on his strength. So given this, how is the prince going to combat him? Complacent, Fi states that he completely forgot that the hero exists, much to Fairy's annoyance. The prince contemplates the hero. He remembers that in his previous life, the only one who could defeat him was his master. He then smirks and asks himself, can the hero kill him? Meanwhile, in the enemy soldier's tent, a mysterious man appears who catches the attention of everyone. The following morning, Fairy hastily calls for Fi, banging on his door loudly. She pleads for him to wake up because there is an emergency. The maid excuses herself and attempts to open the door out of desperation. Just in time, Fi opens his door and castigates her for breaking his rule that even the king has agreed to. She immediately apologizes but is taken aback by his appearance. He wears war armor that suits him. She tries to praise him for presenting himself so differently, but fails. In all seriousness, she praises him again, saying that he looks good. Awkward, the prince tells her that her statement doesn't make him happy. Fi then followed up about the emergency she was talking about. Fairy reports that there are around 25,000 soldiers coming their way. Unfazed, Fi comments that the enemy is trying to end them, ordering his maid to get all of their soldiers ready. He asks what happened to his request yesterday, and Fairy answers that the Aphirus soldiers agreed easily. From here, Fi commences the war. On the battlefield, the dispersed soldiers prepare for the impending war, and are soon joined by Fi and Fairy, who are anticipating the attack from the enemies. The prince asks for the magic item, but Fairy replies that since it was too sudden, one of the soldiers has gone to get it. Suddenly, they see Methia arriving, riding her horse. Fi is surprised to see her, asking why she is there. She is supposed to be with her father so they can easily escape, and the Aphirus soldiers are not even present yet. The princess castigates him, getting angry for being on the front lines of her kingdom's war. She tells him that his death won't end the war, or maybe he is just trying to survive alone. After all, the wall they are on is the kingdom's last defense. He can close the gates at his discretion without them. Methia asks him what his real intentions are. The other day he said he would be leaving after a day, but suddenly he brought back the injured soldiers. Why does he want to fight now? Fi looks at the sword he is holding and replies that an honorable knight asked him to. For the king, the princess, and the Aphirus kingdom. He tells her the knight is a good guy, who made the trash prince feel like fighting. Fi then comments that the Aphirus kingdom has good knights. Suddenly the princess tosses the magic item at him, hinting that she is convinced by whatever he is planning. She reminds him that the item will not make him strong, and it just closes the gap between men and women, or adults and children. She tells him that she will just watch from the sidelines, but if he behaves badly, she will kill him. The prince agrees and bravely marches towards the front line. He asks Fairy if she's going with him, and she confirms, saying that she is his bodyguard. She asks if he hasn't forgotten what he said yesterday, and he confirms. He then gives the chief maid his sword, and asks her to keep it because it is important. The prince walks outside the gate, and tells the soldiers to stay behind. They are flabbergasted, trying to stop the prince and the chief maid from their imminent deaths. The soldiers begin to panic, and wonder why Fairy doesn't prevent the prince from advancing any further. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the enemies begin to charge toward the prince and his forces. Fi calmly walks with Fairy, and he casts his blood-based skill, engulfing himself in shadows. This makes everyone surprised, even Fairy. The prince then contemplates what his master would tell him about what he was about to do. Will he still say that he is weak, so at least make himself look strong? Fi laughs at his own thoughts, and grips his shadow sword tightly. He advances toward the attacking soldiers, declaring that they made the wrong enemy, and now they will die. As Fi charges at the enemies, he firmly tells Fairy not to move from where she is. He moves at incredible speed, not even flinching a bit at the sight of thousands of soldiers before him. He jumps on top of them in a sudden attack, slashing their throats one by one. He doesn't stop, and just cruelly strikes every enemy on his way, with their blood splashing on his face. As he takes more lives, he remembers his master's words to him: don't make a sad face when killing your enemies. Smile, even though it is not honest, because it is easier to live as someone who is crazy than weak. Fi laughs menacingly. His manic laughter reverberates through the battlefield, causing the people around him to be in shock and think that he is crazy. This sends the enemy soldiers on edge, attacking all at once and thirsty to kill, seeing that Fi is alone on the battlefield. However, the prince is unstoppable. Slashing heads after one another, he remembered his master's words to just kill. If he wants to survive, he needs to kill without hesitation, because a warrior who runs away may become a huge threat. He must not let them escape if he doesn't want to die. He continues to slash soldiers whose cries can be heard throughout the battlefield. Meanwhile, the other enemies head to the gate, trying to crash it with their force. However, Fi's bloodlust reigns over him, and he continues to kill without fail, just like his master used to say. He commands his shadow to lurk around the enemies, surprising them during the fight. He raises his shadow sword and launches his single swing attack shadow sword. This creates numerous swords at once, impaling the soldiers and obliterating a whole battalion of enemies. Meanwhile, from the other side of the battlefield, the enemy soldiers panic as they watch how Fi wipes out their forces. The general asks for Fi's identity, and one of the soldiers reports that he is from the royal family of Disburg. The general is dubious, since there is no reported hero from Disburg nor Aphirus. He curses under his breath, thinking that they are just one step away from victory. A soldier then updates that 1,000 forces from their end have been injured. Hearing about their impending doom, the general commands his soldiers to get her out immediately. Back on Aphirus' side of the battlefield, Fi stands alone in the sea of corpses. He senses Fairy and reminds her not to get close to him. He states that it must be hard to watch, and assures her that he won't let anyone go through, so she can be at ease. He urges her to go back to the gate if it is too painful to witness everything. Fairy just looks at his back, asking if it is painful for him too. He tells her that it is not something she needs to worry about, and he already anticipates this the moment he holds the sword again. again, and breaks his own rules. However, this is his wish, to protect the important people around him. He doesn't want to go through the pain he experienced in his previous life. The thought of meeting them and talking with them is already impossible, and the only thing left is a broken man who is trying to live. He doesn't want to feel that pain again, so he will smile and kill, to protect those who are precious to him. Hearing this, Fairy slowly walks towards him. She carefully wipes his bloody face with loneliness in her eyes. She tells him that the face he is making is horrible, and that he is bad at faking smiles. Fairy reiterates that with his expression, people can easily tell that he is hurting inside. Fi puts his head on Fairy's shoulder for a while, saying that he is such a weakling. Then, after a moment, he stops her from wiping his face. He says that if he is going to say anything to her, it won't be so much. As he hesitates about what to say further, he suddenly feels a surge of power coming their way. Fairy notices the change in his expression and asks what is wrong. He abruptly shoves her out of the way as a massive rock comes shooting in their direction. The two of them are in shock, as one wrong move could have cost them their lives. Just then, they hear a voice expressing surprise that Fi can dodge its attack. It thought that it would stab the prince with his maid. Slowly, the voice forms a body. The two watch, shocked because they didn't even see where the attack came from. Stunned, Fi and everyone realize that what they are about to face is different from the soldiers earlier. They are about to fight the hero. The voice forms into a woman who calls herself Hades Falazard, the hero of the enemy kingdom. With a vile smile on her face, she asks Fi if he is ready to die. In the middle of the battlefield, the hero and the prince face off. Fi orders Fairy to go back inside, saying she's only going to be a liability in the fight. Understanding the difference in their strength, she quickly accepts and dashes away. The hero tries to run after the maid, unwilling to let her escape. Fortunately, the prince intercepts, releasing his blood-based magic. With an upward motion, he sends a dark slash flying to his opponent, who dodges to the sky. Although slightly surprised by his long-range attack, she confidently says that they won't hit. However, this was all a ploy by Fi. Free falling in the air, she has no way of dodging. With this, he swiftly slashes her in half. He feels something odd, then sees the hero smiling, with her halved body coming back together. With an arrogant look on her face, she claims he must have noticed that his attack didn't hit. Suddenly, black marks begin to surround him, and he soon finds himself engulfed in a pitch-black darkness. Analyzing the situation, he wonders if it's an illusion. She reveals that he's in her skill, which makes the target feel nothing. Unable to see or hear, it's no wonder the Aphirus Knights were overpowered. About to consider it a relatively unfair skill, he remembers his old comrade, who often scolded him for calling the ability a cheat. Come to think of it, his blood-based ability was also illusions. Although it isn't even comparable to the hero's, the prince takes a stance and stays completely still. Seeing this, the hero believes that he's fallen for her technique, and orders the other soldiers to charge in. They all move in, and one soldier, who's particularly eager to avenge his subordinate, makes his way past the others. With his sword pointed forward, the tip of the blade touches the prince's chest. In this instant, Fi moves and cuts down the man in front of him. Everyone is stunned, speechless, and completely dumbfounded by what they just saw. A moment later, the other soldiers charge in, but they all meet the same fate. Meanwhile, the hero stays in her place, not understanding how the opponent is moving. She questions if her skill is malfunctioning and rushes in herself. Finding an opening, she swings to deal a lethal blow, but is met with the foe's blade. With his senses still dulled, he notices that his attack wasn't able to kill the enemy, and realizes that the hero must have been the only one capable of dodging him. She screams, demanding that he explain how he's moving. He isn't able to hear this, of course. Although the vibrations in the air reach him, the illusion still negates his ability to hear. Still gripping his weapon tightly, Fi says she should have done something about his sword, instead of going for his eyes and ears. Speechless, she tries to fight back, hacking and slashing, but the prince renders her attacks completely useless. She soon realizes that he hasn't left the illusion, and that he's still under its effects. Neither his eyes nor his ears work, but the moment he feels a strike on his body, before it can even cut him, he immediately reacts and counterattacks with his remaining senses. Before she could even react, he slashes deep, wounding her arm and making her scream. Hearing her hysterical wailing, he wonders if the time limit for her skill has come. He finally reveals that he once knew a guy who also used illusions, and that he often explained that those types of skills don't last long. That being said, he was on a different level, and kept Fi completely fooled for hours on end. With a confident smile, he asks the hero if this is all she has, even calling her a weakling. She scowls and suddenly exclaims, asking him to wait. Quickly figuring out that she has no chance of winning, she proposes a deal. Wanting to save her own life, she promises to stop fighting, and even dissociate herself from the war. If he asks for it, she's even willing to take Disberg's side, saying the kingdom will have a lot of power, with a hero on their side. Taking it a step further, she insists that she'd be honored to be enslaved by a prince like him. Hearing her words maddens him. His blood-based magic seeps out, and in an instant, she's surrounded by countless black swords. He doesn't know what she was taught, but for him, once someone holds a sword, they can't let it go until someone dies. There's no guarantee that she isn't lying, but there's also no guarantee that she won't stab them in the back. Since he has no intention of letting her go, he says there's only one way she could possibly lie. With a sinister smile, he says the path to survival isn't hard at all. Disberg Prince, the third-born who doesn't do anything, the trash prince, all she has to do is kill him. Enraged with how she's being toyed with, she grits her teeth and unleashes her strongest skill. She shouts in anger, telling her to die in regret, despair, and remorse, as she killed him with her treasured skill. Unexpectedly, she cancels her skill, returning all his senses and bringing him back to the normal world. However, he can't sense where the hero is. There's no reaction from his shadow, which means she's still in the circle. He suddenly feels a presence behind him and immediately turns around to attack, stopping short just by a hair. He's faced with the image of his fallen master. The prince's body and blade tremble from the shock, and the man steps toward his apprentice, holding his precious face in his palm. With a warm smile, he congratulates him for managing to survive once more. After so many years, he's finally seeing his master's kind face again. He remembers their precious moments together, the happy, the terrifying, and the absolutely heartbreaking. His words of peace from the sword once again pass through the young boy's mind. With a desperate expression, he clings to the older man, saying he's longed to see him and the rest of their group so much. From the moment they parted to the second right then and there, he spent so much time waiting. With the boy's head buried in his chest, he gives him a comforting caress. Meanwhile, the image of the hero appears, delighted that her opponent fell for her trick. Her phantasm skill lets her change into the person whom the victim wants to meet the most. Although the duration of the ability is short, it can cut deep into the heart and has been completely foolproof so far. She smiles at him with pity, finding it cute how tight he's clinging on to his would-be master. His strength infuriates her, but at least he has human emotion. While he's still preoccupied with the illusion, the hero draws her sword, ready to deal the final blow. Fairy, Mephia, and the other soldiers look on in horror as they watch the prince face his imminent death. The hero raises her sword, but Fi suddenly whispers something. With deadly resolve, he states that this time, he'll end his master for good. The image of his past pops up. His master tells him to come at him, with pure killing intent, adding that his attack failed earlier, as he lacked the resolve. Determined to teach his apprentice, he says he can break all his limbs if it means that it'll motivate him. However, he pouts in annoyance, saying he could never kill his teacher. He's disappointed, as his student is still saying such things. If the sun is not present, then Fi can't use the shadow sword. He can only make a sword from his own shadow, and creating one from a different person's shadow will lead to him losing control. If he told this fact to others, they'd simply laugh at him, and assume that he couldn't use the shadow sword at all. The only reason he's weak is because of his inexperience. What he needs isn't self-depreciation but experience on the battlefield, to help build both his confidence and his competence. Adding on, the master states that, personally, he believes that Fi has the potential to become the strongest. With this, he orders him to stand up, warning him that he'll really break his legs if he continues to refuse. With a bright smile, he tells his student to come, and prove that he's powerful enough to kill him. For the longest time, he's already known that his teacher longed for death. He wanted to die, but couldn't, and has spent most of his life with broken emotions. This is why, this time for sure, they'll finally grant him the sweet embrace of death. Back in the real world, the hero raises her sword and is about to bring it down. However, shadows suddenly engulf them and spread out on remaining enemy troops. Once they realize that it's closing in, the leader commands his troops to prepare the magic division for attack. The others worry that the hero may get hit in the crossfire, but he orders them to proceed, saying they have no use for someone who can't even take down a single prince. Powerful flames are sent to them, but Fi raises his weapon and blocks the attack with a wall of shadows. Annoyed, he tells them not to interrupt his fight and expands his blood magic for the enemy troops. Blades come out of the shadows from the ground, wounding people as they burst up to the sky. The prince smiles. After all this time, he can finally show his teacher that the shadow is always under his control. Countless soldiers are killed simply by how the blades move up. To Fi, it doesn't matter if it's raining or if it's nighttime, whether it's his shadow or the shadow of other people. Everything is under his control. If he can't kill him with one sword, he'll use two. If that doesn't work, then he'll use three. Without him knowing, the magic enhancement item from Mephia cracks, but the blades continue to rise. It might take hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands. With his body breaking from the power he's using, Fi declares that he's prepared to kill anyone who gets in his way. At this point, countless swords cover the sky, almost like rain frozen still. Determined to take matters into his own hands and kill his master himself, he aims the shadow swords down. Seeing the absolute destruction that's about to happen, Mephia commands her men to close the gate and hurries everyone else inside. Planning to end it in one deadly swing, he tells his teacher to watch closely. Tens of thousands of swords, all laced with murderous intent, will fall all at once, eliminating everyone who gets in his way. In a while, everyone nearby will succumb to death, except Fi and his master, of course. Fairy tries to run to her prince, but the soldiers drag her to safety. The hero, still in the middle of all this, screams in terror, calling the boy in front of him a crazy monster. He raises the sword in his hand and orders the blades in the sky to fall. The deadly weapons rain down, killing each and every person on the battlefield. A while later, the dust settles, revealing the prince in the middle of it all. He smiles, satisfied with his work. With this, no one will be able to interrupt his fight. Eager to finish his duty and make sure that his master can finally rest, he calls out to the smoke and dust. After all, this is the only thing he can do to repay all the effort needed to raise such a stubborn boy. However, the dust settles, and the body of his master is no longer there. Instead, the hero appears, impaled by the rain of shadow swords. With the bloody hero before him, Fi wakes up from his illusions. He suddenly remembers that his master is no longer in this world. With bloodshot eyes, he looks at Idis, who clutches his foot with her bloody hands. She begs him to help her, but he just coldly retreats his foot away and tells her that the only way for her to survive is to kill him. Although in great pain, she curses at him for killing thousands of people and still intends to include her on his list. The prince calmly points out that they are just the same. The hero has also killed thousands in the past without even batting an eye. Swordsman is just another name for a murderer who takes the lives of others, so they have to be ready to be killed as well. In that case, the number of lives taken doesn't matter. Despite this, out of desperation, Idis tries to plead for her life again. However, Fi only looks at her with disgust, saying that she shouldn't beg for her life. He bids her goodbye, and with one final slash, he ends the hero's life, calling her an honorless swordsman. Fresh blood drips from Fi's sword as the hero's body lies lifeless in front of him. He looks around and sees the swarm of dead bodies he has killed. In the vast land of Epirus, thousands of bodies lay motionless, a familiar scene that he had seen in his previous life. He contemplates what he did, mocking himself for holding a sword for the sake of others, and trying to die with a smile on his face. There is no way he can be such an upright person. He knew that once he held the sword again, there would be a path full of death, and at the end of it, loneliness was all that was left. In the middle of his dark thoughts, Fairy suddenly hugs him from behind, snapping him out of his reverie. She pleads with him not to make a sad face and lays down his sword. She tells him that none of them have died. The king, Mephia, the people of Epirus, and dispersed soldiers are all safe. She looks at him and makes him realize that he protected everyone, resulting in Epirus' victory. Fi looks conflicted, having a hard time believing that he protected everyone. The Epirus soldiers rush to the king to report that the enemy soldiers have been destroyed. In addition to this, the hero has also been slain, and it is their victory. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Fi approaches Mephia and gives back her broken magic item. He walks past her, saying that he will return to the castle, but he will leave his soldiers behind to assist them. He tells her to call him if she needs anything. She quietly agrees, letting him go and looking at his solemn face while clutching her necklace. 3 weeks later, Fi is lying down in the Epirus garden contemplating the past events that happened. He remembers that tomorrow he will be returning to Disburg and realizes that he's been tired of doing something he is not used to. Since then, the war has ended and Epirus and the northwestern nation have signed a ceasefire agreement. This is due to the annihilation of their main force, the death of their general, and the hero that was the key to their invasion. Furthermore, Mefia managed to wipe out the remaining forces with her soldiers, and the northwestern nation completely fell apart. The Epirus kingdom then demanded money for reparation. After signing the agreement, the king and the princess made sure that everything was to Epirus' advantage, making them the true victor. Fi holds up his sword and looks at it, thinking how no one died because he protected them, and ultimately won the war because of him. He further reflects that holding a sword for the sake of others, and dying with a smile is not his way of living. He used to hold a sword for himself only. In the middle of his contemplation, Mefia arrives, stating that being alone in an open area without a bodyguard is a reckless thing to do. She looks for Fairy, who is usually with him, but he tells her that his maid is currently partying with the soldiers to make sure that they won't go overboard. Hearing this, Mefia asks him if he hates parties. The prince replies that he is more comfortable alone. The princess then asks if she is disturbing him, to which he confirms that she is not. He then urges Mefia to just tell him what she needs and promises to listen. With this, Mefia states that they need to chat, even for a while. Being forthcoming, she tells him that at the beginning, she questions why he is the one who was sent to them. She viewed him as a cold, self-centered person who didn't care about others. She could not understand why her father valued him so much. Annoyed by her words, he tells her that she actually has the audacity to foul-mouth him. Ignoring his comment, Mefia tells him that she realizes that it was wrong of her to think like that. He is actually earnest and a very kind person. Mefia can't actually stand the fact that he is being continued to be called the Trash Prince by people who don't know him or his heroic feat. The princess then remembers what transpired in the castle after the war. The general asked the king why they needed to hide the fact that Fi was a hero. If this fact is known, many will benefit from it, including their kingdom. However, the king forbids everyone from talking, emphasizing that Fi's power should not be leaked to neighboring nations, especially to the Empire. He reiterated that Fi is their savior, and also his friend, so they needed to protect him. At present, Mefia looks torn, however. She knows that this is also her wish for Fi. With a smirk, he confirms this, saying that he is the Trash Prince, and if she is grateful to him, she should continue treating him that way. She stands up and tells him that she is aware of his wishes. However, just for tonight, she wants to treat him as the hero who saved Epirus, not as the Trash Prince. She walks toward the prince and faces him as he complains about her strange words. She bows down, apologizing for the rude things she did to him, and acknowledging him for the reason they were able to survive. So as the princess of the Epirus kingdom and representative of the nation, she sincerely expresses her heartfelt gratitude to him. Fi is stunned for a moment, but then says that she is welcome. After a while, he extends his sword to her, stating that he thought of bringing it home, but changed his mind. He adds that it is the sword of the knight who swore his loyalty to Epirus, and keeping it is not suitable for a trash prince like him. The sword should stay where it belongs. The princess is speechless for a while, but offers to take the sword on one condition. She then asks him to dance with her, which catches him off guard. She repeats it for him, while unsheathing her sword, saying it is their own version of dance. She states that neither he nor she has revealed their genuine thoughts to each other, so on their last night together, they need to talk about it. Mefia eases into her fighting stance, while Fi unsheathes his sword. The two get ready for their dance duel. The next day, Fi wakes up to the shrill voice of Ratifa, waking him up. She berates him for sleeping in until late, and not bothering to report to his father, the king. The prince sleepily replies that he didn't get much sleep in the Epirus, so he is trying to make up for the lost sleep now that he has returned. He asks her to wake him up again tomorrow. The maid is in disbelief, urging the prince to wake up. She is already stressed because Fairy takes a leave of absence, and her hands are full. She is shocked that the head maid, who is always at the prince's side, suddenly takes a rest. She then asks the prince if he knows anything about it, but he just stammers for a moment.
The Demon King city was ablaze with flames, and the entire ground was littered with demon corpses. The Demon King, sitting on his throne and looking at them, said that an entire era had already passed, during which time so many heroes came here to fight with him. His name is Belmont, a demon lord who has reigned for 1,000 years. 100 years ago, he destroyed the fire element hero using ice flame. 90 years ago, he destroyed the water element hero by drowning with boiling water. 70 years ago, he blew away the air element hero using the primordial vortex spells. 50 years ago, he buried the earth element hero using pure earth magic. After that, no hero should dare to invade his domain. But one girl still decided to do it. She entered the throne room and said that they had finally met. She stepped on the demoness head and she called out to her lord plaintively. Belmont asked if they hadn't learned their lesson so well over the years. Against him, who has comprehended all the basic elements, they don't stand a chance. The girl said that men like to show off their abilities so much in advance. Until they check it out, they won't know. With that, she pounced on him and the battle began. The battle of the century lasted 7 days and 7 nights until she kissed him. Belmont was surprised and wondered if his body was being controlled by some unknown magic. A hole appeared in his chest and he thought, how is this possible? His power is evaporating. What element does this magic belong to? The girl said it was a pair cultivation method. The Demon King, who had been undefeated for 100 years, was finally defeated by a hero. The name of this legendary hero is Aaliyah. 50 years later, the girl told the children that in front of them is the main place of their program, the City Museum of the Demon King. The boy called her Lady Amu and asked, will they finally be able to see the hero and the Demon King? She replied that everything is correct, but she reminds that the exhibits are forbidden to touch. This girl's name is Amu, and she's a knight of the royal family. They entered the palace and the children looked in surprise at the stone statue that sat on the throne. Amu said that this is the Demon King. After it was sealed, it turned into a statue, and ever since then, the mainland of Priest Isle has finally been at peace thanks to the great hero Aaliyah. The children looked at the statue of the girl and one of them said that she was so beautiful. When he grows up, he also wants to become the same person as Lady Hero. Amu said that they were now heading to the next hall. She walked past the maid and said that she had something to say. She grabbed the girl's hand and said that since Lady Hero had shown mercy, the demons were allowed to live with them. Horns are their specific feature. The maid exclaimed, what is she doing? Amu pushed her to the floor and told her that although their innate magic was sealed, just like the Demon King, they now had no ability to do evil. She went to the next room and said that they would now continue their tour. The demoness cursed and the children went after the knight, saying that this is so cool. The demoness looked after them and said that she only had to hold out until the evening. Amu went on, ignoring her. The same day, in the evening, the demoness entered the throne room and looked at the bottle of liquid in her hand and said that it was a demon dragon saliva magic power booster. After 50 years, she finally collected the right amount. She looked at the statue of Mr. Belmont and said that this day had come. She uncorked the bottle and said said it was the only chance. She drank the liquid and felt a long-forgotten sense of magical power. She cast a spell and a magic circle appeared above her. She gathered all her strength in her hands and directed the magic at the Demon King. Everything went quiet around her, and she dropped to her knees and asked, "Did you make it?" A crack went through the statue and the stone broke. The demoness cried and said that she had finally waited for this day of the Demon King's rebirth, Belmont. The last shards of stone fell to the ground and a young man appeared in front of her. She was surprised, and he said he felt like he'd been asleep for 100 years. The girl asked, "Isn't he Lord Belmont, the Demon King?" He confirmed her words and asked her who she was. The girl was delighted and, looking at his gaze, thought that even if he looked like a 16-year-old boy, but the aura and charisma around him were still the same. She hugged him and told him it was really him. Her name was Lacey. She started to cry and he said her name in surprise. He thought of her that day, and after looking at her breasts, he asked her why she was impersonating Lacey. She was surprised and said it was really her. After that battle, the demons lost their ability to use magic, and the appearance of many of them suffered changes. Ever since then, she has had to disguise herself and at the same time collect all the necessities on the black market, and wait for his return. She said that she missed her old figure so much. Belmont asked, "So this appearance is related to magical changes? By the way, this woman used an unknown element magic to seal it that time." Lacey replied that it didn't matter. Their race's days of deprivation were over. Even though he still hadn't regained his strength, as long as his heart was beating, he would be able to lead them. Belmont went to the window and said he was refusing. He has other things on his mind right now. He looked at the clothes that were in the window and Lacey was very surprised. She asked, "What matters more than the rebirth of the demon race?" He dressed up and said that he had been a demon lord for 1,000 years and was long tired of it. In addition, now everyone lives in peace and earns their own work. Is it bad? Lacey exclaimed, "How can you do that?" She sighed and thought it was their own fault. They were so much in awe of the Demon King's power that they had completely forgotten that he was still a youth by their standards. Lacey asked him to tell her what magic she used to seal it. Maybe if she knew the name, she could find some way. He agreed and said that he remembered the magic that the woman had used. Lacey asked him patiently, "What kind of magic is this?" He said it was a sort of mouth-to-mouth ritual of exchanging fluids. The name of this unknown magic is pear cultivation. Lacey clearly wasn't expecting this and asked, "Then how did he feel when this magic was used against him?" He replied that he felt as if the blood in his entire body was concentrated in certain places. It was a painful sensation that was hard for him to describe. He thought about how he felt, and Lacey thought that in a certain sense, it was an unknown magic for the Demon King. Suddenly, Amu came into the room and said that she had only had suspicions during the day, but she did not think that she would be right. Lacey, she turned around and thought that this was the royal knight she had seen earlier in the day. Amu said that she was seeing the legendary Demon King, a genius who has mastered all 4 elements. She never would have thought that she would see the demonic scum resurrected. Lacey turned to her lord and said it was bad. Let him go quickly. At the same time, Amu attacked them, blowing the wind at them and knocking Lacey off her feet. Belmont turned around and asked if she was okay. She replied that she was fine, let him run away faster. Amu asked if they didn't think it was the right time to worry about others. Don't let them underestimate her air magic. Belmont had said that her magic level was good for children's entertainment, and now it was his turn. He stretched out his hand to attack, but nothing happened and he remembered that he couldn't use magic. Amu swung her sword, sending a powerful gust of wind at him, and he was thrown back. Lacey called out worriedly, and Belmont scratched his head and asked, "So this is a human body? It's too easy to throw." Amu said it was natural. When Lady Aaliyah sealed it, there wasn't even a shred of magic left in it. It looks like she's going to get a promotion soon. Lacey told Belmont that it was her fault. She should have properly concealed the magic power. Now it only remains. Belmont interrupted her and said that she had just called them demonic scum. Have demons been treated like this all the time over the years? Lacey confirmed his words and said that even though the published law states that the demon race has the same status as other races, but most people like her refuse to accept their existence. Belmont smiled and said he understood. He looked at the statue of Eleusis and said it wasn't over yet. Lacey used magic and said that she had learned a lot of human magic over the years. She should be able to buy some time. Amu said it was over, she would chop them up and then deliver them to the town hall. Belmont looked at Lacey and thought this was a bad plan. Relying on these grains of strength, she would only turn into cannon fodder and die in vain. He has just woken up and cannot allow himself to be imprisoned again. Isn't the magic of the 4 great elements no use at all right now? He felt an unknown magic in his body and thought, should he use it? He called out to Lacey, and she immediately turned around. He grabbed her hand and pulled her to him, kissing her. That unknown magic began to form between them, and she called out to him in surprise. The magic activated and sparks began to radiate from Belmont's body. He said he thought he had succeeded. The only thing he had with him in these 50 years was the pear cultivation method. Amu swung her sword and asked if they were still there. On your feet. A powerful gust of wind flew straight at them, and Belmont stopped it with one hand. He used the force and told her to burn to the ground. At the same time, the magic power went straight at her and burned her clothes. She asked what kind of magic it was. He looked at his hand and said that it was the power that the hero used to seal it. Let her be happy that he didn't fully understand it yet, otherwise she would have already been burned alive. Amu exclaimed, so this was Lady Aaliyah's secret technique. How could a demonic scum be able to use such high-level magic? Belmont complained that the demons weren't trash at all. Amu's eyes widened in fear and she fell unconscious. Belmont called out to Lacey and she said she was here. He said that he was going to break the seal on the demons. She said, really, it is wonderful. He turned around and told her to take him to the place on the mainland with the most members of the opposite sex. She looked at him in surprise and he said that he was going to use the pear cultivation method to revive the demon race. Rose, a city named after the hero Aaliyah Rose. The city that was once the capital of the Demon King had turned into an Once upon a time, a lord asks his son what he thinks the most important virtue of a lord is, to which his son replies that it might be magnanimity. But his father says it's not a bad answer. When the boy asks what's a good answer, the father replies it's a warm heart. Richard Valencia is the lord of Leshill, and he tells his son that the virtue required of a lord depends a lot on the situation. Richard says they have to become a friend, a family member, and sometimes a villain, and whatever their situation. As long as they do their best, they'll form a bond with whoever they are with. Suddenly, a worker, Charles, interrupts their conversation because he wants to ask Richard for help. So Richard tells his son Simon and Charles to step back for a moment. Suddenly, Richard starts using a spell and summons the undead to help workers. The skeletons carry heavy wooden logs. So Charles thanks his lord because he supplied additional labor using the undead and thinks the lord is a great necromancer. Necromancers are special magicians who use black and dark magic, and a long time ago, to escape the influence of the necromancers, the emperor of the Talhorn Empire sent 50,000 troops. In Kiezen, the headquarters dispatched 10 necromancers to go against the large army, but all the 50,000 troops were turned into the undead, and they destroyed the Talhorn Empire. The end of the so-called Rose Brigade eventually led to the surrender of the emperor of Talhorn. The rotten corpse of a former emperor meets the miserable end of being seated on the throne of the empire, and that's how the necromancers seized the lead in the new era and conquered half of the continent. But another force, priests, threatened the domination of necromancers, ruling the other half of the continent. Priests are the only antagonists of the necromancers who use divinity in service of the goddess Dave. The continent is maintaining an insecure peace between the two powers standing against one another, but Simon thinks all that doesn't concern their fief. Simon sees the undead and humans work well together, and their town, Leshill, is a small town that not even the neighboring villages would know. Simon Valencia is the heir to the lordship of this freedom, and after some while, when Simon goes home, he tells his mother, Anna Valencia, that he helped in logging. Anna says he must wait for some while because she is cooking water infused with lahark mushrooms. Simon sees the mushrooms are poisonous, but Anna tells him not to worry because she'll make them edible. Simon thinks that sometimes her mom's power as a former priest really shows, and every time he sees her, he often gets curious about how his parents met before they were polar opposites. After dinner, Simon is happy to see his parents happy together, and he sits in front of the window to see the moon. His parents go to sleep, and a letter suddenly hits his face while he is sitting in the window. Simon wonders what it is and he sees a girl in his window, but he pretends he didn't see her and goes to sleep. The girl gets offended and tells him to stop pretending he didn't see her. Simon gets up and asks who she is, where she came from, and if she is lost, but the girl replies she is not lost and is there to see Simon. Simon asks how she knows his name, but suddenly, his parents arrive after hearing the voice because they thought it was a burglar. But they are happy to see Nefty's there and she happily meets Simon's parents as they know each other. Simon's parents tell him to present himself courteously before the legendary Nefty's Arkbowl. Simon is shocked and can't believe that this girl is the main culprit who made the Talhorn's emperor into a corpse puppet, and the Witch of Death who has been alive for over 300 years. The girl says she is the Nefty's Arknold of Kiezen, and when Simon looks at the letter, Nefty says she wants to make an official offer to him. Simon takes out the letter to see what it is about and Nefty says she wants him to come to Kiezen. After saying this, Nefty's immediately
Illusion
leaves,
shattered!
and Richard tells Simon to show him the letter. Richard reads the letter and tells Simon that Kiezen is the center of the Dark Alliance and the headquarters of necromancers, and it also serves as a school fostering necromancers. Richard tells Simon that Nefty's is the chancellor of the Kiezen school, and Simon is shocked because she looks like a child. When Simon asks if Kiezen is far from there, Richard says it is far, and it's on an island called Rhodes. So Simon has to get on a ship in Landerstein, the capital of Dresden Kingdom, and travel quite far out to reach the island. Richard tells Simon not to worry because there is a lot to enjoy in Landerstein and says Roke Island is a beautiful place. Richard says Kiezen is known for its stylish uniforms, and Anna says that'll keep him busy until the matriculation ceremony. Richard says there is quite a lot for Simon to prepare to become a necromancer, and he should learn the skills once he is in school. Richard says they should open up Simon's core first, and Simon gets excited to hear he'll learn black magic. After meeting Nefty's, the busiest week of Simon's life began in order to prepare for Kiezen. Simon's parents told him he'd have fun in school, but they seemed worried. For 3 days of that week, Simon didn't sleep at all because he formed the core with the help of his father's magic. And for the rest of the days, he learned the breathing method and took his father's crash course on black magic. A week later, Simon leaves for Kiezen with his father and Richard tells him to draw the magic power floating around him in the atmosphere into his body, and tells him to slowly begin to operate the mana. Richard tells him to move the mana through his core and asks if he feels the mana getting firmer inside, to which Simon nods. Richard tells Simon to guide the mana to flow through his arms and release it through his fingers. So as Simon does it, Richard appreciates him and tells him that darkness is the source of power that a necromancer has. Richard says the biggest difference between a magician and a necromancer is darkness. Richard explains that mana has a property like a gas, which makes it low in density and prone to disperse in the air. On the other hand, the darkness is close to a solid or liquid, so it's easy to bind and change its shape. Richard demonstrates that if Simon uses this property of darkness, he can form a shape like he can. Richard says those who exercise power based on darkness are called necromancers. As they don't have much time, Richard decides to focus on the basis of extracting darkness into Simon's core. But as Simon tries to form a shape with darkness, he fails. Simon continues his practice, and Richard can't believe Simon achieved the monstrous feat of doing it in just 3 days because it generally takes from 6 months to 2 years to form shapes using darkness. Richard knew Simon was talented, but he was worried that his explosive talent
As one with wind and cloud.
Richard thinks he has put
I
off
see
building Simon's
everything.
core. Hoping Simon wouldn't repeat the same mistakes
Shine
Richard made in
down.
his younger days. Richard
Just
thinks it's
make
time
her
to let
look.
Simon's talent
Tidal
lead.
wave.
And when Simon
Shouldn't
shows
let
the
your
flare
guard
of dreams
down.
to his father, Richard sees Simon's darkness has a beautiful hint of blue. Meanwhile, they reach the Dresden Kingdom's border, and Richard says he'll leave from there. But when Simon asks what it means, Richard says he couldn't tell Simon in advance. Richard says he cannot enter the territory of Dresden Kingdom because it's a
time to
long
lose.
story, and from there on, Simon has to decide on everything before taking action. Richard tells Simon not to worry because he is sure Simon can do better than anyone else can. Richard tells Simon to take care, and the carriage continues on its way. A week later, Simon reaches the capital of Dresden Kingdom, Landerstein. Simon is surprised to see it's a big city and knows he has to stay sharp, so he checks the note his father gave him which says a guide will be waiting for him at 239 Camel Road. Simon wonders where that address is, so he asks a lady for help. But when she turns, Simon feels freaked to see her eye swinging outside. He calmly asks that he wants to get to an address. The woman sees the address and tells Simon to go past a plaza and turn right. Then, he'll see a street covered in gilded tiles. Camel Road, one of Landerstein's landmarks. Simon thanks the lady and goes on his way. But suddenly, a sneaky man approaches that lady and says he wants to ask for a favor. On the other hand, the guide waits for Simon and wonders what's taking him so long and if he got lost. After some while, some goons stop Simon and tell him to put everything down, including his clothes and bag. An hour earlier, while Simon was searching for the road, the sneaky guy following him asked if he was heading to 239 Camel Road or SL1E6AJ. Simon thought that guy was the guide Howell sent, and that guy also said he was his guide. The guy said that since Simon didn't make it on time,
He thought he must have gotten lost, so he started looking for him. The guy introduces himself as Rolly and tells Simon to follow him as he'll take him to his lodging first. Rolly said he was glad to find Simon before he got into trouble because many crooks in Langerstein were trying to rip off wide-eyed tourists. The guy took Simon into an alley, and suddenly Simon asked if that's why Rolly was also trying to rip him off. But Rolly got startled and said he didn't know what Simon meant. Simon said Rolly tended to look down a lot, and he had felt the lower pocket of his vest to check if his stuff was still there. Simon judged from the width and wrinkles of Rolly's pocket that there was a knife inside. Rolly told Simon not to get him wrong because it was for self-defense, but when Simon said that Howl was the name of a goat living in Les Hill, Rolly freaked out. Rolly got furious that Simon followed him, knowing he was a crook, so he took out his knife and asked what kind of a freak Simon was. Simultaneously, Rolly's fellows also appear there, and they surround Simon and tell him to put his things on the ground, but Simon refuses. One of the guys says Simon doesn't understand the situation and tries to stab him, but Simon dodges it, grabs his wrist, and breaks the guy's hand. Simon says he had seen people like them at his fief who rip off good people. Simon says it's his duty as a successor of lordship to clean up dirt like them. Rolly says another reason they can't let Simon go is that he is a noble, and he suddenly tells more of his guys to come out. After seeing the goons, Simon thinks it might take some time to reach Kiezen. Suddenly, a girl arrives there and says she has been waiting for Simon for so long, and she has come to get him herself because he wasn't showing up. The girl says it seems Simon is currently dealing with some annoying little things. Rolly tells his guys they have the upper hand and orders them to finish them off quickly, and then leave immediately. Suddenly, the girl summons the undead and orders them to attack those crooks. So when they attack those guys, Rolly says they failed to recognize a necromancer and begs for mercy. When the girl asks from which group they belong, Rolly replies they are from the Claven clan, so the girl says they are from a pretty big clan to be robbing a poor traveler's pocket. The girl orders Rolly to tell Claven to put his head on the ground with both hands behind his back and make him crawl on his face all the way to the guard headquarters to surrender himself. Rolly begs for mercy, but the girl furiously says if Claven sends a fake or his face is not graded enough, she'll see to it that their entire clan gets wiped from the face of the planet in the name of Kiezen. Howl apologizes and says he'll bear her words in mind. Suddenly, the girl turns towards Simon and asks if he must be Simon Valencia, so Simon replies he is and thanks her for her help. When Simon asks who she is, the girl replies she is his real guide, and by grabbing his arm, she tells Simon to follow her as her mother is waiting. After leaving the alley, she starts searching for her mom. But suddenly, she sees her mom on an ice cream stall and gets mad at her mother because she told her to stay put. Simon is shocked to see the girl's mother is Neftis, and the girl tells Neftis to stop wandering by herself. But Neftis says the ice cream vendor was holding a free tasting event, so she went there. The girl asks Neftis what she would do if Simon and Neftis got lost because of that. Suddenly, Neftis welcomes Simon and says he must have learned some things from Richard. Simon says he has learned some things, and as he shows her his flame of darkness, Neftis says it's been a while since she has seen the darkness in a shade of blue. The girl says it still has the property of mana and swirling like a flame, which means it's still in its vapor state. Neftis says Simon can learn how to use his core more effectively in school, and tells her daughter Lorien to guide her new student, Simon. Lorien says Neftis always makes her do all the hard work, and then she introduces herself to Simon as Lorien Arkbold, a Kiezen student, just like Simon is. When Lorien tells Simon they'll go shopping for the new semester, Simon is shocked. Lorien tells Simon that the most exciting moment in the entire school year is when they shop for uniforms, textbooks, and other supplies before entering school. Lorien takes him to buy some textbooks, and the first book she shows to Simon is Introduction to Summoning by Elric Moore Trimble. Suddenly, she starts picking books one after another for Simon, and Simon worryingly tells her not to say that he will learn all these books in his first year. Lorien says he will not learn them because he will master them in the first semester and throws another book at him to catch. While Lorien goes to bring the last book, Simon sees other students buying books there and thinks he has never been with so many people of his age like this. Suddenly, Simon sees a girl coming his way, but she accidentally bumps into a bookshelf, and Simon immediately saves her from the books falling on her head. Simon asks if she is okay, to which she replies she is fine and apologizes to Simon. But Simon says he was in her way, and he is sorry for that. While they put back the books, the girl introduces herself as a new student of Kiezen, and her name is Cindy Vives. Simon tells her his name and says he is also a new student at Kiezen. Cindy is pleased to meet him and tells him she is from Shad in the north and has no close friends. When Simon says he also doesn't have any friends yet, Cindy gets happy and asks if it's okay with him if she can say hello to him at school. Simon was going to ask the same thing, so he said she could, and after that, she said she had to leave because her father was waiting outside, and they decided to meet at school. While Cindy is leaving, Simon asks her if she is not going to return his wallet, and Cindy gets shocked because she thinks she won't get caught as she uses spirit magic to steal it. When Cindy asks how he knows, Simon says he saw his wallet floating in the air, and Cindy can't believe that he noticed it and asks if he is also aiming to major in spiritology. Simon says he hasn't decided yet, but Cindy gets excited to think Kiezen is on another level, and it must be full of kids like Simon. Simon thinks she is too shameless for a pickpocket, but Cindy excitedly says if they both major in spiritology, they could compete with each other when the time comes. Cindy returns his wallet and tells him to not be a stranger when he sees her at school, and she leaves. Meanwhile, Lorien arrives, saying that the bookshop is out of copies for the Introduction to Darkness Dynamics, but once it's back in stock, they'll deliver it to his dorm. Simon thinks it's great, and Lorien tells him they now need to buy a bag for him, but it's not like his ordinary bag. It's a bag that necromancers use, a magical inventory called Subspace. Lorien takes him to a shop and tells its owner she needs a Subspace with the least limitations for Simon. The shop has a prototype that's not on the market yet and gives Simon a ring to let the darkness flow into the ring. Simon wears the ring and the lady says he'll feel a handle to his touch and tells him to pull on it, thinking of it as a lever. Suddenly, a subspace appears in the ground, and the lady says this subspace is the latest product from Gel and Eclipse, the young next generation master craftsman, and it can load up to 4000 UB. The lady says this subspace can open up to any ground, and the space features a total of 7 magic spells, including grade 1 preservation and temperature control spells. Wearing the subspace can activate the invisibility spell to hide his location
Illusion
from his
shattered!
enemies, and Simon is impressed to see it and thinks it'll cost a fortune. When Lorraine asks the owner, Stephanie, how much it costs, she replies it costs 5,000 gold coins. Simon is shocked, but when he sees Lorraine is buying it, Lorraine tells him not to worry because it's her mom's money. Lorraine says she doesn't know how, but her mother is greatly indebted to his parents, so she is returning the favor. Simon thinks it's a huge gift and how he could ever repay Neftis, but Lorraine tells him to do well in Kizan if he wants to repay. After shopping, Lorraine takes Simon to show him the city, and she says she is sure Simon will do well at school. While having dinner, she tells Simon that about 30% of Kizan are commoners, so he shouldn't think about bossing others about his status. Lorraine says Kizan is strictly based on a merit system, so Simon replies he'll keep that in mind. When Lorraine asks if Simon has some questions because tomorrow is his first day at school, Simon says the girl he saw in the bookstore told him something about majors. Lorraine tells Simon that he'll be taking 9 courses in the first semester of his first grade. From the second semester, he can choose electives he wants to take, and once he advances to the second grade, he has to declare a major. Simon understands he has to quickly figure out which subject he is good at, and Lorraine recommends he decide on his main courses and focus on studying those because when it comes to group homework, the students with clear strengths are more powerful. When Lorraine asks if he has a major in mind, Simon replies he's interested in summonology a bit because what Lorraine showed him during the day was quite impressive. Lorraine says summonology is great because it gives off the vibes of an orthodox magician, and one of Kizan's faculty members is Professor Hempeg. Simon is excited to meet the professors, and after dinner, Lorraine takes him to his lodging and tells him to have a good rest because if Neftis hears Simon is late tomorrow from hanging out with Lorraine, she'll beat her to death. Simon thanks Lorraine, but while she is leaving, she tells Simon that she is also a new student and she somehow missed the right time to tell him. After telling this, Lorraine leaves, but Simon is shocked to hear that. The next day, Simon heads to the ship that will take them to Kizan, and he is baffled to see everyone has such unique styles. But he is the most ordinary looking there. Simon remembers Lorraine telling him she'd be coming in on a different route, so he'd meet her at school. While Simon is showing his pass to get on the ship, he suddenly sees a guy saying that he is number 1 on the waitlist and will not give up his admission. Simon hears a guy saying that there are always kids like this who can't accept their results, but it's disappointing that this kid is number 1 on the waitlist but still gets rejected. The boy yells he is Lucas Carroll, the hire of a countship in the Dresden Kingdom, and orders the staff there to contact Kizan headquarters, but the staff there tells him to go back as his name is not on the admission list. Lucas, with great anguish, grabs the staff's hair and is going to punch him, but Simon grabs his hand. Lucas yells at Simon to let go of his hand, but Simon breaks his hand, so Lucas yells and says Simon must be looking for a quick death. Suddenly, Professor Sillage arrives there and asks what's going on there. Sillage asks if Lucas has any last words, but Lucas tells him to call Neftis immediately because it's not a laughing matter as he is the number on the waiting list. While Lucas is saying Sillage will not get away with treating him like this, suddenly Sillage with a snap kills Lucas in front of Simon and tells the students to immediately get on the ship as they don't have much time. Simon hears students whispering that Sillage used thematic black magic, and first graders can also take his class. After they get on the ship, Sillage tells them to be seated until the next announcement because the ship may experience some turbulence during the trip. While Simon wonders how the ship will sail, Sillage creates a barrier around the ship, and suddenly, the students are shocked to see a whale appear on the surface. The whale swallows the ship and goes deep in the water. The whale is the underwater undead that obeys the order of Kizan, and it's a monster that travels the ocean worldwide and takes bites out of any harbor Kizan designates. Once a year, the whale transports the new students of Kizan to school as Kizan's high-speed transportation. Simon thinks it's pretty pleasant in there, considering how the ship is inside the whale's stomach, and it seems people are living inside. Simon meets another new student, Rowan, and when Rowan asks what kind of admission exam Simon took, Simon gets confused because he didn't take any exam as Neftis just shoved the admission letter to him. Rowan says he caused the darkness to shift forms in his test, and Simon thinks he might get into a fairness issue if he tells the truth, so he says he gave the same test. Suddenly, an announcement is made for the students to return to their seats because they'll arrive shortly. Simon notices the waters have grown a bit rougher, but he gets on his seat, and there is an announcement that they'll experience some turbulence, so they should take hold of the handrail in front of their seats to prepare for any impact. Suddenly, the whale blows out the ship in the air, and Simon is impressed by the view, so he tells Rowan to look at it. Sillage safely lands the ship on the shore and announces they have arrived at Kizan. The new students are told to line up in rows of 4s because the staff will distribute their uniforms. The students were told to use the dressing rooms to change in 5 minutes and assemble again outside. As his father said, Simon thinks it's a stylish uniform, and he could even wear it to a banquet. The students discuss their uniform jackets have magical spells, and it doubles as a combat suit. The students were told to head to the auditorium, and Simon wondered if they were all new students because there were so many. Rowan tells Simon that there are 1,000 new students for the first semester. It shrinks to 300 in the second grade, and not even 150 would be left in the third. Simon is shocked, and Rowan tells him that among 1,000 students, only the top 30% can advance to the second grade, and that's how fierce the competition is. Rowan tells Simon that there is Sir Nindark, the official successor of Ivory Tower, and shows a huge guy, Shadowmare, who would probably major in magical combat. Rowan shows Simon the girl who is at the top of the class this year, Lorraine Arkhold, and says everyone thought she was admitted under special admissions because she is Neftis' only daughter. But Rowan heard she took the admission exam and passed with a decent grade. Rowan says she didn't top the class, but everyone knows she is the best student in the class. Meanwhile, the matriculation ceremony begins, and after congratulating the students, the speaker tells the students to take extra care not to enter the forest and introduces the professors in charge of the first grade. Rowan gets emotional that they are all top-notch necromancers, and he has only seen them in magazines. Professor Vahil waves at students, and they start clapping, but when Simon says Neftis is not there, Rowan Simon tells him that the chancellor of such great prominence wouldn't come to a matriculation ceremony for mere first graders. Rowan says it would be an honor to meet
But
Nefties
a
in third grade,
momentary
but Simon
distraction.
thinks it's awkward because the Nefties he knows is like a child. The students are told to get up from their seats because the student representatives will take an oath, and Simon wonders who those students could be. The speaker says the students with their names called should step up to the podium, and she calls special admission number 2, Sir Einar. When the speaker calls special admission number 1, Simon Valencia, the whole hall becomes silent, but Simon and Rowan are shocked. Simon gets up, and students start whispering because they don't know who he is. Simon nervously steps up to the podium, and the speaker tells them not to be nervous and to read what's written on the paper. After taking the oath, Simon, sitting in the class, thinks Kiezen is an intense school as it holds classes on the day of the matriculation ceremony, and he feels awkward as everyone is talking about him. Simon feels he is starting the first day of class on pins and needles and wonders how many classes he has. Simon sees there is a course on summonology in the class schedule, and he gets excited because it's the magic his father uses. Suddenly, Professor Bahal Amateur, a stylish and trendy necromancer, enters the class and is the professor of first-year catarology. Bahal is a young necromancer rising to stardom who became a member of the Crow's Kiezen's core battling group in his late 20s. Bahal welcomes the students, says he'll teach them catarology, and tells them to introduce themselves as their name is called during attendance. After the attendance, Bahal says they are all full of charms, and he begins the class with the fundamental question of why they have to study catarology and asks if anyone knows what a curse is. Jane Victoria raises her hand and says that a curse is a type of dark magic that maintains one's power while weakening the opponents. Bahal praises her, but some students might not understand what she says, so he gives an example. Bahal demonstrates that two knights with the same skill level start fighting vigorously, and wait for the opponent to make a mistake. But the opponent doesn't surrender. At that moment, one of the knights screams out loud, staring the other knight down with a murderous look. The opposing knight flinches, turning pale, and finally, the sword slices through the opponent's shoulder, making him spill blood, and his movements start to shake. The knight begins to seize the chance to victory, and he corners the opponent, attaching the leg to impede his movements, throwing sand in his eyes, and beating his helmet with the sheath to distract him. Bahal explains that at the end, the knight cuts off the opponent's head, letting it fall to the ground, and tells the students that even the most primitive and barbarous battle of clashing weapons is simply a series of actions that weakens the opponent to reach victory step by step. Bahal decides to demonstrate how modern necromancers fight and says they defeat the opponent with one move and win. Bahal says the curse has the lightest and simplest structure among various dark magics, and its quick activation is another characteristic. Bahal suddenly approaches a student, slams his head on the desk with magic, and points a sword at his head, saying this is how modern necromancers fight. The students are impressed, and Bahal says he doesn't know what they'll decide to major in, but he is sure more than 80% of them will also decide to take his class in the second semester. Bahal tells them that cartology is the core of modern necromancy, and the reason behind that is the praise because cartology is the most effective way to stand against their main enemies. Bahal says while necromancers have cursing, priests have blessings, and the difference lies in them that one strengthens while the other weakens the target. When Bahal asks if anyone can tell why cursing is better than a blessing, James answers cursing is faster to cast than a blessing. Therefore, cursing can accumulate weakening effects more quickly on the target. Bahal says her opinion is interesting, but it's incorrect because, according to scholars, the curse that has to be cast through an opponent's resistance is slower by a narrow margin than a priest's blessings. When Bahal asks if anyone else wants to answer, Hector Moore answers that nearly no one trains their weakened self. Bahal says he will remember Hector's name because his answer is correct that weakening spells can't be warded off with training. Bahal explains they all train themselves under the assumption of being in regular condition, and the measure of their skill depends on how well they can perform. Given all environmental factors are under their control, Bahal says humans are more sensitive creatures than they seem and can break down even with the slightest change. Bahal tells the students that, in other words, they don't need to cut off the entire arm of an archer aiming at them to win because they can obstruct his vision with conjunctivitis, make him nauseous, confuse his sense of distance, or distract his attention towards another object. Necromancers have a lot of ways to disrupt the enemy's situation, and Bale tells the students to think when they are tired or have a severe stomachache. Not many of them would train to prepare against curses but will take a day off. Bahal teaches them to remember that they should think about how to weaken others instead of how to strengthen themselves. Suddenly, he gives correction devices to the students to teach them how to cast a curse, and Simon gets excited he'll learn dark magic in first class. Bahal decides to teach them the exhaustion curse, so he tells them to hold the handles of the correction device and squeeze their darkness into the mold. Bahal says the key to a successful magic circle is how perfectly they can form the main rune word, which is a set of letters that have magical power. Bahal demonstrates that drawing out the rune words using the darkness will include magical effects, and tells the students to lift the magic circle into the air if they have completed it. Simon is happy that he did it, but he sees others have done it too, and their circles are quite accurate while his own collapses. Bahal sees a few of the students' magic circles collapsing and says this happens when they don't refine their darkness properly, or the binding of their magic circle weakens. Bahal tells them to try again, and for those who maintain their magic circle, he tells them to get into actual practice. Bahal says each of them has a plant distributed with the correction device, so they have to aim at the plant and distribute the curse. Bahal says if there is a noticeable change to the plant, it means the magic circle worked properly. Hector and many students succeed, but Simon still tries to hold his magic circle in the air, and Bahal starts to see the difference in skill among students. Bale tells the students to repeat the practice to enhance the speed to complete the magic circle, and once they are satisfied with the speed, they should practice making the magic circle without using the correction device. Simon continues to fail to create a magic circle, and he wonders if he is doing something wrong. Simon remembers when he showed his flame of darkness to Lorraine and Nefties. Lorraine said his darkness was swirling like a flame, which meant it was still in its vapor state. Simon thinks he is still unskilled at operating his mana, as Nefties and Lorraine said, so he starts with the basics. Simon collects the mana as much as he can and decides to send it to the core all at once. Simon manages to create a magic circle, and when he succeeds in using a curse on the planet. He excitedly screams that he did it. Meanwhile, Bahal finishes the practice and tells the students to use the magic they learned. He says he sees special admission number 1 in the class, so he tells Simon to come forward. Bahal starts looking for an opponent for the excellent number 1 and chooses Hector Moore, who also has a good exam score. Bahal explains the rules that the only cure they are allowed to use is exhaust and cast it on the opponent. Bahal says the person whose knees or buttocks touch the ground first loses, and Hector says he'll compete without using the correction device. Bahir admires Hector's attitude, but he remembers after he mentioned how using the correction device was undesirable. Hector suggested a way to show off his skills and impress him. When Bahal asks if Simon will use the device, Simon replies here, so Bahal announces they can start on his mark. As they take positions, Bahal starts the match, and Simon immediately starts creating his magic circle. Simon claims not to be nervous, and while he is trying to complete his magic circle, Hector already creates his without the correction device and hits Simon. Simon feels tired with just one hit but also manages to complete his magic circle, and he just needs to float it, but it starts collapsing, so he decides to start over again. Meanwhile, Hector again uses exhaust on Simon, which makes him extremely tired, and Hector continues using exhaust. The class is shocked that the match seems over because Hector has already used 5 iterations, and they wonder if Simon is really number 1. Hector tells Simon to surrender himself because his situation is pitiful, and again uses exhaust on him. Bahal thinks Hector is definitely a gem, and his talent is one thing, but he also has the mindset of Kizan students. Bahal thinks Hector will become an outstanding student who will survive until the 3rd grade, but he thinks Simon has no prior preparation or basic knowledge about dark magic. Bahal wonders why Neftis chose Simon as number 1 because the number 1, 2, 3, and 4 who are officially invited to Kizan without taking the admission exam of infamous difficulty are supposed to be the talents of the century. Bahal knows number 1 was always handpicked by Neftis and grew to be the most prominent figure in their fields. Bahal can't figure out Simon's potential besides his stamina because ordinary students kneel at the 4th exhaust. Meanwhile, Simon got hit by the 9th exhaust, but he still holds onto his spell, which makes Bahal think Simon's spirit is also strong. But a magical combat professor would like such things since they value physical and mental strength. Suddenly, Bahir sees Simon's magic circle floating, and Simon finally uses exhaust on Hector. Hector can't believe exhaust can be this heavy because he didn't feel like this during the prep session. Hector believes he cannot lose from a single spell, and as he is holding the advantage, he decides to finish Simon and uses exhaust again. Simon falls on his knees, so Bale finishes the match, announces Hector is the winner, and tells them they demonstrated a great match. Bahil ends the class, and Jane goes to him because she has some questions about the lecture, but Bahil tells her to visit his office after the classes are over, and then he'll answer any questions she might have. Bahil thinks the single final exhaust Simon cast on Hector was more valuable than the exhausts that Hector cast. According to Bahil, it was the best strike, so he thinks a genius like Simon must major in catarology, whatever it takes. After classes, Simon feels extremely tired, and he wonders why the classes are so exhausting. So a student says it's because Simon is the top special admission pick. When Simon asks what it has to do with his classes being so hard, the student replies at Keaton. The competition is fierce not only among the students but also among the professors because professors with poor performance get fired in the middle of the semester. And there are times when the monthly salary changes. The student tells Simon that the professors who produce great results also have more influence within Keaton, so all the professors are eager to take good students. Simon understands that professors called him out in every class to see his skills. The student says the girl named Simon's counterpart is Malin Villian, the top of class and also the top of the whole 1st grade class, so it's easy to figure out how good Simon is if they test him against her. Simon thinks he couldn't win against her because he barely cast 1 spell against Hector, and that's why all the professors were confused. Simon thanks that student for explaining all this, but when he asks what's that guy's name, the student asks how Simon could be so cold as they all introduced themselves during Professor Bahil's class and said his name is Dick Hayward. Simon apologizes that there are too many students in the class, so he forgot. When Hayward says Simon looks tired, although it's just midday, Simon replies it's because he used his stamina in Bahil's class. But Simon thinks it was fun. Hayward thinks it's weird to think that was fun and says he needs to discuss something serious with Simon. Hayward tells Simon that Hector is already forming his own clique as he impressed students in Professor Bahil's class, so now they clamor around him. Simon is not interested in all those things, but Hayward tells him to get a grip because politics is also important in Kizan. Hayward says if the entire class falls under Hector's influence, anyone who loses his favor would fail at school life and wouldn't be able to find a team member for group assignments. For starters, Simon thinks Hayward is pretty good at understanding the political situation, so he asks why Hayward came to him, not Hector. Hayward is a commoner from a merchant family, and some nobles at Kizan feel the need to show off their backgrounds, so he offers Simon to join his clique. Hayward believes Neftis would have brought Simon in through special admission for a reason, so he thinks Simon is hiding the talents he doesn't know yet. Simon tells Hayward that he doesn't know about cliques, but they can be friends. Hayward thinks it's an awkward word to hear at Kizan, and it sounds cringy. However, Hayward accepts Simon's friendship and says they should head in soon because the next class is about to begin. When Hayward tells him that the next class is summonology, Simon gets excited because now he can summon creatures like his father. As they go to the class, some students make fun of Simon, saying that he is the biggest farce in the history of Kizan. But Hayward tells Simon not to pay attention to them as they are attention seekers. Meanwhile, Simon, unaffected by the comments, is excited about the class, and Hayward thinks Simon is weird. Suddenly, the professor enters the class, but students think it seems like someone is lost, and he looks too much like an ordinary guy to be a professor. Aaron Dea tells his name to the kids and introduces himself as their summonology teacher. Aaron tells them that summonology is the root of all necromancers, and scholars wouldn't admit it, but it's hard to deny that they originated from coffin bearers, grave robbers, and necrophiliacs. The students are shocked to hear Aaron, and Aaron says they must have heard many stories about summonology that it's behind time, hard to study, and has many handicaps. When Aaron says all all the prejudices they have heard are mostly true. The students get confused and think Aaron doesn't sound like a professor. Aaron believes the other classes before his would have appealed to them about how great those majors are, but he is against such pitches. Aaron thinks they should tell the students both the advantages and disadvantages so that they can make the right decision. Aaron starts with the disadvantages that summonology is costly because the materials fee for summonology might cost more than what they'll pay for the rest of the subjects combined. Aaron clears them that materials are a must for summonology because they cannot kill humans or animals when they are out of materials, so they purchase and use skeleton sets or specially treated corpses for zombies, and those products are for one-time use. The students are worried to hear Aaron saying they spend more on materials than the reward from the task, so if they are majoring in summonology, they should not consider making money. Aaron says the second disadvantage is that it's highly dependent on creatures because it involves fighting with summoned creatures, and when the creatures are destroyed, the summoner's power drastically decreases by over 80%. Aaron explains that this disadvantage is related to the first one because these days, summoners mostly use semi-permanent remodeled undead rather than disposable ones, and he tells the students to imagine what would happen if a remodeled undead is destroyed. Aaron says those summoners suffer both strategic and financial damages when they lose their creatures, and until those damages are recovered, they can only watch their peers devise tactics. The third and last disadvantage Aaron tells is that summonology is weak in the battle against priests, and to be exact, it's not suitable for modern warfare. According to Aaron, the time when summonology can realize its full potential is during an all-out war because, during a full-scale battle, summoners will get an unlimited supply of materials to summon the undead as bodies are everywhere on the battlefield. But modern warfare takes place in small-scale localized battles, and curses and spirit controllers are bound to be more popular for quick and untraceable fights. Summonology is weak against priests because a single holy spell can dismantle undead troops, which takes a lot of time and money to rebuild. Aaron says there are many disadvantages of summonology, but the students will make their final decision. Suddenly, when James asks what advantages summonology has, Aaron coldly replies he doesn't remember allowing for questions yet, so James apologizes. Aaron says the advantages include quantity, the possibility of diverse tactics, and assistance from summoned creatures. The students think Aaron is skipping over the advantages too much, and Aaron tells them it's their choice whether they take summonology in the second semester, but he tells them to bear one thing in mind: to not even dream of setting foot in this field if they don't have the guts for it. Aaron warns if they are going to cry, whine, despair, or want to consult him about changing their major after their second year because of financial reasons or whatnot, they shouldn't even think about majoring in this field with such a wimpy attitude. Aaron clarifies that if the students are thinking about majoring in summonology because it's less competitive to survive, then he'll personally expel them. After saying all this, Aaron starts the class and distributes the bones of Island Ratman among the students, which has a bone structure similar to humans but are simpler and cheaper than human skeletons. Aaron shows them the bone structure in the number and tells them to pull off the number 1 skull already assembled for them. Aaron tells them they'll see a part where they can put their hand under the skull, and inside it is a magic circle correction device. The students see the correction device, and Aaron tells them to put their hands in and form their magic circle. The students do as Aaron said, but suddenly the skulls start moving, and the students freak out. Aaron says he was going to tell them not to get startled because the undead will activate, but he was a bit late. Simon tells the skull to stay still, and as it stops, Hayward asks if Simon dealt with these things a lot, to which Simon replies he got to see them a lot. Aaron tells the students to get used to it as they are necromancers, and having activated the magic circle, the process of creating the undead is as good as complete. Aaron tells the students to make a body now and explains there are 206 bones in the human body, but an Island Ratman has 53 bones, so it's much easier. Aaron tells them to find the number 2 neck bone and connect it with the skull, so the students do as he says. Aaron explains that skeletons tend to return to their original form, so the assembly should be easy if they are done in proper sequence. Simon understands what Aaron is saying, and Aaron tells the students to move on to numbers 3 and 4 up to 11. Some students easily continue with the task, but some confuse upper back bones with lower back ones and have trouble controlling the bones. Aaron tells the students that if they get the order wrong, the bones will make a creaking noise and have trouble moving, which could result in breakdowns at a crucial moment. Hector successfully manages to assemble his undead while Aaron tells the other students to assemble up to 53 bones. Some students complete the task, but some complain that their skeletons keep running away. Meanwhile, Simon is happy to successfully create the first skeleton with his darkness, but suddenly, Hayward, in panic, asks Simon to look at his skeleton because it keeps sticking its leg bone to the arm. Simon checks that Hayward put the leg part where the arm part should go, and that's why the skeleton keeps thinking the leg is the arm. Hayward understands the problem and corrects it while Aaron announces that this is it for the assembly, and they'll do a demonstration as the last part of the class. Aaron calls Simon and Hector to come forward and says they have about 10 minutes left of class, so they'll have to assemble their skeleton and get the necklace Aaron's skeleton is wearing. Aaron announces the person with the necklace when the bell rings will be the winner, and they cannot use black magic. However, other actions are allowed. Aaron starts the task, and Simon, while thinking he can win in this class, starts to assemble the bones. But when he looks at the demonstration chart, Aaron's assistant removes the chart, and Aaron says he forgot to mention they cannot cheat in this match. Simon and Hector get worried, but when Simon remembers bones have numbers and he can assemble them quickly, he gets shocked to see there are no numbers on the bones. Aaron tells them the bones they used earlier were for instructional purposes, and the assistants took the trouble to number the bones for kids. But the skeleton sets sold on the market don't have numbers. Aaron tells them that a necromancer should be well acquainted with all this. Hector immediately starts assembling the skeleton, and Simon also decides he can't give up because he just made a skeleton, so he should be able to recall the sequence of the main bones. Simon starts with putting the number 2 neck bone, and Aaron notices the special admission has never put together a skeleton before, but Hector has memorized the order and structure. Hector's knowledge from his prep course is helping him, but he is avoiding mistakes at critical moments thanks to his institution. Aaron notices Hector has some talent, but Simon is having a breakdown, so he wonders if Simon has never taken a prep course before. Aaron says Hector seems to be the only one he sees with any talent in Class A, as he is almost done. Hector plans to make Simon the laughingstock of the class and break his confidence as the special admission number 1. Hector completes his undead and immediately gets the necklace with 5 minutes remaining. If the necklace remains in Hector's possession, he wins. Simon thinks he got way ahead of himself, and Hector had a prep lesson, but Simon has made the skeleton just once. Simon continues assembling the bones however he wants, while other students think he has got it all wrong from the beginning and has no talent. The class wonders how he became number 1, but Simon remembers the professor said to get the necklace and not to make the skeleton perfect, so he makes a simple structure. Aaron notices Simon made the structure of a gray rat, which Island Ratman used to be before evolving. Aaron is shocked that it's not perfectly the same, but it's the undead after all, and he doesn't need to produce it accurately but make it move. Aaron is stunned at how a student without a prep class can do this and wonders if he is deducing from his own reason instead of knowledge. When Aaron says Simon has completed the skeleton, everyone gets shocked, and Hector gets mad because he wants to take center stage. Simon's undead tries to snatch the necklace from Hector's undead, but it breaks Simon's undead, and Hector says he won. Suddenly, Simon smirks, and the broken arm of his undead immediately gets the necklace from Hector's undead. And at the same time, the bell rings. Hector yells that it's unfair because Aaron said to get the necklace with the skeleton, and that's just a bone, not a skeleton. Simon says it's not just a bone, and with a snap, he forms his gray rat undead, which makes Hector furious. But Aaron tells them to stop and announces Simon is the winner. Simon gets happy, and with joy, he swings his gray rat in the air as they win. On the other hand, in the teacher's room, the professors discuss that there are a lot of great students in this year's incoming class. One of them says Malin Villian was better than expected as she made a sniff poison on her first day. And another professor says all the 7 children from the Villian family are outstanding. When one of them asks about the successor of the Ivory Tower, a professor says she could see why the tower is so proud of Sir. While the professors are discussing their picks, a professor asks Bale how his class was, but when Bale asks what he means, the professor replies he is asking about the special admission number 1 that Nephthys handpicked herself. Bahel answers Simon lost 10-1 against another student in his class, so he's not sure if Simon has such a great talent just yet. When other professors ask if there is nothing special about that student, Bahel replies he would have great stamina, as he endured 9 exhausting first class. Meanwhile, Aaron arrives, and Bahel asks how the special admission number 1 was in his class. Aaron replies he is a slow, mediocre guy but does possess a certain originality to make some creative, if defective, specimens. Aaron says Simon is not that special, but Bahel flinches and wonders if Aaron just put a smoke screen because Aaron is known for being difficult, and for him to put it that way can only mean he must have really liked number 1. Bahel thinks a boy whom Nephthys chose and who picky Aaron has his eyes on cannot be ordinary, so he gets more interested in Simon. Bahel asked Aaron if he still stood by his statement last year that he didn't intend to directly mentor the students under him anymore. Aaron is about to reply to Bahel, but suddenly Nephthys arrives, and they all stand in her respect. Bahel immediately takes out an ice cream with magic, and Nephthys, while taking the ice cream, says he told him not to treat her like a child, but Bahel replies it's a virtue of a man to prepare snacks for a lady. Nephthys asks them how were the new students on the first day, and professors tell her about the great magical talents of Serene, Shadel, and Malin. The professors tell her there are so many talented students in the first grade this year, and they wish the student protection period would be over soon. Nephthys thinks it's great and tells them to report if they have any issues. So suddenly, Aaron says he would like to discuss something in private with her. Everyone wonders what he wants to talk about, but Nephthys tells Aaron to come to her office, and Bahel knows Nephthys won't tell Aaron anything he wants to know so easily. On the other hand, Simon and Hayward are worried because all the quad rooms have only 1 spot left, and Simon thinks they arrived at the dorm too late. They start looking for a room with 2 spots, but there is no room even on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors either. Simon decides to take a look around other floors just in case, so the caretaker says she'll go with Simon to help him. But suddenly, a student hits her with his luggage. The student says he told her to move, but his luggage is crushed in the corner because of her. The caretaker apologizes, but the student misbehaves with her and yells at her to get out of his way, so she immediately moves aside. Suddenly, Simon shields the caretaker and asks the students if they don't see he is talking with the caretaker. And Hayward also says they ran into the caretaker on purpose. The other student yells at Simon that they are commoners and asks who they think they are, but suddenly, that student's friend stops him and tells him that Simon is the special admission number 1. The misbehaving student gets shocked and immediately leaves, telling Simon to watch out next time. The caretaker thanks Simon for helping, and Hayward laughs at how those students ran away. The caretaker takes Simon to show the room and says there is a room left with 2 spots on the 4th floor, room 409. The caretaker tells them that it's a room with a sizable quad with great views and is also close to the main stairway. The caretaker reads the names of the students who are in room 409, and suddenly, she tells Simon and Hayward to check rooms 412 and 413 as they have 1 spot each. When Simon asks if there is a problem with 409, she says there are already students there, but Simon says they can ask if they can join them. The caretaker tells them that there is Kajan Edvolt in that room, and he was here last year, too. But Simon says this is the dorm for the first year. The caretaker tells them that Kajan failed, and she heard he had some problems, so he must be starting over. She doesn't know the details, but she heard many of his roommates request to change their rooms. The caretaker heard those students had bruises on their faces, and Kajan was getting into trouble a lot. The caretaker tells them that Keegan usually expels problematic students. But, weirdly, an exception was made for him. Hayward asks Simon if they should go to another room, but Simon refuses, and he wants to say hello to Kajan. Hayward tries to stop Simon, but he gets into the room, and after seeing Kajan sleeping, Simon apologizes for interrupting and says they would like to stay in this room with him. When Simon asks if it would be okay, Kajan gets up and looks at them fiercely. After seeing the new students, Kajan remembers the matriculation ceremony was today, and thinks time flies. Kajan tells them that they don't need to be polite because he is also a first grader and tells them to call him Kajan. Kajan doesn't know how long they are going to last in that room, but he warns them to keep 2 things in mind. The first is not to meddle in his business, and the second is not to to make a fuss before he goes to bed. Kajin says once he is asleep, they can dance, sing, or do whatever they want to. Simon gets happy that he will let them stay in the room. And Kajin replies it doesn't matter because someone will come there if no empty room is left. Kajin goes back to sleep, and Simon tells the caretaker that they'll take this room because he doesn't think Kajin is a bad person. The caretaker tells Simon not to hesitate to let her know if they have any issues later, and she'll immediately report the case to the dorm master to take care of it. Simon thanks her, and they shift to the room, but Hayward asks Simon if Kajin really won't wake up. Simon says he is not sure, but Kajin tells them to do whatever they want when he is asleep, so Hayward suddenly throws the books on the floor. Simon gets startled, but they see Kajin in a deep sleep, and Simon says he doesn't think Kajin is a bad person as long as they keep his rules. After some while, Simon and Hayward return to the room after taking a shower, and Hayward tells Simon that half of the students will be gone soon as their protection period is over. When Simon asks what it is, Hayward explains it's the period when the professors can't officially evaluate the students, give grades, and they cannot talk to the students in private. At this time, professors can't expel the students at their discretion, and they can't harm the students, so many things are forbidden, so he doesn't remember all of them. Simon gets worried about thinking the professors are cutting him slack with everything that happened today, and Hayward tells him after the protection period is over, expulsion happens all the time. Hayward says they can get jobs pretty much everywhere if they hold on until the first grade ends. Hayward says if Simon survives the intense competition and officially becomes a graduate, he'll become a leader during an era in which whole continents are moving. Hayward says Simon could become anything except a member of the royal family, but when Simon asks if Hayward wants to become a royal, he replies there might be advantages to becoming one, but that's not his goal. Hayward tells Simon that he wants to earn money and will be really busy from now on. Suddenly, Simon opens his subspace and takes out a box, but Hayward gets shocked and asks what it is, to which Simon tells him it's the skeleton kit for an island ratman in the box. Simon says he has not taken a prep class, so he bought some things to practice, but Hayward says they just got out of the class, and Simon is studying more. Simon says he just doesn't want to forget everything he felt earlier, but when Hayward asks if Simon is going to make it in the right order, Simon replies he'll not because he is going with his guts again this time. Simon makes the gray rat skeleton again as he did in class, but its one leg is wobbly. Simon apologizes to his undead, but when he suddenly breaks it, Hayward asks why he did that because he made it so well. Simon remembers Aaron taught them that skeletons formed with summonology magic tend to take on their original form, and its original name was Restoring Force. Simon thinks if he remembers the order, the assembly shouldn't be hard, so he uses Restore Power, and the bones immediately start assembling on their own. Simon thanks Hayward when he says seeing it come together again is incredible. Hayward feels sleepy and tells Simon he should also go to sleep, but Simon wants to try the spell more. Hayward decides to go to bed first, and when he asks what's the first class tomorrow, Simon tells him it's Darkness Dynamics. Simon continues his practice, and this time, he follows the diagram, and he makes notes simultaneously on how the bones will not attach and how they'll perform the best. Simon knows assembly formulas are the standards that necromancers established over a long time, so he thinks there must have been numerous trials and errors to reach the point he is right now, repeating the assembly himself. Simon realizes how great the previous generations of necromancers were. Simon thinks no matter how reasonable the structure is, there is a more effective arrangement for it to move, so he decides to research it more properly. Simon remembers the structures his father used to help the people in the fief and the skeletons that Lorraine used to take control of the gang. Simon wonders what he lacks compared to them, and he can't wait for the next class. The next morning, during the Darkness Dynamics class, Professor Eric Ora teaches them the importance of his course. Eric tells them the darkness creates the miracle of black magic, and to understand this, they need to understand the flow of the darkness, rune words, and the mechanism of the magic circle. Eric explains the origin of the rune words goes back to the eternally burning torch of the Temple of Bel, and at first, no one questioned why the torch didn't go out because people then deemed doubting God was blasphemous in itself. One day, they noticed that the ashes from the torch resembled letters, and they were astonished by the fact that mere letters were behind a miracle like the burning torch. Eric says that is the story behind the origin of rune words, and the sorcerers and necromancers who discovered the ancient rune words made countless improvements to create the modern rune of today. Eric draws the two magic circles, which are examples of using rune words, and after ending the lecture, he gives them an assignment to complete by the next class. Eric tells them to use one of the magic circles that can be activated that they learned during the class and provides the ways to modify it, the calculation, and the formula they'll use to make it work. The bell rings, and Eric announces that 3 students he calls on during the next class will make a presentation on their assignment. After the class, Hayward whines that Darkness Dynamics is hard, and it feels like the time he studied arithmetic with his dad. But Simon thinks it's not that bad. Simon didn't understand more than half of it, but he liked how Eric described everything one by one. For the next magic combat class, they go to the ground, and while they are looking for the professor, suddenly, they see something coming their way, and they feel the ground shaking. Suddenly, the hippos surround the students, and a guy sitting on one of them says Professor Hengpeng will hold her class at Roque Mountain. The guy tells the students to get on the hippos, and Hayward tells Simon that Professor Hengpeng is an oddball in Keezer, and she camps in different parts of Roque Mountains. Meanwhile, a student tells the assistant guy to put some rug on the hippos for the students to get on, but suddenly, that guy jumps on that student, making him fall. The student asks what that guy is trying to do and tells him that a mere servant like him can't stand in their way as they are Keezen students. The guy furiously asks why the new students are so clueless these days, and they should call him Ta, not a servant. The student immediately apologizes to Ta because Ta is sitting on him, and Simon feels weird to see the nobles don't change. But Hayward tells Simon he is an exception among the nobles. Ta tells them one hippo can hold up to 3 students, so Simon and Hayward immediately get on one. Simon notices a girl is trying to get on their hippo, so he helps her to get on the hippo. Ta tells the students to hold on tight, and the hippos start running towards the destination, but the students feel they are going to fall. Ta tells them to overcome it with strong will as it's also a part of the training, and says if they fall off, they will get trampled by the hippos and die. Ta scares them by saying there is always an accident or 2 every year, due to which some students start yelling for help, but the hippos continue towards their way. After some while, the students reach the destination and are provided some drinks to relax. Suddenly, the students startle when Hengpeng appears and welcomes them to her class. Once, a gigantic undead monster, Kundar Hydra, burned 4 thieves to the ground. Hunpeng is a legend among the necromancers as the one who fought against the mega undead monster for 5 days and broke Kundar's 100 necks all by herself to achieve dramatic victory. Hunpeng tells the students to stand up and line up in a column of 4s and tells them to get going. But the students are confused to see where she is running. Hunpeng tells them that a sound mind and body are the basics of magical combat, and the students are shocked to see she is fantastic. And they wonder how she can run like that. The students start running, but they are amazed that she is on another level, and Hunpeng teaches them the basics of magical combat, which is to strengthen their body with the darkness and learn combat strategies that use their body. Hunpeng tells the students that the necromancers that use magical combat are called the battle necromancers, and if students reach a certain level of training like them, the darkness will flow out of their body as soft as silk. Hunpeng shows them that the darkness would form the shape of clothing, which they call the dark robe. Hunpeng, while running towards the woods, tells the kids to watch out because there are a lot of trees, and Hayward says he is jealous of the talented kids in magical combat. Simon sees some kids skillfully following Hunpeng, and he thinks Hayward is right that some kids look like they are having fun. Hayward is extremely tired, and when he asks how Simon is okay, Simon replies his hometown also has a lot of mountains, and it's fun for him to run like this after a long time. After reaching a cliff, Hunpeng tells the kids to jump over the valley in front of them using the darkness. Hunpeng explains they can do it with a little trick, just like when they flare up the darkness on their palm. They instead send it out through the soles of their feet. Hunpeng uses this technique by flying up in the air, flipping, and landing on the ground, but the students get shocked. Hunpeng jumps to the cliff on the other side, and some students also jump after her, but they land with difficulty. Hunpeng tells them if they release the darkness a bit too late, it can get dangerous, so they should try to release it earlier next time. Meanwhile, Simon thinks he has to spring off darkness, but Hayward says Simon is overthinking, so he decides to take off first. Hayward jumps at the other cliff, and his landing is slightly off, but he tells Simon he can also do this. Simon finally jumps, and when he successfully lands on the other cliff, Hayward celebrates because Simon's jump was the highest. Simon is happy that he did it, but Hunpeng and the other kids are shocked he did such a great job. However, Hector grits. Hunpeng says it's good most of the students successfully passed the valley, but they have to wait for the students who fell down to the valley, and once they are back, they'll move to the next area. After some while, when students go to the next area, Hayward shows Simon the list of students they should try to recruit for the group classes. As the classes will start next week, Hayward thought they should prepare, so he listed everyone's names, strengths, and personalities. Simon is impressed that while he was barely following the lectures, Hayward managed to find the time to observe others, even during the class. Simon wonders if that is the reason Hayward came to him and not Hector because he thought he wouldn't get along with Hector that well after observing him. When Simon asks what's Hayward's opinion based on his research so far, Hayward tells him that most of the students in his class are highly skilled, but that one girl who rode the hippo with them might get kicked out as soon as the student protection period is over. Hayward tells Simon that only 2 kids failed to jump across the valley in their class, and she is one of them. Suddenly, Hunpeng says since they have slowed down for a while, they should run again, and Simon thinks this class is dynamic and fun. Meanwhile, the students get worried to see the hippos running toward them and Hunpeng is not there to help them. They decide to ask Ta for help, but he is not there either, and Simon feels it's not good, so he immediately springs off with darkness to avoid hippos. Simon remembers Hayward said there won't be any dangerous situations during the student protection period, so he wonders if this is an accident. Simon gets worried that some people might get injured if they can't dodge, but he sees students manage to dodge hippos using exhaust and other magic tricks. Simon realizes he is in no position to worry about others, and when he sees Hayward also avoided hippos, he can't believe he has to compete against 1,000 of these kids. Hayward thinks Simon is shaken and tells Simon not to worry too much because the hippos are under Professor Hunpeng's control. Hayward tells Simon that Hunpeng is a master of magical combat, but she can also use the power of the druid bloodline. Suddenly, Ta appears and tells them there is no time to sit around because the hippos will turn around and make their way down again, where the professor is waiting for the students. After some while, the students go down to where Hunpeng is waiting for them, and they are pleased to see no obstacles. Hunpeng says they can take a break, and they are supposed to eat after the class, but she thought they must be exhausted, so she contacted Kizan ahead of time for their lunch. The kids are happy to see their lunch has arrived and think there is no professor like her. Hayward tells Simon that no other professor at Kizan is going to use their class time to feed the students, but Simon says it's slightly different from what he heard before he joined Kizan. Simon says he heard Professor Hunpeng is one of the most typical Kizan professors. Still, Hayward thinks Hunpeng is a nature-loving person, and what Simon is saying is totally rubbish. Simon knows it's true because Lorraine, Nephthys' daughter, told him this, and suddenly, Hunpeng tells the students to wrap it up in 10 minutes because they'll get going again. The kids thought they'd rest and go back in the hippos,
I just need
but
to
Simon
get my
could feel
hands
this
on
was
the
just the
rest.
beginning. After lunch, Hunpeng asks if everyone has the wristbands she gave them, to which students reply they have them, so she tells them to let their darkness flow into the wristband. As the students follow her instructions, they feel tired, and Hunpeng says everyone knows what an exhaust curse is, and they are getting to the top of the hill with the curse pulling down on them. The students feel terrible, and she tells them to get ready because she will check who falls behind. Hunpeng tells the students to get into their positions and starts the race, but they are already tired and start to cripple towards the winning point. Simon thinks it's hard even to take a step forward, and his head is spinning, but he knows this has nothing to do with the prep classes, and it's purely a matter of stamina and willpower. If he falls behind here, Simon thinks he won't be able to catch up with other things going forward, so he decides to complete the task no matter what. Meanwhile, Hector gets furious to see Simon coming behind him because he used his own techniques to weaken the exhaust to get ahead of everyone. But Simon has managed to follow him without any tricks. Hector wants to crush Simon as thoroughly as possible, but simultaneously, Simon also has made up his mind that this time, first place is his. Suddenly, Malin Billing gets ahead of them and secures first place, but Simon and Hector are shocked that she won. Hunpeng congratulates Malin, and when she asks how Malin walked up like she usually would, Malin replies she solved the resistance formula against the exhaust curse. Simon and Hector are baffled because they didn't know they could lift the curse, and Heng tells them they are almost there, and they can do this. Hector also lifts the curse immediately and secures the second position by walking towards the end point. Hector goes to Malin and asks what she thinks she is doing by lifting the curse in the magical combat class, and asks if she thinks he is struggling because he didn't know how to lift the curse. Malin ignores him, but when Hector asks what she knows about the world when she is locked up in the ivory tower like a princess, she asks if he is trying to pick a fight with her. Hector says he is just speaking the truth, and the professors aren't grading her during the student protection period. So what's important during this period is to show how diligent they are during the class to get in their favor. Hector says the silly act she pulled off just now probably lost her Professor Hempeng's trust. Malin calls Hector twisted and asks if he is that upset to be in the second place. He is venting it on her. Hector says he doesn't want her to mess with their classes and has zero interest in her. Meanwhile, Simon becomes third, and Hayward also reaches the finish point after some while. Hayward asks Simon how he thinks they are going back, and if he is told to get on the hippos again. He says he'll just bite on his own tongue and kill himself. Hempeng tells the students to gather up and says since all of them look so tired, she contacts Kizan again, and she is allowed to use the temporary magic circle for teleportation, so she tells them to line up. Hempeng starts teleporting the students, but when she teleports Simon, he wonders where he is because the place is not Kizan, and it looks like his home in Lesil. Suddenly, Hempeng appears there and apologizes for scaring Simon, but she tells him to take a seat, and then she'll explain why he is there. Hempeng tells Simon that an unknown modification was made to the teleport's magic circle, and he had Ta look into it. Hempeng tells him that a formula to react to a particular person's darkness is mixed in the circle, and Simon understands that person must be him. Hempeng says Simon is right that when that formula was activated, Simon arrived at some place other than Kizan. Hempeng asks if Simon has any guesses as to who could be doing this. Simon replies he doesn't know, and Hempeng says it's part of her role to protect the students from unknown darkness, so she makes him go to her home because she also wants to talk to him in private. Simon is shocked, and Hempeng says it's against the rules to get in touch with the students during the student protection period. But from what she has seen, there are already professors who broke the rule. Hempeng asks Simon how about he majors in magical combat, and if he wants, she is willing to take him in as her disciple. When Simon asks if she means direct disciple, she replies he is right. Hempeng says she'll be responsible for his training because a professor teaches direct discipline to one with an absolute sense of purpose and responsibility. Hempeng tells him that the performance of direct disciples is directly linked with the professor's performance, and they can only take up to 3 students as disciples per grade. Hempeng says she wants to give this rare opportunity to Simon and ask how it sounds, but Simon is stunned to hear her. Simon doesn't understand her because he doesn't show her much in class, can barely follow the class like other students, and comes third in climbing the hill. Simon says it's only the second day of school, and he is not sure what her intention is to offer him such an essential spot. Hempeng tells Simon that students might care about the rankings, but professors look at their talents and how he worked the darkness when he jumped over the valley. It was his first time, but despite that, his jump was the highest among the class of students. Hempeng says this is not a question of talent or confidence anymore, and also, when he was climbing the hill, he climbed purely with his stamina and endurance, unlike the other two. Hempeng says Simon may think he hasn't demonstrated anything, but he has proven everything for her and asks if he needs more compliments than this. Hempeng says he'll demonstrate the best talents he has if he comes to magical combat, to the point where he'll defeat her in a few years. Hempeng says she'll make him stronger than anybody else, but Simon interrupts her by thanking her for her generous offer, and being honest, he says he likes to decline it. When Hempeng asks him the reason, he replies, for now, he has an area he would like to explore deeper. Hempeng says it's okay and thanks him for telling her outright so that she doesn't need to keep asking him, but says it doesn't mean she'll be giving him up completely. Hempeng tells Simon he still has a year left before he decides on his major, so she'll have to try harder to get him to change his mind. When Simon asks why she would go to such lengths for him, Hempeng replies it's just her curiosity to know how far Simon could grow. Hempeng says it doesn't have to be about being her disciple and says he can come to her anytime for help. Hempeng forms the magic circle, tells Simon to keep this conversation a secret, and tells him that this teleport will take him directly to Kizan. Simon thanks her, and Hempeng says she'll see him in the next class, so he steps into the magic circle and disappears. Meanwhile, Ta arrives and asks Hempeng what Simon said, to which she replies Simon declined her offer. Ta asks how he dares do that and asks how she offers Hector, who is more talented in magical combat, because he doesn't know what she sees in Simon. Hempeng tells Ta that Simon is a genius, and she has seen a lot of geniuses in Kizan but has never seen that type of genius. On the other hand, when Simon goes to take a shower, Hayward is already there, and when he asks why Simon arrived late, Simon replies something went wrong during the teleport. Hayward says something happened to him just now, and Simon won't believe it. But when Simon asks what happened, he says when he stepped on the teleportation magic circle, it felt like when, like his body was blocked by something, and when he gathered himself, he was somewhere totally unexpected. Hayward says he wondered where he was, but he saw he was in Professor Bahel's office. Simon is shocked to hear this, and when Simon curiously asks what happened after that, Hayward replies that Bahel made him clean his office, and says Kizan graduates told him that professors often scout their disciples with teleports like this. Hayward asks if Simon thinks it's the case for him that Professor Bahel wants to scout him, to which Simon replies that it could be the case. Hayward gets excited because by becoming a direct disciple, disciplinary actions or expulsions could be avoided because of the professor's power. Tells him to calm down, but Hayward says this is not something he cannot be calm about. Suddenly, Hector, standing there, says it's the most ridiculous nonsense he has heard this year that a mere commoner like Hayward will be the direct disciple of Professor Bahel. Hayward says it sounds like the young master is upset because he doesn't like Bahel noticing Hayward more than him. Hector tells Hayward to watch his mouth and calls him a lowly merchant, but Hayward says he knows Hector's kind well. Hayward says he heard Hector pick a quarrel with Malin in magical combat class and asks if Hector thinks he is the only one going through all the hardships in this world. Hayward says they are all the same in Kizan, so he should stop pretending to have finished the Moore family's education and says it is Hector, not Malin, who doesn't know how the world works out here. Hector gets mad, uses his magic circle to choke Hayward, and slams him into the wall while asking how dare he talk to him like that. Hector says he'll kill him, and Simon gets worried, but Hayward says he can't dare. Hector's friend tries to stop him as he is crossing the line because they cannot cast curses outside the class. But Hector pushes his friends away. Suddenly, Simon tries to kick Hector, but he blocks his kick and says he is wondering when Simon will step in. Hector dares Simon to fight it out, but suddenly, Kajin throws a soap at Hector, which he notices and throws down with his hands. Kajin tells him to keep it down before he snaps all of their necks, but Hector says he didn't know Kajin was still in the school. Hector's friends get terrified and tell Hector that Kajin is the one who got suspended for beating up other kids. Hector is offended, but he decides to leave, and he tells Kajin to watch out from now on, too, because he is not going to let things slide like this again. After Hector leaves, Simon thanks Kajin, but Kajin tells him to shut up and leaves. After all, Simon tells Hayward to see that Kajin is not a bad person. The weekend arrives, and Hayward asks what Simon is up to this weekend, but Simon replies he has no plans. Hayward calls him boring and says he can't have plans, and it's super important how he spends the weekends. Simon says it sounds like Hayward has a plan, and Hayward says the weekend schedule is more important for him than the weekday classes. When Simon asks the reason, Hayward tells him he's going to rocket supply on his business. Simon gets shocked, and Hayward says Simon knows how Keeson pays living expenses for students, and the amount is far from enough to live on as they advance to higher grades. Hayward supposes he can get an academic scholarship for extra money, but he doesn't think he can get those grades, so he's going to put his specialty to use as early as possible. Hayward suggests Simon should also figure out a way to earn extra cash, because professors are not going to give out in-class materials for free like now once the student protection period ends. Simon is stunned to hear this, and Hayward tells him that the upper classes all have their ways of earning money, and as Simon is interested in summonology, it'll cost him a lot. Simon didn't know they needed to be self-sufficient in extracurricular things and thought it was not easy to survive at Keeson. Hayward says Simon can wait until he establishes himself in rockets because then he should be able to arrange a job for Simon. Simon thinks it's only fair that he should make his own money, so Hayward says Simon is pretty disciplined about monetary issues. Hayward tells Simon that he'll be back after taking care of tomorrow's schedule, but Simon thinks it's late and asks what if the housemaster catches him. Hayward says it's okay because as much as Keeson is strict, it's also all about autonomy, so he just needs to make sure he doesn't get caught. After Hayward leaves, Simon checks the deserts he bought to thank Kajin, but Kajin is not there, so he decides to eat some. Suddenly, Simon notices someone is watching him from the window, but when he looks out the window, he sees Neftis there. Simon immediately opens the window, and when he asks what she is doing there, Neftis says she is just passing by. Simon can't understand this because it's the 4th floor, and after getting inside, Neftis starts eating the sweets. Neftis knows it's Simon's first time in school, so she asks how it was, to which Simon replies it was fun. Simon tells her that professors are cool, everyone is nice, and classes are also fun, and he thinks he is suited for school more than he thought. Simon tells her he struggled a bit at first, but a friend he made in Keeson helped him. Neftis says it's great because she thought he might suffer a lot since he arrived without learning anything beforehand. Neftis thinks talking to Simon like this is great because it reminds her of when Richard was there. Neftis tells Simon that his father was also a student at Keeson, and Simon didn't know this, so Neftis tells him that Richard was no joke. Neftis thinks Simon is Richard, but Richard is such a troublemaker, a walking disaster, and he is too clever for his own good. When Neftis says Richard used to get into trouble while making fun of professors, and he used to be away from classes, so she had to drag him back a few times. Simon gets shocked to hear this, and he thinks it's hard to believe because the father he knows is completely different. When Simon asks if his father graduated from Keeson, Neftis replies that he didn't because he dropped out in his 2nd year, saying that Keeson was too small for him and there was no student like him in Keeson. Simon is confused, and Neftis tells him Richard was a special case in many ways, and he was young back then, so Neftis couldn't handle him that well. Suddenly, she tells Simon that back then, Richard practically turned the whole Roke Island upside down, and if Simon takes a closer look, he might be able to find the traces of his father. Neftis suggests Simon should try to pay more attention to that, and she is sure his school life will be more fun that way. Neftis says she should take off for her evening schedule now because she might get yelled at if she is late. While leaving through the window, Neftis tells Simon that they should be able to meet again soon, and after dropping a paper for him, she leaves. Simon opens the paper and sees a map with a skull drawn at the destination. Simon wonders why there is a skull there and remembers Neftis told him he might find traces of his father. The following night, Simon heads towards the destination, but he gets terrified to see the jungle and wonders if he should return while he still can. Simon thinks he got permission to stay overnight, so it would be a waste to return, but he sees a board warning of a monster sighting there. Simon knows there are monsters in Les Hill, too, but he doesn't know what kind of monsters are in Roke Island, so he decides to be careful. Simon starts following the path, and when he hears a howl, he wonders if it's a big animal, but he realizes it's the howl of a monster, and suddenly, a monster attacks Simon. Simon immediately takes out a knife, blocks its attack, and wonders what kind of a monster it is because it's too fast to spot in the dark. Simon carefully sees it's a werewolf, but it's not fully grown, and thinks he would have run away if this was before he came to Keeson. Simon uses Restore to summon his undead and hands them swords to fight with the werewolf. The werewolf runs to attack them, and when the undead slashes its arm, the werewolf slams one undead down. Meanwhile, the other undead stabs the werewolf in its back, and Simon immediately makes the other undead get up and stab the werewolf. The undead makes the werewolf fall, and Simon, after seeing an opening, Simon kills the werewolf with his sword. Simon thinks it's his first battle in Keeson, and he is glad he practiced putting together a ratman skeleton. Simon thinks after just 3 days at Keeson, he can defeat a werewolf, so he wonders how strong he would become if he could survive all 3 years in Keeson. Simon immediately decides to clean up before other monsters begin to swarm from the smell of blood. But suddenly, one of his ratman skulls breaks, and Simon checks it's damaged a lot. Simon knows he won't be able to win another battle, so he tells the other ratman undead to be careful, and after clearing the mess, they reach their destination. Simon sees the ground there is empty, and there is not even grass growing, and for nothing to grow, it would mean that there is something under there. Simon brought a lantern and a digging hoe with him, and he started digging the ground. After some while, He saw something in black stone and wondered if it was some sort of a device. Simon removes the dirt from it and notices his fist will fit inside, so he puts it in, thinking that if this is a device, it should react to his darkness. The device works, and stairs appear from which they go down. Simon wonders if that place is some sort of ancient ruin, and it looks familiar to him because he sees ancient rune words there. Simon thinks for a place to be full of ancient runes, that entire place must be like some sort of gigantic magical device. Suddenly, the Ratman notices something. When Simon looks at it, it's a skull. Even with his small knowledge about the undead, he can tell it's ancient and terribly dangerous. Suddenly, a lot of bones appear there, and when Simon sees a number 2 bone there, he attaches it to the skull. Simon is unsure how this undead will react when it's awake, and maybe it'll even try to harm him, but he still wants to try putting it together. Using his darkness, Simon awakes the skull, and the only thing left is to assemble the rest of its bones. So he starts putting them together. Simon is glad he focused on studying summonology for several days, because if it weren't for that, he wouldn't have been able to put all this together, even with an all-nighter. The skeleton has the structure of a human, so Simon knows enough to put the bones together, but Simon notices it is so big that it looks way over 2 meters. After assembling the skeleton, Simon wonders what to do next, but suddenly, the skeleton starts laughing, and the ground starts moving. The skeleton says it's finally back and asks who disturbed his slumber, but after seeing Simon, it asks if Simon woke him up. The skeleton tells Simon to name himself, so Simon immediately says he is Simon Valentia, and the skeleton immediately understands he is Richard's descendant. Simon says he is the son of Richard Valentia, and the skeleton says now he understands why Simon's darkness felt familiar because only Richard can wake him up. The skeleton walks towards its sword, and when Simon asks who it is, the skeleton picks up its sword and says he is Fear, the master of the battalion, and he once ruled over the continent with his father, Richard. Simon is shocked that it's his father's undead. But when the skeleton asks who led him there, Simon replies that Nefty's Arkgold told him about this place. The skeleton says that women would do that, and he tells Simon to enter into a contract with him and lead the battalion. When Simon asks about the contract, the skeleton tells him that the battalion will be Simon's will and crush everything that stands in his way. Fear says everything in the world will kneel at Simon's feet and beg for mercy. However, he is bound to go down the road of bloody destruction, which will become a part of his fate. Fear asks if Simon is ready to lead the battalion, but Simon wants to ask him something before that and says he doesn't know what Fear is useful for or what type of undead he is. Simon says it's the first time he has heard about a battalion and asks if this battalion is powerful, to which Fear replies it's an excellent question, and his battalion is strong enough to destroy Kiezen right now. Fear says, however, that Richard dismissed them all at once, and he was sealed off there by Simon, the master of the battalion. Waking him up, Fear says his battalion has encountered its first breath of life yet again. Fear says if Simon rallies the forces of the dispersed battalion and restores the power of the past, no one on the continent could stop them. Simon says he'll agree to the contract, so Fear picks him up and stands him at a higher slab, saying Simon made a good choice. Fear tells Simon to put his hand on Fear's core and says after
Chivalry
the
will
contract, Simon's
never
life will
die.
completely change. Fear says Simon still has time to give up if that scares him, but Simon replies there is nothing to be scared of because if Fear and his comrades are really Richard's army, then it's only suitable if Simon takes them in. Simon puts their hand on the core, and Fear thinks Simon seems calm and polite at first, but he has the quality of a supreme ruler inside. Fear likes his spirit and says Richard raised Simon well, so he commences the contract and tells Simon not to die. Simon tells Fear to wait and ask what he means by it, but suddenly, he faints, and when Feed asks the Ratman undead if its master is dead, the Ratman shakes its head in no. After some while, Simon wakes up and asks what happened to their contract. Fear tells him the contract is successfully made, and Simon can feel the changes inside him. Simon feels his core, and Fear asks if isn't his core more stable and bigger, to which Simon replies it is bigger. Simon says before this, the darkness overwhelmed his body when it lingered in him for a bit. But now he is as comfortable as he is in warm water. Fear congratulates Simon on becoming one of the 7 battalion commanders, and Simon thanks him.
Rain
But when he gets
outlines
up,
your
he feels
fate.
dizzy. Fear tells Simon not to overwork himself because his body just underwent a great transformation.
Shine down.
And Simon also feels he should rest there overnight because his head hurts. Suddenly, Simon says he has a question. And when he asks what a battalion is, Fear shouts at Simon that he made a contract with him without even knowing what a battalion is. Fear thinks it's unbelievable and says it might take him some time to understand what kind of a human he is. So he sits with Simon and asks how much he knows about the undead. Simon replies he knows as much as a first-year Kiezen student would know without any prep work. So Fear says he'll explain at Simon's level. Fear tells Simon that the undead in this world can be categorized into 3 groups: summoned undead, natural undead, and the battalion. Fear says the undead that the necromancers like Simon control are the summoned undead, and they are artificially made from black magic and move per the order of the summoner. Fear says those undead disappear if the black magic's effect wanes or after a certain amount of time. Fear tells Simon that the natural undead are formed without necromancers or black magic because of their blind hatred against the living and extreme aggression. Humans categorize the natural undead as monsters. Fear tells Simon that the battalion is in between the summoned and the natural undead, and they are similar to the natural undead in that they can exist by themselves with their own cores. Fear says they are also like the summoned undead in that they obey the orders of necromancers and the higher ranking undead. Fear says there exist only 7 battalions in their world. In other words, only 7 necromancers can control the battalions, and Simon is one of them. Generally, a summoning necromancer would lead the undead to the size of a platoon, and as their summoning skills improved, the size of their undead armies also increased, but they were not that great. When Simon asks about the necromancers who graduated from Kiezen because he thinks there must be a lot of high-level necromancers from Kiezen, Fear replies he is right that those high-level necromancers can operate the army of undead in the size of a corps, but he often found them inefficient. When Simon asks why, Fear says he just told him that all the undead led by necromancers are considered the summoned type, and the summoned undead move based on the darkness of the summoner. Fear says controlling and summoning the undead consumes the darkness and mental strength, so it burdens them when their size grows. Suddenly, Simon remembers one of his skeletons got destroyed on his way here, and the reason why his head hurts is based on a similar reason Fear told him. Fear tells him that the summoned undead and the necromancers are connected. A big damage burdens the summoner, but the undead of the battalion move through their own independent magic powers. Thus, the battalion has no limitation that allows them to operate an infinite number of the undead. Fear asks if Simon has heard about the story of a necromancer leading the gigantic army of undead, to which Simon replies he had heard it, and Fear says that'll have been the one about a battalion commander. When Simon surprisingly asks if he has become a necromancer whose summoning quantity is limitless, Fear says that's right. Fear says now that the contract is made, they are in the same boat, like it or not, and they should discuss plans moving forward. Fear says they both are under special circumstances and ask if Simon intends to quit Kizan. But Simon replies that he doesn't at the moment because that's against his father's will, and he still has much to learn there. Fear agrees that Kizan has some value that Simon can leverage, but when Simon asks what his circumstances are, Fear tells him his circumstances are special. When Simon asks if it is the fact that the battalion got dissolved, Fear says that too is right. But there is something more important than that, which is his battalion is the public enemy of the necromancers, and simply put, they are a wanted group. Simon gets stunned, and Fear says it's due to the crime committed by the former commander, Simon's father, Richard. Simon asks what kind of crime his father committed and remembers his father told him that he couldn't enter the territory of Dresden Kingdom for some reason. Fear tells Simon that it was a crime that couldn't be forgiven in the black magic world, and his battalion also aided and abetted the crime, which was treachery. Fear says Richard fell in love with a priest when the 100-year war between the necromancers and priests was still ongoing. And even at the most sensitive times, Richard made an order to the battalion to protect his lover. The order was to attack the fellow necromancers who had come to kill her. So many necromancers were killed by Fear's battalion, and it was only natural that they gave the order for his battalion to be exterminated. Fear says that the order would still be in effect even after their dissolution, and that's why they can't be out in the open. Simon asks if Fear resents his father, but Fear replies such a weak emotion doesn't exist for the battalion. But if Simon pulls off the same stupidity, that would make him mad. Fear tells Simon not to feel guilty because that was the will of Richard, Simon's father, and their ex-commander. Suddenly, Fear freaks out because he just realized that if Simon is Richard's son, his mother must be Anna Falentia. And Simon says he is right. After Simon confirms this, Fear gets terrified and moves away from Simon. Fear thinks it's an abomination that Simon is the son of his friend and his nemesis. He cannot believe how that could happen. Fear freaks out that he will get nightmares, but Simon says he looks forward to working with him. However, Fear yells at Simon to not smile like that woman. After whining for some while, Fear realizes he cannot change who Simon is, so he tells him to go back to what they have been discussing. Fear tells Simon to pick up Kizan's knowledge to get stronger and not reveal that he owns the battalion. When Simon asks the reason for staying quiet, Fear says if the elders know, they are bound to raise their eyebrows at Simon and Richard. Fear asks how he thinks other necromancers will react if they hear the word of a Kizan freshman owning a battalion. Simon understands Fear is saying that necromancers stronger than Simon would come after him, so he needs to get stronger because the battalion will slowly recover its former glory as well. Fear says they need a way to operate the battalion under particular circumstances, and he is going to propose a thing, so he tells Simon to take a look. Fear orders Simon's Ratman skeleton to move from one point to another, and it follows Fear's order. Fear says he can control Simon's skeleton because they share the same darkness, so all the undead summoned with Simon's darkness belong to the battalion. Fear tells Simon he is the first in command as the battalion commander, and Fear is the second authority. Fear says Simon's undead have not gone through the incorporation into the battalion and shows when he puts a hand on Simon's skeleton.
Into the
darkness
wind.
flows through. Fear says now it's an incorporated undead, but Simon thinks it doesn't look that different from just now. Fear says he turns Simon's summoned undead into a natural one, and Simon understands his skeleton now has a core. Simon fears getting caught if he brings this skeleton to school, so Fear tells Simon that he doesn't need to incorporate all the undead. Fear says summoned undead are more efficient in battle unless the undead has existed for a long time like him, so he tells Simon to leave his Ratman there and use summoned undead at school like he usually does. Fear says if the duration of any of Simon's undead expires, or they get severely damaged, he should bring it to Fear, and then he'll incorporate it into the battalion and station it there. Fear says if the damage is not fatal, the undead can heal itself, so Simon says it would work out well. Simon sees that now his Ratman skeleton behaves more like an animal, so Fear says it shares specific characteristics with the natural undead. Still, Simon has the authority, so it'll return to Simon immediately if Simon summons it. Fear tells Simon that in a few days, the first-year students at Kizan will receive tasks at Kizan, and then Simon can travel into Roke Island and all over the continent through teleportation. Fear says when that time comes, he'll go with Simon, and that way, Simon will have the chance to operate the battalion and gather the force scattered across the continent. Simon asks Fear why the undead under the summoner's control acts out, and Fear answers it's because the summoner lacks an understanding of the undead. Fear says what moves the undead is the strong nether belief, which is similar to the firm will. Fear gives an example. If Simon hates a person with passion, he'll want to kill that person, and then the undead next to him will remember that will of its summoner, which means the undead will now try to devour the human even if the summoner is not around. The undead will remember the summoner's will to hate that guy and will go after him forever, even if the summoner doesn't hate that guy anymore. Simon gets worried, but Fear says he'll warn him about these things along the way, so he shouldn't worry. Fear decides to teach Simon how to give out an attack order to the undead, and for that, he teaches Simon that he needs to strengthen his will no matter what the target is. Fear tells Simon to pretend the wall behind him is his enemy, and he has to hate the wall more than anything in the world, and then kill his enemy and get soaked in its blood. Fear uses harsh words for the wall, and suddenly, the undead starts attacking the wall with its full strength, so Simon understands what Fear means. Fear tells Simon to try and stop the undead as Simon is the first in command, so Simon tells the undead to stop, but it continues hitting the wall. Suddenly, Simon gets furious and yells at the undead to stop, so it stops immediately, and Simon warns if it disobeys his order again, he won't let it go. Fear is surprised that Simon is already using the absolute order and thinks it's because he is not an ordinary backcountry boy. Fear wonders what kind of monster did Richard bring up there. Simon thinks he is a mess because he can't control his own undead properly, but Fear says he did well. Fear tells Simon that there is no time to lose in the field, so Simon has to train himself so that he can move the undead with a single order. Suddenly, Simon feels dizzy, and Fear says it's because Simon is stressed and what he just did could be pretty shocking to him. Simon decides to return to Kizan after taking a short break because he only has permission to stay outside for a day. Fear gives a device to Simon and tells him it's his alternate self through which Simon can contact him after returning to Kizan. Fear tells Simon not to hesitate to call him if he gets into trouble, so Simon thanks Fear and says he'll come next weekend. Simon wears the device as a badge when he returns returns to Keyzen, so Fear is happy because it's been a while since he set foot in Keyzen, and is excited to see all that will happen. When Simon asks what he is excited about, Fear says he is waiting for the hellish exam that's in front of Simon. The night before the exam, Hayward tells Simon that their morning and afternoon classes next Monday are elementary black magic, and there is the famous group assignment in that class. Hayward says that once determined, the group stays as is until the end of the semester, so this is a matter of their survival in Keyzen. Hayward elaborates the group consists of 4 people, and it's better if all of them are good at different subjects. Hayward is average in all subjects but slightly better at darkness dynamics. Simon is the most comfortable with summonology, so Hayward thinks the balance is quite nice, even with just 2 of them. Hayward says they learn a total of 9 subjects: catarology, the darkness dynamics, summonology, spiritology, hematology, toxicology, magical combat, defense against the holiness, and elementary black magic. Among those subjects, catarology, summonology, and darkness dynamics have the highest percentage in the final grade, and that's why they are called the 3 studies of necromancers. Hayward says 2 of the 3 essential subjects are covered by them, so they need someone good at catarology, and for the remaining person, they need someone who is good in anyone from spiritology, toxicology, hematology, and magical combat. Hayward skips the other auxiliary subjects because they cannot be majored in, and Simon is confused that they have to know all of this. Hayward shows the list of the students they need to recruit, and if they don't get their first choice, they'll move on to the next one on the list. After a week, they sit in an exam, and Hayward wonders why Jane Olivia is in the first-year classroom. When Simon asks who she is, Hayward says she is the vice-chancellor of Keyzen, and is a walking horror who'd expel even a 3rd-grade student. Suddenly, Jane calls Hayward's name and says if he keeps chatting, she'll regard it as cheating and void his exam score. The students are tense with her presence, and Jane notices many students wonder why she is there. Jane says they must think she is temporarily in their class because she teaches 3rd grade, but she is officially in charge of Class 1A in the first semester. Jane tells them to focus on their exam, but Simon thinks he doesn't even know a single question. And even if a few things went well, and he has his father's battalion under his command, it doesn't mean he will quickly adapt to Keyzen. Simon thinks he cannot give up without trying, so he does his best and completes the exam. Jane hopes the exam went well and tells the students she'll see them in 2 hours after lunch. After students leave, Jane and her assistant start grading the students, but Nephthys also arrives there, so Jane asks what brought her there during her busy schedule. Nephthys says she is there to hang out, but Jane hits her head, tells her not to be distracted, and suggests her assistants finish the grading in the empty lecture room. Nephthys starts crying and says Jane was such a pure and cute girl when she picked her up in the slums, but Jane replies that a pure girl grew up into this after overworking and stressing out all day. Jane says Nephthys should grade some exams as she is there, but suddenly, she sees a paper of a student who got most of his basic questions wrong but then dared to solve the most complex questions. Jane asks Nephthys why she assigned her to a 1st grader classroom, not just any classroom, but a class where Simon Valencia is. Nephthys smirks and says she is unsure what Jane is talking about, but Jane always knew Nephthys was cunning, like a 300-year-old fox. The exam result is up on the board, and after seeing the result, Simon says he thought he was prepared to see the results, but seeing the actual numbers is a real blow. Hayward says Simon's summonology score is high, and it's pretty impressive for not taking any prep courses before. Hayward thinks it's much better to excel at one thing than be average at everything. When Simon asks about his result, Hayward replies his highest one is 74 points for darkness dynamics, and other subjects are all in the 60 seconds and 70 seconds, while his average is 70. Simon feels betrayed because Hayward is also good at schoolwork, but Hayward says he studied just enough to not get expelled. Hayward tells Simon that their plan will not work now because the results are public and everyone has a clear measure, so it will be impossible for them to recruit a single student. Suddenly, Jane arrives there and gives 30 minutes to the students to form groups of 4 and says unless there are special circumstances, their group will be the same throughout the semester. Jane tells them that elementary black magic will be taught as a group lecture, and there will be group assignments that can be solved only by collaborating among the groups. Jane tells them to choose their group members wisely because their grades will be deducted if they show poor teamwork. The students immediately start to look for their group members, and Simon remembers Hayward said he would talk to Jane, who is their number 1 on the list, and Claudia is number 2 on their list. Simon sees they are already invited to a group, and Rosenthal and Catherine, 3rd and 4th on their list, decide to be in the same group. Simon decides to calm down and thinks the subject they need the most is catarology, and most of the students who have 3 or more in their group have average scores. Simon notices the students at the top of the class are still observing, so he offers Malin to join his group, and everyone gets shocked because Malin is the only one with an average higher than 90. Malin calls Simon funny and asks if he thinks special admission is some kind of a free pass. She says she only trusts the precise numbers she can see. Malin asks if Simon is asking her to be in his group when he scored an average of 30 points, to which Simon replies he is because he saw that she is lacking in summonology, and that's the only score in which she got 80. Malin says her scores are still higher than his, but Simon says he knows and says he'll promise that if she gives him a month, he'll surpass her in summonology. But if he can't, he'll quit Keyzen. Malin is shocked and thinks Simon must be crazy, so she tells him to take back his promise right now if he doesn't want to make a complete fool of himself. Simon refuses and says he is telling her what he can do, but Malin thinks she needs to maintain the top class of this semester no matter what. And the biggest obstacle to that is Hector. Malin thinks she could defeat him in written exams but not in combats and performance assessments. So to beat Hector, she needs to crush him in group lectures. Malin knows she has to make up for summonology, and Simon is the one who won against Hector without a prep course. Malin thinks if she shows, look for another student who scored in the 80 seconds in summonology, or bet on Simon, who won against Hector. Malin asks if Simon is sure he can keep his promise, to which Simon replies he'll keep it no matter what. So Malin accepts his offer and joins his group. Hayward hugs Simon joyfully. But when Malin asks who he is, Simon tells her Hayward is their group member and tells her not to worry. Malin asks Hayward his darkness dynamics score, to which he replies he has 74 points in it, and Malin says it's not bad. Hayward says she is picky and asks who they should recruit as their last member, so he'll get that person for them. Malin says she is good at everything, but if she has to pick, she'll choose someone who can take charge of hematology because it's time-consuming and involves a lot of calculations. Hayward tells them to sit back and wait until he returns soon after finding their last group member. Meanwhile, other students are discussing that the top 2 students are in the same group, but they know Simon doesn't have good grades. Malin asks Simon where his family is based because she never heard his name before, to which Simon tells her that he is an heir of a baronship in Baldwin Kingdom and his family manages Less Hill. When Simon asks what kind of a family Beeline is, Malin asks if he is serious, and Simon says he is, so she says she is from a highly distinguished family with deep roots in the Ivory Tower. Simon remembers that's where CERN, the special admission number 2, is, but Malin tells Simon to stop right there, and when Simon asks if he was not supposed to mention CERN, Malin stays quiet. Suddenly, Hayward arrives with their 4th hematology member, who has 87 points, Camibres Ursula, and she thanks them for letting her join the group. Camibres says they can call her Kami for short, but Simon is shocked to see her wings. Kami says she'll do her best to help the group succeed. Malin remembers the great vampire family from hearing the word Ursula, but Hayward is shocked because he doesn't know that the esteemed family member of Ursula is in Kizan. Kami says it's because her mother is an ordinary human. Hayward immediately apologizes to her, and Simon understands Kami is an illegitimate daughter of the vampire family, so it's unsurprising for people not to talk about her if she has a troubling family history like him. Hayward says it's only fair if he tells her his story now and says he is a commoner, a son of the White Cow Merchant Group's owner. Kami shockingly asks isn't the White Cow one of the biggest merchant groups, but Hayward says he is the 3rd son out of 8, and his eldest brother is the heir, so everything is invested in him, and thanks to that, he is being used however they fit. Hayward says it's embarrassing to say it himself, but he has been sent to Kizan because they thought he was slightly talented in black magic. Hayward tells them he is on a mission to identify the needs of necromancers and does market research, but he is also going to properly graduate from Kizan and create a merchant group with his own name and Raucus so that his family will think of him differently. Meanwhile, Jane's assistant gives them the group information form to fill out and tells them to decide their group's name and the group leader's name. Malin immediately starts filling out the form, and when Simon asks if she would like to be the group leader, she replies she will, and writes her name. They name their group Team 7, and their subjects include catarology, summonology, darkness dynamics, and hematology. Suddenly, some students start arguing while making groups, and Hayward sees things getting really intense, so he is glad they made a group. Simon thinks students are cruel while making groups, but Hayward says this is the sort of thing that happens during the student protection period, and if they don't compete with these students like hell, they are the next to fall behind, which means goodbye to Kizan. Suddenly, Jane announces that 30 minutes are over and tells the students who don't have groups to come forward. When 3 students who are all good in darkness dynamics come forward, she tells them to try harder and to distribute the workload of other subjects among themselves to pull up the average. Jane tells them to return to their seats and announces that they'll run a group performance assessment in the first class of elementary black magic next week when the student protection period is over. Jane says they'll be fighting against a monster, and that monster is a Cyclops. The students are worried if they'll be able to fight a Cyclops at their current skills, but Jane tells them to be quiet and explains the rules that they'll have to go into the underground dungeon in Kizan with their teammates to defeat a Cyclops together, but only one student gets to fight the Cyclops directly. The other 3 members will stay in the set positions to support the fighting member or weaken the monster to support the fighter. Jane clears that hindering skills such as exhaust, binding, and blinding are permitted, as well as bleeding through hematology and poisoning through toxicology are also allowed. Jane says they can use summon creates to attack the monsters, but necromancers directly casting attacking magic, including black magic, is forbidden. Jane tells the students that they can refer to the handouts for more detailed guidelines and says the fighting member will wear a protection vest with a barrier spell. Jane says their grading will be based on whether the Cyclops hunting was successful, incorporating an assessment of hunting speed, stability, the teamwork of the members, creativity, and the black magic's degree of completion. Jane says the students must enhance their capabilities to maximize before the main test begins. When she asks if they have any questions, Jane Victoria asks if they'll fight against an actual living Cyclops or if the evaluation will use Kizan's simulated system for virtual battles. Jane answers they'll fight actual living Cyclops captured from the west of the continent, and says before beginning the performance assessment, all of them must sign a life waiver form. The whole class goes silent, and when Jane asks for the next question, Scott asks what'll happen if they fail to defeat the Cyclops, to which Jane replies they'll earn the lowest marks regardless of other evaluation standards. Jane clears them that there are 3 cases of failure. First is when the fighting member can't fight anymore. Second is when the professor or safety guard sees the battle can't continue. And third is when one of the members declares they are giving up on the test. Malin suggests they should devise their strategy carefully if they are fighting against the Cyclops, and Simon says he is excited about the test. Meanwhile, Hayward thinks about who their fighter should be, and Malin says as she is the strongest, she'll fight. But Simon says if only one student gets to fight, then isn't this test too favorable to those who are good at magical combat? Kami says she was thinking the same and tells them that Cyclops blows are heavy, which makes it hard to defend against them with black magic. And it takes up a lot of darkness to defend, too. Kami thinks it would be best to dodge the attack, but Malin thinks the opposite. Malin thinks magical combat students will prefer physical attacks over magical ones, but the attacks would not work thinking about the skin of Cyclops. Hayward agrees that Cyclops' skin is thick, so even if they strengthen themselves with darkness, they'll come short in stamina. Kami asks if Malin has a good idea to win against the Cyclops, and Malin replies she has one. Jane tells the kids that 3 elementary black magic classes are left before the assessment, so in the first class, each group will give a presentation on the hunting strategy. In the second class, they'll get hands-on experience in a virtual battle, making the third class next week the actual battle. While telling her strategy, Malin shows her group the darkness elemental magic, Dark Flare. Hayward and Simon are shocked that she already knows the spell, and Malin explains that first, she'll fight against the Cyclops and burn it with Dark Flare while 3 of them will support her with the curse. Malin says they'll stack the exhaust curses on the Cyclops to slow it down, and meanwhile, she'll burn it to ashes. Still, Hayward reminds her that teamwork is also a part of the evaluation, and as per her plan, she might stand out, but the 3 of them have nothing to do in that case, so they'll get no points for teamwork. Malin asks if Hayward has a better idea than this, but Simon asks her if she can cast Dark Flare while dodging the Cyclops attack. Malin replies she can, but Hayward is afraid she might not be able to because she fell behind during running and didn't make it over the valley in the magical combat class. Malin yells it's true, but if their curses work well, then she wouldn't need to dodge in the first place. Hayward says their specialties are not cursing, and she is the catarology person in their group. Suddenly Simon stops them and suggests since summoned creatures are allowed, he'll draw the attention of the Cyclops with them as much as he can, and if Kami and Hayward can use their majors, they'll support as best as they can. When Simon asks what she thinks Kami can do with hematology, Kami says hematology specializes in attacks that change quickly, so she thinks she should support with curses. When Simon asks what Hayward will do, Hayward says he'll just practice exhaust for the whole week. Suddenly, the bell rings, and Jane tells the students to prepare a 10-minute presentation on the strategy against Cyclops for the next class. The role of each member and the black magic being used must be specified in the presentation materials. During the next class, Professor Langstrass tells the kids it's their first class with him, and he'll teach them toxicology. Lang starts the lecture, but the students are bored in his class. When he says they'll be making low-grade poisoning potions, the students get attentive. Suddenly, Lang starts coughing badly, so his teaching assistant, Francesca Bellman, tells him that she can handle the class and that Lang should rest. After Lang leaves, Francesca sees a kid dozing, so she throws the book at his face and yells at the class to wake up. The students immediately get attentive, and she asks how dare they behave rudely to a professor. Francesca asks how they can call themselves Keysen students if they are so rotten to the core and warns them not to forget their simple manners. Francesca tells the students that she'll be teaching their class instead of Professor Lang for today, and they'll practice making a low-grade poisoning potion. The assistants distribute the material to the students. Francesca tells them the key to making a low-grade poison is not the control over variables in the amount or order of the ingredients. Francesca tells the students to light the candle under the cauldron, and once the water begins to boil, they should put in the salamander and barley powder from the ingredient pack. The students follow the instructions, but Simon says it smells awful, and Hayward sees Simon's potion is green while his potion is blue. Francesca asks the students to raise their hands if their cauldron emits blue smoke and says they'll be making a poison potion that has a neural paralysis effect. Francesca says those who have green smoke will be making poisoning potion that causes acute headache and hallucinations, and she'll give them an upper hand in dealing with other magicians and necromancers. Francesca tells the students with green smoke to remove their jackets and put them on the chair, and the teaching assistants will give them additional ingredients. Francesca tells everyone to find a thin layer of oil in their cauldrons. She tells them to remove that with their ladles because vegetable fatty acids decrease the effectiveness of the poison, so it's best to remove them as much as possible. Francesca tells the students to keep stirring the solution until the liquid becomes sticky, and warns that the solution may be contaminated if the fire is too strong, so they must keep an eye on the fire. Suddenly, a student asks if it's okay that her potion is turning yellow. Francesca replies she is doing an excellent job because yellow indicates the highest quality among poisoning potions, and she should be able to sell the quality of potion in Rockist. After the class, Hayward asks Simon if they take his potion to the Cyclops battle, and Simon says he was thinking the same, but Malin tells them that these potions won't work because these are low-grade potions, meaning that it has zero effects on monsters of mid-size or bigger. Meanwhile, Simon finds a potion in his textbook that uses lehark mushrooms, and he remembers these mushrooms are the ones that his mother cooked for him occasionally. Simon shows the potion recipe to Malin and asks how it sounds, so she reads it and says she thinks this would work as long as they can make it. Simon gets excited, and Malin says this potion temporarily paralyzes tendons and contracts muscles, and it's called Nervier. Malin shows them the book and says Nervier works for monsters small and medium in size of level 3 or above, so if they use it against Cyclops, they can slow its movements. Simon reads its application is to make the target drink it or use it on the wound, so they plan to use the summoned creature to make a wound on Cyclops and then throw a bottle there. They plan to make it, but the issue is the ingredients. Kami says they can find basic ingredients at Keysen, but lehark mushrooms, blood slime, and silk vines are difficult to find. Hayward says he can get all those today if he goes down to Rockist and asks around. Simon says he can get lehark mushrooms because he has seen many of them in his hometown and Keysen in the Forbidden Forest. When Simon says this, everyone gets shocked, and Hayward asks how Simon knows and how he is going to get there. Hayward gets worried, but Simon says it's okay and it won't take him long because these mushrooms are near the entrance of the forest. Malin fears monsters might attack him in that area, so Kami says she'll go with Simon because 2 would be better than 1. Simon agrees to take her along but says they'll immediately get out of there if it seems dangerous. Hayward will get blood slimes and silk vines, and Malin will get the basic ingredients and reserve the lab, and they decide to get together at the lab in the evening with the ingredients. While they are planning all this, a student wearing a hoodie sitting behind them hears them, and after the class, he goes to Hector to tell him some useful information. After school, Simon and Kami go to the Forbidden Forest to get the mushrooms. Hayward showed a secret way to Simon and Kami from the stable a while ago, which goes outside Keysen. While heading towards the forest, Simon says Kami looks excited, and Kami says it's because she loves taking walks at night, from which Simon remembers she is a vampire. Kami thinks it's late, but she thanks Simon for helping her in the magic combat class because he is the only one who helped her while others ignored. Simon tells her he only did what he had to, and suddenly he sees the lehark mushrooms there. They get happy because there are many of them, and Simon decides to take all of them because they don't know how much they need. They immediately pick the mushrooms, and when Kami asks Simon what brought him to Keysen, he replies that the initial reason was because his parents sent him there, but once he started school, he began to have thoughts and goals. After learning about summonology, Simon wants to become a necromancer. Suddenly, they hear some noises and immediately hide behind a stone. Kami tells Simon they are the Keysen guards who usually manage the forest or hunt the monsters, and if they catch them, they might not get off the hook even during the student protection period. Kami says Hayward told them there wouldn't be patrols there for a while, so Simon understands it's an emergency search, not a regular patrol. Kami gets worried, but Simon tells her he has an idea, and they can get out of there. Simon tells her to trust him and calls Fear for help as he is in trouble. Simon reports to Fear that he is afraid the battalion has to come into action, and after some while, Simon, along with the help of Kami and his undead, put all the stones nearby in his subspace. Simon says they'll use everything they can and sends his undead to distract the guards. The guards run to catch the undead, so Simon takes Kami's hand and runs to escape from there, but the dogs notice them and start following them. Simon tells Kami to use a hematology spell on the dogs, and she manages to do that, but they head into the forest to escape. The guards fire at them with real arrows, but Simon tells Kami not to worry because they saw their uniforms, so they'll not hit them because they are servants of Kizan. The guards yell at them to stop, but Simon blocks them with the stones he gathered in the subspace and immediately runs away from the guards. Simon reaches the end of a cliff with Kami and asks if Kami can use the leaping technique they learned in the magic combat class, but she is afraid she can't. Kami tells Simon to go first and assures even if she gets caught, she'll never tell them about him. Simon apologizes to Kami, picks her up, and tells her to bear with him, but while Kami tells him to wait, he immediately jumps on the other side and asks if she is fine. Kami feels dizzy and gets emotional because she thought she would get caught, so she thanks Simon for saving her. Simon says they should go back to school because they have to take a long way, and ask her if she can walk, to which she replies she can and is okay now. While returning to school, Kami asks if they are not lost, to which Simon replies that he thinks they are going in the right direction. But suddenly, Kami hears some voices. Simon tells her that maybe it's the voice of owls, but she says it's a human voice, and when they try to peek through the bushes to where the voice is coming from, Kami gets terrified to see the scene. Simon gets worried to see a priest praying there in front of a huge cross and wonders what a priest is doing at Roke Island. Suddenly, the priest notices Simon, and Simon immediately tells Kami to run, but the priest stops them using darkness. Simon realizes it's not just any priest who snuck onto Roke Island, but it is a traitor of Kizan, and Kami also notices the priest is using both darkness and holiness. Simon is unsure what is going on, but one thing is for sure, the priest kill them if they get caught, so he takes Kami's hand and starts running. The priest attacks them with crosses, which cut Kami's leg and Simon's shoulder, and by grabbing Kami with chains, the priest ties her to a tree. The priest starts attacking Simon, but he dodges the chains and summons a sword to avoid the chains, but his sword breaks. Simon attacks the priest with his darkness and tells her to show her face, but she avoids his attack. Simon knows he can't handle her, so he calls Fear, who immediately appears behind the priest and attacks the priest, but the priest barely escapes the attack with a shield. Fear tells Simon to step back because it's too tough for him to deal with and attacks the priest while saying it's been a while since the last time he fought in a battle. Meanwhile, Simon checks Kami to see if she is okay and is glad she is not severely injured but unconscious. Simon picks Kami up on his back and runs towards the school while Fear tells him the priest is ridiculously strong just with the darkness, and maybe she is at professor level. Fear says he would be on par if it weren't for his seal and thinks it's a bit of a shame. Simon gets an idea, so he tells Fear to follow his orders, and Fear says Simon is Richard's son, so he must have a clever idea. Fear immediately creates a blast on Simon's order, and Simon tells him not to go after the priest and come back where Simon is. Fear immediately arrives there and is proud Simon used the guards to get rid of the priest. Simon asks if Fear is okay, to which Fear replies he is fine, but the girl needs urgent help so that he will get them out of there immediately. Fear picks them up on his shoulder and immediately rushes towards the school, but after reaching close to the school, he drops them because he senses the wide-range detection spell and can't go in from there. Simon thanks Fear for saving their lives, and Fear leaves, saying he just made a contract with Simon so he cannot lose him already. After Fear leaves, Simon thinks he cannot take the way he took there to return, but he wonders where he should go to treat Kami because the doctors at school will ask how she got hurt if he takes her to the central ward. Simon thinks they'll get in bigger trouble if he tells them what happened today, and the priest could have seen their faces, and given how they could be a traitor, Kami needs to be treated by someone he can trust. Simon takes her to the boys' dorm, and the caretaker on night duty is shocked to see Kami and tells Simon that girls are not allowed to come into the boys' dorm. Simon says he knows that, but it's urgent because Kami is hurt, and he can't take her to the wards because it's complicated. Simon requests the caretaker to help him and get Kami treated, so she agrees to help them and tells Simon to lay Kami down. The caretaker starts treating Kami and asks Simon what happened because one of Kami's wounds looks like she got cut by something sharp. The caretaker says if Simon had fights with other students, then he should resolve it during the student protection period because there is one thing she learned from her work, that students at Kizan do everything they can to survive. Simon says they didn't fight, and he can't tell everything to the caretaker, so the caretaker says since he says so, she won't ask more. After treating Kami, the caretaker tells Simon to roll up his sleeves and starts treating Simon's wounds. She says Kami is not severely injured, so she'll ask a staff member she trusts from the girls' dorm to take her back. Simon thanks the caretaker and says he won't forget what she did for them, but she says it's her pleasure and tells Simon to return. After Simon returns to his room, Hayward worryingly hugs Simon and asks if he and Kami are okay. Simon tells Hayward to calm down because they are fine and tells him that the guards chased them, so they got lost. When Simon asks if Hayward is okay and where Malin is, he says the guard chased him, too, but he barely made it. The guards normally don't go around at this hour, but they did today. Hayward says he spoke to Malin, and she suggested they postpone making the potion till the next morning. Hayward says Malin looked slightly upset, but she understood when he told her about the guards. They decide to sleep because it's late, but while lying on his bed, Simon thinks he is used to seeing someone praying since his mom is a priest. Kami must have been shocked, so he should talk to her separately tomorrow. In the morning, Simon meets Kami. She is okay and says yesterday was a bit like a dream. They had a night walk, collected mushrooms, and got chased. Kami says some crazy things happened like in a dream, and because of it, last night doesn't feel real. Meanwhile, Simon is shocked that she thinks the whole thing was like a dream because it was so shocking, and it's a good thing if that makes it easier for her to handle the shock. Simon tells Kami to listen to him and says that the priest ran away after seeing the guards, and they might have seen his face but probably not hers, so he tells her to not tell others about the last night and act normally. Simon says he'll find out who that priest is, but Kami says she also wants to be helpful because this is what happened to the two of them, so Simon says he'll ask for her help if the time comes. After some while, during the class, Battle teaches them about the transfer curse and says it uses the formula that grants the darkness to the targeting object and becomes the foundation of all curses. Battle tells them their goal is to float the magic circle in the air without a correction device, and the plant in front of them blooms when it harbors the darkness. Simon tries to float the magic circle, but he fails repeatedly, which makes him sad. Suddenly, Battle asks Simon how it is going and if he is handling it all right, to which Simon replies he is trying. Battle suggests Simon use his core as he is inexperienced in operating his core, so the darkness is not solid enough, resulting in the magic circle being unable to form a proper shape. Bahel says Simon won't be able to learn core operations from someone else, and it's too basic to teach at Kizan. Besides, everyone has different ways of operations. Suddenly, Bahel uses a curse on the whole class and says curses are often stereotyped to be harmful, and it's such a pity. Bahel says he has maximized their senses with a modified sensory curse, and in this way, a curse can be a means to help a lost student find their way. Bahel tells Simon to try again, inhale, and gather the mana in the air inside his body. When Simon does that, Bahel tells him to run the mana through his core and sees Simon's darkness is different from others. Bahel says it becomes insufficient if Simon thinks of it as simply pulling out of darkness. Therefore, he needs to develop his circulation. Bahel tells Simon to think of his core as a living creature and soothe it so he can lead it. As Bahel guides them, Simon waits until his darkness is naturally cast to the outside, and Bahel tells Simon not to control it with force but just let it do whatever it wants. Simon understands the thing, and Bahel sees Simon is doing well, so he drops the sensory level to 50%. Bahel gives Simon another tip that the darkness tends to remember its flow, and it's just like how their hands work. If the flow is repeated hundreds and thousands of times, the darkness begins to produce actions without them being conscious of it. Bahel thinks it's important that Simon practice repeatedly and get into good habits. Bahel tells Simon to cast the curse while he assists him, tells him to complete the magic circle however he wants, and activates it on the plant. Suddenly, the plants turn into a tree full of flowers, which startles Simon and Hayward. Everyone is stunned to see, but Bahel says Simon's potential is amazing, and all he did was assist Simon so that he can stably output his powers.
Witness the
Bahel
power
says
of
Simon has
Guhua.
just witnessed what he can
Rain
do by himself in the
outlines
near
your
future,
fate.
and while lifting the curse,
Illusion
he says Simon's
shattered.
darkness is special. Bahel
Into
tells
the
Simon
wind.
to give it some serious thought to determine the best way to
Clouds
demonstrate
high.
his talent,
The
and which
birds-
direction he should
I
proceed
will
to
have
utilize the
order.
special darkness fully. When Simon asks for Bahel's feedback on his
Now
curse,
you shall
Bahel comments
perish.
that his curse needs more emotion. But when Simon asks if it is like when they give the order to the undead, Bahel stares at him for a second. Suddenly, Bahel smiles and replies it's something like that, and emotion is a critical factor in black magic overall. Simon thinks the expression Bahel just made was scary, and suddenly Hayward asks if Bahel will assist him as well. But Bahel says hoping for luck and waiting to be spoon-fed is the mindset of lazy beginners. In the next class of Hunpeng, Hayward asks if Kami also thinks the professors weirdly favor Simon and says Professor Bahel was also super kind to Simon, because of which he mastered the transfer curse. Hayward tells Kami to look at Professor Hunpeng and says it looks like she is giving Simon exclusive lessons. Hunpeng tells Simon to stand firm on his toes and operate, so Simon, following her instructions, shows his move. Hunpeng tells Simon he did well with pivoting, but 4 of his basic postures were incorrect. Hunpeng says his gaze needs to be fixed on the target, and he also has to use his lower back properly, so Simon apologizes and says he'll be extra careful. Hunpeng says Simon is doing well enough but needs more practice, and Malin tells Hayward to try harder to get into the professor's good graces instead of holding grudges. Hayward says he is not holding a grudge and merely poses a question. Hayward tells Malin that she is not one to speak as she is also branded as the problem student for lifting the exhaust curse in the last class. Malin yells that she is not a problem student, so Kami tells them to stop fighting. Suddenly, Malin tells Simon to teach her as he is good at magical combat, and since the professor won't help her, she asks Simon instead. Malin says since she has to fight against the Cyclops during the performance assessment, she needs his cooperation to develop faster movement and get better grades. Simon says she doesn't need to explain everything. He'll teach her, so she shouldn't worry. Simon tells her to get into the posture, but she looks like a mess, and she knows, so Simon tells her she is too stiff, and it's so evident how much she lacks confidence. Simon tells her to relax her body and pose as naturally as she can, gather the darkness around her waist, and hold it there. Simon tells her to exert force on the ball of her foot and turn, but she does it wrong, so he tells her to do it as if she is swinging with her core strength. When she turns, Simon tells her to put the darkness behind her thigh, but she doesn't know the exact point, so she yells at Simon to point to the exact place. Simon guides her and tells her to concentrate on the darkness to the point where he just told her. Malin manages to do it, but she falls. Simon says she improved, though she fell. But suddenly, some other girls from their class surround Simon and ask if he can also teach them his kick. A while later, in the class of summonology, Aaron teaches them about restoration and says the biggest advantage a skeleton has is the restoring force. Suddenly, Aaron summons a skeleton and shows the students that even when the skeleton's body gets scattered from a strong shock, its bones have residual darkness. Aaron says they just need to activate the remaining darkness and maximize the property of attraction, which pulls the bones into the original structure, while the students try to practice it. But Simon is reading a book, so Malin asks if he thinks it's okay for him to be slacking off like that. Simon immediately restores his skeleton, and Malin gets embarrassed that he is good at this, but she still tells him not to be on a high horse for being good at restoration. Malin tells him not to forget his promise, and Simon tells her not to worry because he'll get a better score than her, no matter what it takes. Malin says she would have gotten marks in the 90 seconds in summonology if she could have answered question number 20. Simon tells her that the question was easy, but when she asks what answer he got, Simon replies his answer is 1,200,146, which shocks Malin because it's the right answer. Suddenly, Aaron asks Simon what he is doing right now, and Simon answers he successfully restored the skeleton, so he looks at the next lecture's material. Aaron, with a straight face, tells Simon to stay behind after class, and when everyone leaves after the class, Aaron tells Simon to follow him. Aaron takes Simon in the open ground and says there are a few things he
This
cannot say,
realm
and
is
one of them is the students who don't learn from his class even when they are willing. Simon apologizes, but Aaron tells him to pull out his skeleton, and as he does that, Aaron breaks his skeleton. Aaron tells Simon to store it in front of him, and when he does that, Aaron sees he is talented in restoration, so he says he'll teach him a skill ahead of restoration. Simon shockingly asks Aaron if he will not reprimand him for not paying attention in class, but Aaron asks what he is talking about and says this is an extra lesson. Aaron says it's a professor's role to provide additional lessons to the students who have achieved beyond the regular class, and Simon gets excited to know this. Aaron tells Simon to get into his position and doesn't make him stay any later at work than he already is. Aaron shows Simon a skeleton made out of the bones of a demon and tells Simon to watch closely the bones while he dismantles them. Aaron demonstrates bone piercing to Simon, an attacking skill using restoration, and shows binding skill by creating a bone prison around a squirrel there. Finally, Aaron shows Simon a defense skill through which he creates bone armor around his his body, and Simon thinks it's cool. Aaron says depending on the necromancer's capability, the skeleton can become their weapon, jail, or armor, and all the black magic skills he showed just now are the applications of restoration. These restoration techniques are taught in the second year, but Simon has already achieved outstanding feats in restoration, so Aaron will arrange these skills a little and teach Simon how to use them. Simon thanks Aaron, and Aaron says for now, the skill Simon can attempt to mimic is bone piercing, but before that, Simon has a habit he needs to correct in his restoration. Aaron explains the key to restoration is sending the skeleton in his intended direction, but Simon's restoration centers on the skull. In other words, instead of moving the skull-centered skeleton after it's fully restored, Simon has to exert his will from the start so that the skeleton will be restored at the desired location. Simon remembers Fear said the same thing, too, and thinks he could try this in a similar way to how he controlled the skeleton. Simon summons the skeleton to gather in front of him, and Aaron says his summoning is not terribly slow, so he tells Simon to move on to the next step. Simon dismantles the bones, and Aaron says restoration and bone piercing are two different skills. Aaron explains that bone piercing is an application of restoring force, so Simon should consider them totally different skills. Aaron suggests Simon should get into the habit of tilting bones when he restores because the sharp end digs into the enemy's flesh. Aaron shows that if Simon focuses the darkness on the bone in one direction, he can make it into a sharp blade. Aaron ties Simon's hands with bones and says for the bone that doesn't have piercing parts, Simon should think of it as attaching them to the enemy's body because that itself has a pretty decent binding effect. Simon starts the practice, and Aaron says Simon is still choking the enemy with the bones at this point, but since he can repurpose the destroyed skeleton as an attack, that gives him a new card to play. Aaron advises Simon to keep training to use this trick in actual battle, and Simon thanks Aaron. Aaron heard Professor Jane pick Cyclops hunting as the performance assessment, so he asks if Simon is going out to fight, to which Simon replies he is not because Malin is going, and Aaron thinks it's smart. Aaron says it's important to focus on supporting the teammate, and there will be a lot to learn for Simon. Aaron finishes the class, and when Simon goes back, his friends ask what happened and if Aaron hit him. But Simon tells them to calm down because it wasn't a punishment, it was just an extra lesson. Simon's friends think he must have been shocked that he mistook the punishment for an extra lesson, and Malin says it's fine as long as he is not hurt. Malin tells Simon to have a look at the potion, which Simon sees is going well, and Malin says it'll be complete after they simmer it for 20 minutes over low heat. Simon thinks they all worked hard on it, so he hopes it's effective, and Malin says this also gives them something to present during the elementary black magic class. They prepare the expected questions for tomorrow's presentation. But in the morning, after the presentation, Jane says they have one main damage dealer, one summoner, and two curse sorcerers, so they have a variety of majors, but the roles aren't. Jane points out that their combination of black magic lacks creativity, and even the unthinkable idea of placing the main leader in the supporting position. She is curious about what they are thinking. Jane says she would like to hear why they divided the roles like this among themselves, to which Malin replies that it would have been ideal if they could clearly divide the members' roles. They thought that defeating the Cyclops quickly and effectively was the most important goal. Jane asks Simon's opinion on this matter, and Simon thinks there must be a different answer that the professor is looking for. But in any case, it's the student protection period. Simon knows today's presentation is for getting feedback on their strategy, so he thinks he shouldn't be shaken and needs to focus on showing how good their teamwork is. Simon says he knows that their group lacks creativity in combining black magic, but safety is more important than creativity. Simon says they'll hunt the Cyclops more stably than any other groups, and in doing so, get high marks in their respective strengths to make up for the points they lose in creativity. Jane says if he says so, then they should move to the next point that Kami is a student of hematology, and thus she will need to be taking charge of the attacks. But Jane sees that she has given up the attacking position to a catarology student, and is supporting with cursing, so she wants to hear Kami's thoughts. The group members get worried because it's a tough question, but Kami answers it's due to the unique nature of the Cyclops they'll be fighting against. When Jane asks what she means, Kami explains that the Cyclops have tough and firm skin and that hematic spells are more effective with physical damage, so it's not easy to defeat them with hematic spells. Kami says Malin knows how to use Dark Flare, a darkness elemental spell, so she thinks they can burn the Cyclops alive with Dark Flare. Jane asks what if a different monster is their enemy, to which Kami replies if that's the case, then she'll be the main dealer. Kami's group members are surprised, and Jane says she'll keep this answer in mind. Lastly, Jane warns Hayward not to chat with the students next to him during the class. After some while, during lunch break, Simon is waiting for Lorraine in the cafeteria, and when she arrives, everyone is struck to see her. When Lorraine asks if they have anything to say, everyone runs from there, and Simon feels Lorraine seems different from before. Simon thinks she looks a bit intimidating, but before entering Kizan, she is friendly. When Simon says it's been a while, Lorraine, in her friendly ways, says it's the first time they have seen each other since Langerstein and asks how he is, to which she replies he is good. Lorraine asks Simon what he told the girl who delivered his letter to her because that girl was making such a fuss, to which Simon says he just asked that girl to pass the letter to Lorraine. When Simon says she looks great in school uniform, even better than he imagined, Lorraine asks if he means she looks old, but Simon says that's not what he meant and she looked different in Langerstein, like a professional necromancer. But seeing that necromancer in school uniform is different, Simon tries to clear himself and asks if she understands what he means, but she starts laughing and says she is joking. When Lorraine asks Simon why he wants to meet her, Simon tells her there is a traitor in Kizan and tells everything that happened in the Forbidden Forest. Simon says this might be hard for her to believe, but Lorraine says she believes him and asks if he can explain what the cross looked like, which he saw in the forest. If he remembers correctly, Simon says the largest cross was in the middle, and a woman was sculpted on it wrapped in vines. Lorraine says it's obvious that the woman is Diva, the only goddess that the priests of Ifnel believe in. Lorraine tells Simon that Ifnel is the only college operated directly under the Pope, and like how Kizan fosters necromancers, Ifnel educates priests. Lorraine tells Simon that saintesses are considered the strongest in the Holy Federation, and they only select their members from the girls at Ifnel, and in turn, they hold all the power in the Federation. Lorraine furiously breaks the glass and says how dare a priest step foot in Kizan and asks Simon who else knows about this besides him. Simon tells her it's just him and Camibras who went to the Forbidden Forest with him, and Lorraine thanks him for telling her immediately. Lorraine says she will immediately report this to her mom and says it's a good decision on his part to tell her this. Lorraine thinks if what he said is true, that priest must be a high-level priest as powerful as a professor, which means every professor in Kizan is on the list of suspects. Lorraine says they they might have destroyed the evidence or obstructed the investigation if he had consulted a professor. Simon is glad, and suddenly Lorraine says they should get going. But when Simon asks where, Lorraine says they are going to the Forbidden Forest. Simon gets excited, and Lorraine says they might find some evidence left at the scene where he witnessed the priest. But after going there, they are shocked to see there is nothing. Simon is shocked because it is the spot where the altar and cross should be, but there is not even a trace of fear, and the priests fight. Simon wonders how it's possible, and Lorraine says there is not even a single trace, which makes it more suspicious. Lorraine thinks the priest must be quite powerful, and though she didn't see the battle herself, she can tell from looking how thoroughly they managed to clean such a wide area. Lorraine thinks it's shocking that they planted the core inside to come into Kizan, even when they serve God, because she knows priests think the core is a force that denies God. Simon asks the question to Lorraine that if a person opens the core, then he can't use holiness as a priest, to which Lorraine answers it's right, and she doesn't know the exact mechanism either, but that is what the priests claim. Lorraine says holiness is a force that comes from believing in God, and darkness is the force of a crushed devil, and it's an undeniable fact that the two forces clash. Lorraine thanks Simon for cooperating with Kizan, but says the problem is that the priest is a force to be reckoned with, so his safety is in great danger, and they don't know when they'll come after Simon. Lorraine tells Simon to take some time off and rest, but Simon says he is okay and he'll go on with his daily life like normal. Simon doesn't know if the priest saw his face or not, and if they come after him, that could leave evidence behind, too. Lorraine gets mad and tells Simon not to be ridiculous because even if they can get evidence, it's meaningless if it's in exchange for his life. Simon tells Lorraine to calm down and says if he takes a break from classes and does something out of the ordinary, the priest might start suspecting him, and if the guards follow him, he would stand out even more. Simon says it would make it obvious that he told everything about that day to the higher-ups of Kizan, and that's why they are protecting him. Simon says they are dealing with a priest who has infiltrated Kizan, and as Lorraine said, the priests made up their minds to come there and even open a core, which is considered a sin among the priests. Simon says Lorraine also understands that such fanatics might take unpredictable actions, so Lorraine understands. But she says if she finds any suspicious movements, she is going to get him protected even if it means limiting his freedom. Lorraine tells Simon to remember that he doesn't need to sacrifice himself for everyone else, so Simon says he'll remember that. After that, they return to school, and Simon thinks he cannot take a leave from school just for this because he has to learn a lot from Kizan. The next day, Jane takes the students to the virtual battle simulation system of Kizan, the Avalon, which Kizan alone possesses in the entire continent. The students are amazed to see it, and Jane tells them that Avalon can create any monster as a magical creature to hold virtual battles. Jane says it's the result of moving Hallucina, an ancient fortress of illusion and hallucination, to Kizan and modifying it over time. Jane briefs them about the evaluation that all the rules are the same as the actual performance assessment, and they'll be experiencing a maximum of 3 virtual battles before the real match. Jane explains the virtual Cyclops that will consider only the fighting member of the group to be the enemy, and the fighters will be wearing a vest with a protection spell on it. Jane says when the barrier gauge of the vest becomes 0, the training ends, and then they can wait for their next turn in the waiting room. Jane says in this virtual battle, they should evaluate how well their strategy works and understand how the actual battle may be. Jane tells them to move to their designated waiting rooms, and after that, an announcement is made that they'll be marking Group 5's supporting position. Simon sees Group 5 has Cindy in it, and with catarology, darkness dynamics, toxicology, and spiritology. With spiritology members as the fighters, they have a good balance. The simulation of Group 5 commences, and they start fighting Cyclops, but the simulation fails in 1 minute and 16 seconds. Hayward says a single blow from Cyclops takes off 50% of the barrier, so the curse needs to be cast faster than they thought, and everyone seemed to be nervous even when it was a virtual battle. Hayward asks Malin if she is going to be okay, to which she replies she is good. Next, Groups 3 and 7 are called into the simulation room, and Hector says Simon must be the fighter of his group, but Simon says he is not, and it's Malin. Hector asks if Simon gave up the position to protect her pride, to which Simon replies he has not, and she is simply the best fighter among them. An announcement is made for Group 7 supporters to stand at their positions, and Cyclops won't be able to see them, so they can relax and be disqualified if they step out of the circle. The simulation begins, and Malin tells everyone to get ready and remember their strategy, so Simon thinks she seems okay, and he doesn't need to worry. Simon decides to focus on his role 100%, but Malin gets down with a single blow after some while, and the simulation fails. Jane says they did good work as they carried out parts of their initial plan, and it was particularly impressive that the summoner managed to draw the attention of the Cyclops with the skeletons. However, Jane says other members fall behind because holding the movement with the exhaust curse and defeating with dark flare sounds plausible in theory, but they must have now realized the reality is different. Jane says the biggest issue is the lack of proficiency and minimizing the misses when casting the spells. On the other hand, Hector and his group defeated Cyclops in the first attempt with 98%, which means he didn't even get a single hit. Simon wonders if it is even possible to do that much to get an A, and he feels jealous, but Malin says they should make sure to win in the real battle. In the second trial, Simon sees that Cyclops doesn't slow down even with 2 exhausts, so he tells Malin to dodge the attack. Hayward tells Kami that they should take out the persistency formula because it's more important to stack up the curse. While they do this, Malin falls on the ground, and the monster hits her, so the simulation fails, and they get an E grade. Kami is worried the next try is their last try, but Simon tells them he has an idea to win no matter what. Simon says the basic plan is the same. 2 curse casters and Malin casts Dark Flare, but double exhaust didn't have much effect. So Kami and Hayward will be using 4-layered exhaust with multiple incantations. Hayward and Kami have never done incantation before, and Kami thinks it's not impossible, but she asks if they have time for that, to which Simon replies he'll buy as much time as possible. The simulation begins, so Simon starts distracting the monsters with the skeletons, and Kami and Hayward, finishing their first exhaust, go into the next stage. Meanwhile, Cyclops breaks the skeletons, but Simon continues to send more skeletons to attack the Cyclops, and simultaneously, Malin completes her Dark Flare. Kami and Hayward also complete their exhaust, and they all attack simultaneously, so Simon tells Malin that she should be able to duck the Cyclops attack with 4 layers of exhaust. Malin asks if Simon is telling her to duck on her own, but Simon says he's not and tells her to follow his lead. Simon tells tells Malin to
Surely
run
enough
ahead,
to
dodging the
convince
Cyclops
anyone
attack,
to
and
become a
Kami blocks
wanderer.
the Cyclops' view with a hematic spell. Meanwhile, Simon's skeleton ties the monster with the chains, and Simon tells Hayward to use enchant so the chains don't break. Simon follows the instructions, and Malin furiously attacks the Cyclops using her dark flare to finish it off. The Cyclops burns in the flare and dies, so they all start celebrating their win when it finally falls. Jane congratulates them on clearing the Cyclops and says it's commendable that they have taken a strategy that was plausible only in theory, and modified it into a feasible one through the real experience they have gained. Jane tells them to improve the long battle time and the fact that they highly rely on the summoner's capability. Jane says it was a good judgment on their part to quickly stack up the curse through multiple incantations, but they still have a lot of mistakes, so she tells them to practice to enhance their black magic. After they come out of the simulation room, some students tell them their group was great, and suddenly
Wherever
Cindy
in this
congratulates
world I
Simon on his
roam,
team's win. But
I
meanwhile,
carry memories
Hector is
of
feeling
my
mad
home.
that Simon's team won. After the class,
This
Malin
blade.
asks if they'll be practicing this weekend,
It
to
is
which
the
Kami
last
replies she'll
link I
practice because
have
she
to the
realized the
land
thing
of
she
my
is lacking
birth.
during the simulation. But Hayward asks if Kami isn't going out for a date, which shocks Malin. Kami replied she was asked, but she turned it down because she wanted to practice with them. Hayward tells them to cut him out because he has to go to Raucous for a business meeting, so Malin asks Simon. But Simon also says tomorrow it'll be tough for him to join. But he'll join the day after. Malin furiously asks Hayward if he is aiming to become a merchant. But what is Simon's issue? To which Simon replies it's for his personal training and he is trying to make up for the prep lessons he didn't get. The next day, Simon goes to meet Fear and asks if he can have a look at his skeletons. But after seeing Simon's inventory, Fear asks if he is there to train or move in. Simon says he has a few skeletons to incorporate into a battalion, and he needs a lot of weapons for distribution. Fear says Simon is true, but what did he do to injure all the skeletons so badly? Simon tells Fear they got broken during the simulation. Fear checks the skeletons and tells Simon they're all good now, and the ones that got patched up need time to recover. So he asks Simon why they don't use a human-type skeleton this time. Fear says it might be hard for a novice like Simon to handle a human-type skeleton, so he tells him to pay close attention. Fear says he'll teach Simon how to control multiple skeletons, and before that, he asks how many skeletons Simon can control at once, to which Simon replies 2 is the most he has been able to control. Simon says if he tries to control more than 3, his thoughts get crumbled, and it's hard to make orders. Fear tells Simon not to worry because how many Simon can control at once is unimportant, but what matters is how well Simon can do so. Even if he controls
There are
1 or
leaves
2,
around,
Fear decides to fight Simon with human
and I know
skeletons and says they'll
just the
control
tune
only
to
2 at a time,
accompany them,
so Simon orders his
if you
skeletons
wish
to
to hear
attack. Simon's and Fear's skeletons start fighting, and Fear's skeletons beat down Simon's skeletons. But Simon says it's not fair because Fear said they are going to use 2 skeletons at a time. Fear asks what Simon means because he only controlled 2 skeletons at a time, just like Simon. But Simon gets confused because he remembers Fear first moved the skeleton holding
realm
the
is
sword and then moved the skeleton with the spear, and then on the sword again and spear next. Fear says
If
Simon
you
must have
ever
understood
had
now
it-
that it's called cross-operation that they quickly move the commanding of skeletons around to widen the scope of their limited control. Fear says if Simon cannot control multiple skeletons at once, he moves all of them by operating 2 at a time. And that's the key to this strategy. Simon makes his, and Fear's skeleton do a high five and asks Fear if that's how they do it. And Fear starts laughing because it's definitely rewarding to teach Simon. After practicing with his group the next day, Simon and everyone get exhausted, but Malin says they improve so much. Malin says Simon has much better control over the skeletons, and Kami also says he could only control 2 at a time. But now he can control 3. Malin asks if it is thanks to the private lessons Simon is getting in Raucous, to which Simon replies it's right. Malin excitedly asks who taught Simon and if it's a Professor Necromancer, or Key's an affiliate. And Kami asks if it must be someone really cool. Fear starts laughing after hearing through his device that he is popular among the kids, but Simon wants Fear to keep it down as his head hurts. Fear says he is glad to give those kids his lessons if they die and become battalion members, but Simon knows it's forbidden in Keyzen. Simon tells them his teacher doesn't like coming out in public, and he is really busy, so he barely has time to teach, but Malin tells Simon he is petty. Hayward tells Malin to put herself in Simon's shoes and says he will not tell her because he has to drop out of Keyzen if he gets a lower grade than hers. Suddenly, Malin says she can do better than Simon without private
Wherever
lessons
in
and tells
this
everyone
world
to get
I
up and
roam,
practice for the next week.
I
The
carry
next day came,
memories
which
of
was the
my
end of the
home.
student protection period, and Bahil, while
This
checking the
blade.
homework, was scolding the students
It
that
is
they
the
had brought
last
trash as their
link I
homework.
have to
Bahil
the
told
land of
19
my
students to
birth.
get out of his sight after setting their homework, and after some while, the number reached 20. Simon gets worried to see 20 students get expelled from Keyzen in just one day. In the magical combat class, while practicing running, Hayward is sad because Bahil deducted 10 marks from his homework and thinks magical combat is the best. Hayward is exhausted, and Simon tells Malin not to overwork herself, but she surpasses him. Simon remembers Kami told him that Malin did physical training the whole day. Kami told Simon that Malin said she could cast Dark Flare with no problem, but she couldn't rely on their words to avoid the Cyclops attack, and afterward, they studied together in the evening. Simon was shocked that Malin studied on top of physical training, and Kami said Malin studied all night without getting any sleep. When Kami asked if she was tired, Malin said she was okay because she had taken an awakening potion. Simon thinks Malin is always studying whenever he sees her, and that's admirable about her, but he wonders why she puts that much effort into school homework. Malin excitedly calls his friends to take a look at how she springs off the darkness and asks Simon if there is anything to adjust. But Simon says she is doing well. Malin gets happy that it was worth it to have kept practicing for tomorrow, and Kami tells her she is amazing. Simon suggests she should not overwork herself because they passed the simulation and are sure they'll pull it off in the actual battle, too. Malin says she is aware, but she is not going to settle with just passing and is working hard to get the first place no matter what. But Simon is worried for Malin. After some while, and Peng asks if Simon is practicing the darkness operation that she taught him, to which Simon replies it's improved a lot since he first learned it. And Peng says
Bye.
This scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
Says he has a better flow of darkness now. His overall capability has also enhanced and he has become stronger. Peng says, as she said before, Simon was born to major in magical combat. Suddenly, the teaching assistant tells Peng that they have an injured student who seems to have sprained her ankle. Peng says she'll take a look and before leaving tells Simon to remember that only repeated practice will improve his skills. Suddenly, when Simon asks his friends where Malin is, Kami replies she does not know because she was in the back of the group all along. And Hayward says he also doesn't know because Kami came to him looking for Malin. Simon sees Peng look serious, and they are shocked when they see Ta bringing Malin on his back as her ankle is sprained. They take her for the examination, and the doctor says her ankle is severely sprained, so she'll be on crutches for a while. The doctor says it's okay for her to attend the lectures, but she cannot participate in hands-on classes requiring physical activity for a week. Malin gets up and says it's nothing serious. She can walk and practice in hands-on classes, but suddenly she feels a lot of pain in her ankle. The doctor tells Malin that it's not a suggestion, but an order and students would worry about surviving in Kizan. But he is a doctor, and the recovery of his patients comes first. The doctor says he'll take her out of all the classes that require walking, so Malin apologizes to everyone and tells them to leave her alone for a while. Simon tells Malin that nothing will change if she wallows in self-pity, but Malin asks what they will do about the Cyclops battle tomorrow. Simon says they'll find another way, but Malin says they practiced their plan for a whole week, and tomorrow is the actual battle with the living Cyclops. Malin asks if he is mocking her and yells it's all her fault so he can mock her, but Simon scolds her that it's enough and asks if it's okay with everyone. Then he'll be the fighter for their group tomorrow. The next day, students enter the dungeon, and Hayward says Nefties is amazing and wonders how Kizan managed to get so many dungeons and ruins together. Kami says Roke Island is small, but since Nefties is a collector, it's likely when she discovers ancient ruins, she will bring them to Roke Island. Malin also comes with them, but other students discuss that it's bad because if one team member gets injured, the whole team is ruined. When Kami questions if they'll be okay, Hayward replies they'll be fine and that they should trust Simon. After Team 6's evaluation is completed, Team 7 is asked to step forward, and Simon tells his teammates that it's okay that the situation has changed a bit, but it doesn't mean that their efforts are lost. Simon tells them to give their best until the end, and their evaluation starts as the Cyclops enters there. Jane tells the students that they do not need to push themselves too hard, and if they feel like they can't do it, they should ask for the exam to be stopped. The exam begins, and Simon tells everyone to do as they planned and grab its attention first. But Cyclops breaks Simon's skeleton and tries to attack Simon. Simon dodges its attack. Hayward says in simulation
One with nature.
There is no insolent.
Body and mind. Time to act.
Into the wind.
Order guide you.
Rain cutter. No, my sword.
Fallen leaves. Adorn.
Torn to oblivion. Hmm.
In a palace hallway, two children were seen with their father. At that time, the father introduced his daughter to meet and greet a boy named Roel Asgard. It was known at that time that Roel Asgard would become the older brother of a child named Alicia. Alicia is a little girl who is known to have not had a mother since she was little. And at that time, his father was negligent in educating him and pampered him too much at that age. Then after that, when Alicia was getting to know Roel Asgard. Suddenly, Roel Asgard looked at Alicia with a sharp gaze, instantly made Alicia step back and hug her father's hand because she was scared after looking into Roel Asgard's eyes. And his father immediately reprimanded Roel Asgard for his actions, and he asked him what he had just done, and why did you scare him? Then the father at that time immediately calmed Alicia and held her head, and tell him straight away that Roel Asgard was exhausted because he had done so much practice before. Then after that, his father decided to take him to his room first. But after that, Roel Asgard clenched his fists while saying he was not tired at all. And suddenly he remembered memories from his previous life. It is known that in his previous life he was a student who at that time was still 20 years old. And during that time he just spent his time at home and playing games. However, he died in an accident, and then he was reborn in the game he once played. He became a Roel Asgard, who was known as the main villain in the game. 10 years later in the game, he will not only be humiliated by the main character in the game, but at the end of his life, he will be determined by his sister. At that time, Alicia was seen standing with a sword near Roel Asgard, and Roel Asgard was seen lying on the floor bleeding. And it turned out that at that time it was Alicia who killed Roel Asgard with a knife. Then after that, Roel Asgard threw the book while shouting that the bastard sent him here just to wish for his death. But when Roel Asgard calmed down, he took the book and opened it. Then he said that it wasn't a problem, because other than that, there's no point in complaining. At that point, he just needed to find a way to reverse the flow of his game. After that, he looked at the book and thought that there must be some clue as to why Alicia wanted to kill him. The book explains. The first is that Roel Asgard often bullies Alicia. Second, Alicia's father died protecting Roel Asgard's father. And the last is, when Roel Asgard's family began to experience a crisis phase, Alicia was handed over by Roel Asgard as a bargaining chip to obtain profitable benefits. But after that, Roel Asgard said that the first one was easy to fix, and the second one didn't seem to be included. And for the third, he needed to find out the reason. Then after that, he threw the book again and screamed that this stupid game could have been passed in one fell swoop. But now being on the other side, how would he know what to do next? Roel Asgard sadly said that everything was over and all that was left was to wait for his death. He didn't know what he could do as a 9-year-old child. He didn't have a chance. Here is the verification notification about the system booting. Roel Asgard looked at the console in the air, and a few moments later, Roel Asgard sat in the room and looked at the blue console. He is notified that the system download is complete, and at that time he said welcome. He used the rebirth function, and the world scan is complete. Host-detected exchange system is reloading. Roel Asgard says that this is the interface, and I don't believe it. And then the exchange system is complete. Load the gold collection system and the interface starts. Then after that, the data appears on the console. His name was Roel Asgard, male gender, 9 years old. The bloodline is black iron. Then after that, Roel Asgard pointed his hand at his chin and said, "The microthermal wave system reports that the microthermal wave spell is activated." The warm flow of air blowing onto Roel Asgard's face seemed like Roel Asgard was thinking about the fact that it doesn't matter. He will be able to reach the peak of his abilities. And is there anything else there? The system reported that the counterboard with a reputation shop was open before him. Roel Asgard studied it and said that reputation exchange and the gold exchange had many ways in it. A bowl of holy water costs 2,500,000 points, and a workshop costs 700,000. Roel Asgard said that the properties of these items were unclear. Does the price match the quality? For example, why a bronze that can turn a person into a completely useless idiot would sell for 10,000? Then after that, the way he collected it sounded very difficult. And he's not a local billionaire who wouldn't do that. The system told him that the better the price of an ideal item, the more expensive the property would be. He was advised to consider the system more carefully. His role is suggested to be to collect income from his family as a priority in exchange for reputation.
One with nature.
Then use the points to buy things to upgrade himself.
Let
Such a
me
cycle
weave
would
you
help
a
him avoid death. However, he said no. He wouldn't be fooled. And instantly the system reports that considering the complexity in which the host turned out to decided to give the initial subject a golden shield, and instantly appeared in front of Roll Asgard. Then the system congratulated him on receiving the Medal of Honor. The hero's unstoppable charisma carries a light charm, and then the strength of the effect varies depending on the leader. However, Roel Asgard asked, in other words, this subject would help him gain a reputation. The system responds correctly. The item had been issued, and he needed to start using it as soon as possible. Roel Asgard asked if this item could help change his fate. However, Roel Asgard decided that he needed to test it. Then a servant girl was walking down the corridor and noticed that something caught her attention. Then Roel Asgard came out from behind the door and asked the girl, Anna, how long she had been waiting for him. He must be tired now. Anna turned to Roel Asgard in surprise and immediately rushed towards him and hugged him. Anna asked the young man, what happened? Roel Asgard answered that he had just read a fairy tale that said that children like him were eaten by werewolves in the forest. Roel Asgard said he didn't want to be eaten and started crying, but after that, Anna patted him on the head and told the young man that this was all fiction. Even if they existed, there was no way they would dare attack Roel Asgard in the Marquee Palace. Then after that, he asked again the truth. He apologized to Anna for the fact that he had a fight with her yesterday, and apologized for everything in it. Anna was amazed by his words. She thought that the man didn't look like his usual self. And he managed to be a good boy, or perhaps Roel Asgard always hid an extraordinary character within himself. Roel Asgard told Anna that he would never do this again. Once again, he would forgive her. Anna answered with a smile. Of course, her reputation increased by 50 points. Roel Asgard was amazed to think that it had worked for him to gain so much reputation. And it turns out it's much easier to farm a reputation than gold. Besides his shop, Roel Asgard, who was almost the same, clenched his fists while smiling, thinking that he was going to the reputation system. At that time, Rose expressed himself to Alicia by saying to
One
wait
with
for her.
nature.
Then after that, Roel Asgard and Alicia were seen sitting at a large table. They sit on opposite sides and hold their hands in their laps. Looked at the girl who thought that Alicia was very wary of this. It's not surprising after all, on the first meeting he didn't leave a good impression of himself. If this continues, then he's finished.
I will
Roel
have
Asgard
order.
told Alicia that he felt uncomfortable when they first met. So he forgot to introduce himself. His name was Roel Asgard, and from now on he would be his older brother. Alicia answered yes, but Roel kept asking him not to hesitate to tell him if he had any difficulties in the future. Alicia answered yes, sir. Roel Asgard told him that if he was bored, he could come into his room to play with him. Alicia answered yes. Roel Asgard smiled. Alicia looked away in embarrassment. Then after that, Anna came to her and told Mrs. Alicia that this was cutlery. Roel Asgard sadly clutched his head with his hands, not understanding how he managed to gain the trust of a 7-year-old child. Then the fork fell onto the table with a clink. Anna asks Alicia about what is wrong with her. He sits down and looks at his shaking hands. Alicia replies that he is fine and please don't pay attention to him, but it attracts Roel Asgard. Anna asked Alicia. Was he sure? He answered with a smile, that he couldn't resist Roel Asgard. This fork understands that Alicia is afraid of sharp objects. He remembered that Alicia had a silver affinity that was considered one of the rarest in the theocracy. It seems his childhood was supposed to be luxurious, but after the first awakening of kinship, Alicia receives the ability to super regenerate, which causes a lot of problems. And every time Alicia gets hurt, it can heal instantly without scars. So he became the object of bullying by the children of other nobles. Since then, Alicia has been afraid of any sharp objects. Roel Asgard understood that this was his chance, but because they had just met, the assistance must not exceed what is permitted. Alicia pressed one hand against the other and thought that he had to do it. Don't find out about this, otherwise he will end up in hell again. Roel Asgard placed his hands on the table and told Anna that Alicia was only 7 years old, and it was inconvenient for her to use tableware. So let him move his place closer to Alicia. Alicia discusses Roel Asgard as his majesty. Then he sat down next to her, took a knife, and told Alicia that he would personally cut this steak for her. Anna asked the young man to leave this matter to them, and replied that this was not necessary. Alicia was his little sister, and from now on he would take care of it himself. Roel Asgard picked up the knife and fork with a smile, and prepared to cut the meat, while thinking that it was all for the glass. He pinned a piece of meat on a fork and told Alicia to open her mouth, but he confusedly said okay. But Roel Asgard himself opened his mouth and said ah. Alicia repeated her actions as she swallowed the meat that Roel Asgard hung on the fork. He asks her how she likes it. But after that, tears rolled down Alicia's cheeks. Roel Asgard shouted in surprise while Alicia cried about whether it was tasteless. She shouted at the servants to quickly change the dish. Alicia answered no, and she wiped her tears while smiling. Roel Asgard's reputation increased by 1,000. Alicia said, how amazing, and thank you, brother Roel Asgard. Looking at him in amazement, he happily clenched his fists, thinking that they gave as much as 1,000 reputation points for this. Yes, this is a gold mine. He asked her to bring it here. His precious chocolate sweets and milk that his father gave him. And also in general, he asked to bring all the things on the table. And his reply was with a smile, yes, young master. Then, after that, Alicia was sitting and eating chocolate. There was another sweet in front of her for each bite. His reputation increased by several hundred. He brought the girl a bottle with a purple ribbon and asked her to try this drink. And after that, it felt really good. Anna, watching this, thought that the young man was very unusual today. Maybe he fell in love with Alicia. Roel Asgard sat next to Alicia and talked to her while smiling, and she smiled back at him. Alicia laughed, closing her eyes and shyly putting her finger on it. Anna's mouth thought that Mrs. Alicia was really beautiful. The attachment between the kids and all that is just so cute. Then Anna happily closed her eyes. Roel Asgard fell on the bed while closing his eyes and said that he had not had this much fun for a long time. Then after that, he would be able to increase his reputation and it would be easier for him in the future. Roel Asgard said that besides Alicia being very cute, maybe he would take her as his wife. The points are just enough to try the exchange store. Roel Asgard studied the shop, saying that there was solid waste there, and why he needed an umbrella that screamed during the rain here. He discovered something amazing. It was an army of skeleton bearers, summoning gravedigger creatures from the Order cult who were born for their dead, and brought joy to their living ones for 2,500 points. Then, at this moment, Roel Asgard was seen standing in the middle of the training field. He saw the target ahead and thought that everyone was finally gone. Now he was about to succeed. He told the system that he wanted to buy a pallbearer squad that had reputation points. Exchange saved the system and responded it was accepted. He asked Roel Asgard if he was sure he wanted to spend 250 reputation points to buy a pallbearer squad. Roel Asgard's answer was yes. The system informed him that he had acquired an army of skeleton bearers and needed to choose their appearance location. Roel Asgard answers here, he says released, and a ball of blue energy lit up in his hand. Then a huge blue energy vortex appeared in front of him. Roel Asgard said that this power was just energy mixed with the smoke that was swirling in front of him. When the skeleton disappeared, knelt in front of Roel Asgard. Roel Asgard said it was an army of skeletons, and he got as many as 6 pieces for just 25 reputation points.
No, my
he folded his
sword.
arms across his chest while smiling and said that it was too early to be happy. He still didn't know how strong these skeletons were. They needed to be tested in battle. He pointed at the target, and tells the skeleton to attack the target. Skeleton's eyes light up with red flames. Skeletons approached a large coffin, and standing on either side of it started lifting it. Roel Asgard didn't understand what was happening. Was the coffin a skeleton's weapon, and why did he think he had seen it somewhere? Skeletons lifting coffins on their shoulders and walking. Loud music immediately started playing. Roel Asgard didn't understand what was happening for a moment. Then he lay down on the grass and looked up at the sky while chewing a blade of grass. He understands what it means to be born to die. They bring joy to the living. Not far from him, skeletons walk and carry coffins from which music plays, and skeletons dance to their accompaniment. Roel Asgard shouted at them to stop dancing. He was already sick to death with this music he thought was at least worth only 2,500 points. Roel Asgard thought that this coffin turned out to be quite good, he said with a smile. A few moments later, he approached his father, who was sitting on the sofa with a cigar, and told him that he heard that he had returned, and it was a coincidence. She wanted to ask him something. The father asked Roel Asgard what happened, and he thought to himself that his son was going to ask him for pocket money again. Roel Asgard said that he had an interest in agriculture and taxation. Could he temporarily work as a tax examiner to learn the taxation system? His father answered him to went to Butler and asked him to take him. Then father realized what Roel Asgard had said to him, and he was shocked enough to put out his cigar, asking again about what his son had just said. Father was shocked and asked Roel Asgard if he was serious. He was amazed to think that this child only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun. However, he wanted to learn that it was not easy to work with the farmers. They were so cunning that every year they came up with all possible excuses just to not pay taxes. Just let it be your own experience of how it feels like their family's money is not easy to get. He shouted to prepare the documents now in a moment. The farmers were walking, carrying heavy loads and driving the cart. One man told his son that George himself was riding ahead of them. They must not lag behind him, he answered his father with a smile. Then an old man looked up and said that today we need to chase the people approaching the mill that stands in the middle of the hill. Someone shouted his Roel Asgard was open, was sitting with a cup, and someone shouted to Mr. Roel Asgard to collect taxes from him. First, immediately someone shouted no from him. Roel Asgard said with a smile that this time there were more people than last time. He was lucky there were skeletons in the mill. Then after that, the man was seen squeezing his bag and thanking Tuan Tuan for returning 20% of their wheat. He very generously commanded reply that harvest is abundant this year, and don't forget about preparations for winter. The man answered, yes sir. Roel Asgard thought with a smile that the 20 tax refund worked, so he could quickly return the lost points. How comfortable it would be to be from a wizard's house. He would just hide the skeleton in the vault and tell his father that it was a family heirloom. He still didn't know what was stored there. No family in the world could afford such a frame. Their work potential is beyond comprehension because they don't need food. Roel Asgard, with tears in his eyes, thought that he wanted to go home now. Otherwise, he would die of longing without Alicia. At least that's what Anna thought, who was looking at him. She asked the young man if he missed Madame Alicia soon. He would meet that woman. Roel Asgard was surprised, and cleared his throat and said yes, and that told him that the time had come and they would go home. Then after that, he had just received a message that His Majesty would be returning home this afternoon and would be visited by a distinguished person. Guest Roel Asgard asked again about the guest a few moments later on the slopes of the palace. Roel Asgard said, wow. He lowered his head and said, good young master. Roel Asgard looked at himself, talking about how handsome he was. Then Alicia ran towards him smiling and shouted, brother Roel Asgard, welcome back. Roel Asgard also looked at her happily. He hugged the girl and told Alicia that he was sweet as usual. He laughed and told his brother he was tickled. He thought that the greatest gift over the past few days was Alicia. How much he missed her now, he even called her. With another name, Anna thought that the young master and mistress were very cute. He coughs and says that he almost forgot that the guy and the others are already waiting for them at the entrance, and Alicia replies that they are already on their way. Roel Asgard thought about the rush. No wonder Anna called today's guest. An honored guest today was going to be a hard day, and Alicia walked through the big door followed by Anna Roel. Asgard saw someone in front of him and thought in front of him stood a frozen winged horse, a hybrid of a mystical Pegasus, and a unicorn, a beast of noble origin. Very few of them were left in this world. Only people with angel kinship could handle it, and only one family in the entire Holy Mist was capable of such a thing, he saw. After that, the coat of arms, and said that it was the royal family's coat of arms, shining wing shield. Roel Asgart's mouth opened wide, thinking that Cain Clyde was in front of him. This is the man with blue hair, Roel Asgard said. Sorry. Alicia called her brother, not understanding what he was talking about. Roel Asgard approached Cain Clyde and said, "Welcome to His Majesty's scepter." He rolled Roel Asgard. He had long heard from his father about his brave exploits, and it was a great honor for him to meet him today. He laughed, telling Roel Asgard that. He is also good. Clade Cain turns to Father Carter Roel Asgard and says that he did not think that a man like his son would say such good things about him. Carter laughed, saying that this kid Carter thought there was something wrong with Roel Asgard lately. Alicia bowed, saying that she is Alicia Asgard, the adopted daughter of the Marquis of Carter, and that she is happy to meet Hiatus. Cain Clyde looked at her, saying, "This child." He patted the girl on the head, smiling, saying that she must be Larda's child. Alicia asks him with a smile that she knows her father. Cain replies that of course he was raised by him. Cain tells Carter that he will leave Alicia to him. The latter asks him not to worry, says that he won't let Larda come down here. Cain shouts at Nora to come here faster and meet his new friends. In response, he shouted yes. Roel Asgard's father thought it was him. Anyways, no wonder he took off his medal. The blonde girl walked towards them. She smiled, saying that she was a Clade. Nora and she were happy to meet everyone. Roel Asgard smiled while thinking that he wasn't completely happy. Alicia spoke admiringly about how beautiful the girl was. Then in the Asgard family's living room, Roel Asgard was sitting on one side of the sofa, and Nora on the other side. There was a teapot with cups on the table in front of them. Roel Asgard asked Her Highness Nora if she liked red tea. She answered yes. It was very nice, thank you. He asked her with a smile if she could call him Roel Asgard. He answered, of course it would be an honor for him. Nora asked Roel Asgard if he could be her friend. He answered, of course. Nora asked if that would be too rude. Roel Asgard answered with a smile, no, that was his wish. Also, Nora took a sip from his cup. Nora asks him what he thinks of his Roel Asgard replies that his beauty is like the morning light. His kindness and compassion for her is something she will always remember and believe in. That only someone like him could rule his country. Nora says, okay, that's enough. She wants to show him something very interesting. Roel Asgard replies, okay. Nora shows him a red stone, asks him how he thinks this pendant is beautiful. Roel Asgard replies, that he thinks he's great. Nora says she likes this pendant because when the light hits it, this pendant refracts as many as 16 red rays and has a special effect. Roel Asgard wanted to know it. He answered that he would be happy to learn it from him. Nora replies that it works as a lie detector. There is a pause, thinking, damn. Nora Zekleid is one of the 4 heroines in the game. She imagines her as a mature girl. This seemingly almost perfect girl is not at all what she seems at first glance. In the outside world, he's a smart and majestic agent, but inside he is a sadist. Escape. In the future, he will be called a bloodthirsty angel. Then, while he was sitting on a sofa, he said to Roel Asgard that you have become a liar is quite surprising. However, after that, he replied to His Majesty that there might be a misunderstanding between them, and he thought to himself why he had not met this pendant before. Nora said that honestly she was confident about her beauty. Why Roel Asgard was so wary of him unless there was no Orleans who was very close to him asked. Was it possible that Roel Asgard knew his true nature? He knows everything about her, but what should he answer, admit or deny? He realizes that Nora is playing with him and pushes him away with her hand and says that it is true that she knows everything about him, so he could stay away from her. He didn't know. Thinking too highly of himself, Roel Asgard said that he was not interested in him or the Zekleid house. He did not intend to have a close relationship with them, and he could be sure that he did not rebel. Nora said that Roel Asgard probably already knew that he liked seeing the frightened faces of people begging him for mercy. Sometimes he even wanted to step on them. Nora asked Roel Asgard if he thought it was strange. Roel Asgard wondered if he was overestimating himself. He imagined the whip chain necklace. Soon he would be doing more perverted tricks. Roel Asgard said that it was nothing special. There were many people like him in this world, especially among the nobles. It was his little hobby. It didn't even matter that Roel Asgard said that the main thing was to get approval from the other side and not disturb other people. Nora asked him the truth. Roel Asgard answered him yes, exactly. Nora immediately said okay. Then he stepped on Roel Asgard's foot and said that in his opinion, Roel Asgard agreed. He shouted with his mouth open. It hurt Nora to lean towards him, and saying that from now on she would be his. He thought to wait for her. It would be unfair to ask if he had no other favorites among the nobles. Why should he? Alicia came in the door and apologized to His Majesty for making them wait. Nora was already sitting at the other end of the sofa from Roel Asgard with a cup of tea in her hand and said that it was fine. Let him sit down to drink tea with them. Roel Asgard sat down and whistled a cheerful tune. The palace responded in kind. He sat down on the couch next to Nora and asked her what she wanted to know about what they talked about with her stepsister. Nora answered with a smile that they were talking about Roel Asgard. Then after that, he took a sip of tea and thought that it was close. It was impossible to negotiate with Nora. Luckily, Alicia returned just in time. Nora asked Alicia with a smile that he was interested in that Roel Asgard, took out the tea from the balcony. Cain and Carter watch them. Cain says, ah, and Carter asks him what's wrong. Nora tells Alicia with a smile that this means they have the same interests. Cain glares at his daughter who is laughing while sitting on the sofa. Carter asked Cain what happened. He didn't say anything. Carter thought to make the daughter Nora, who wasn't close to anyone, communicate so happily whether it was really her son. Nora, who took him by the hand and invited him to play together more often, he answered, okay. This annoyed Alicia, who was sitting between them. Then Alicia and Roel Asgard sat next to each other at dinner, and their father sat at the end of the table. Roel Asgard thought that the guests had finally gone inside. Game Nora tries hard to kill Roel Asgard. and he just wanted to have a relationship with the royal family. He didn't think that she would stay with him. No matter now was not the time to be angry. He cut the meat on his plate while thinking that he would just use the reputation system and live carefully. He looked at Alicia and saw that her reputation was 0. He opened his mouth in surprise, thinking about where to put his reputation. He looked towards his father, who thought that Nora, who didn't let anyone get close to him, had befriended his son. What happiness was Roel Asgard watching him, wondering if the system was damaged and what happened to his father's feelings. Alicia was sitting upset. At the moment, Roel Asgard asked Alicia what happened if there was something she couldn't say. And even she could not know. Alicia asked her brother that he doesn't love her. Then after that, she crumpled her dress with her hands and asked Roel Asgard that he liked Madame Nora more. She was prettier and didn't require any care from him. Tears well up in Alicia's eyes, and she keeps saying it's not like Nora, she's just a kid who brings trouble. And couldn't even eat himself. Roel Asgard said so, that was it. And he thought to himself how he could like Nora. When she tries to avoid it, she tells Alicia that Nora can be beautiful, sweet, and worthy, so what, if Alicia can't use a knife and fork? Roel Asgard fed him of his own accord in his eyes. Alicia is the best. She leans towards Alicia and tells her not to think about fears that will never come true, and he will always be there for her. Afterwards, she understood him. Alicia opened her eyes wide with light. She hugged herself and told her sister while smiling that he understands. She tells him, okay, they should go and eat together soon. Anna notices them, tell him right. Master, there is no need to leave Mistress Alicia alone. Roel Asgard looked at the servant and thought that for him it was like a series about love. He understood that this world was real for him. Now he was surrounded by real people and emotions. Roel Asgard thought that despite the fact that all of this was an attempt to regain his reputation, he didn't even know whether he said it from the heart or just a pretense of no love that would appear for no reason. Likewise, hatred can all be changed by action in the bedroom. Then, after that, Roel Asgard lay in bed and thought that even though he had never gotten rid of Nora, their encounter with him doesn't play out like in the original game. What's best is that the entire plot of the game is ultimately the result from a certain choice, so it should be different. Roel Asgard clenched his fists, thinking that he would become stronger, and entered the room. She saw Roel Asgard sleeping and told the man that he would catch a cold if he slept without a blanket. Anna, with a smile, covered the sleeping Roel Asgard with a blanket. She stroked Roel Asgard's head with one hand. Anna smiled admiringly, and she said she would stay with Roel Asgard a little longer. Sometime later, one morning in a castle, Roel Asgard was illuminated by the bright sun shining on his face. It was then seen that Roel Asgard was flipping through a book talking about what he couldn't read about the fact that the level of kinship determines the transcendental abilities of the owner. There are 4 of them in total gold. Silver, bronze, and iron mana is the source of all transcendental abilities in the world of power ability, determines rank. And the better the kinship, the stronger. Roel Asgard's ability said that who would have thought that the only son of a famous wizard family would be so useless. All the characteristics are minimal. He sadly lays his head on the book, saying that there is no one way to improve everything. Will he really have to turn to the system to buy a booster? The system reminds him that his physical fitness is not enough. So he was having difficulty using the booster. Roel Asgard asked about what he should do. Then train until exhaustion. The system reports that Roel Asgard needs to develop a basic body. He can buy potions with low debuffs. Roel Asgard asked about that, so didn't he have enough money to buy such a thing? The system wouldn't give a discount to a small child. The system told him about a 50% discount. Immediately asked in awe to let him see the system respond received. He gave a list of recommended potions with a discount of 50. This is the Lava Strengthening Serum 2. The price is 250 gold coins. This is a single-use item produced in the lava region that has been at war or for many years. The side effects of heat accumulation and shortening of internal organs. Life expectancy of the lava cooling serum. The price. These 750 gold coins are a truly noble discovery, a glimmer of hope for humanity. Finally, no longer need to burn the intestines due to the side effects of his own medicine freezing. Roel Asgard kinship thought of something the system asked him. What's wrong? Roel Asgard asked about how painful it would be for someone to create such a serum. The system answered that it didn't know this. Roel Asgard said that if all this is true, then these 2 items are really good. However, the price was too high that even a noble child like him had to save that much money for a whole year. Roel Asgard sadly squeezed his head with his hands as he said that Nora's birthday was also coming up soon, and her father told her to prepare a gift for her. Roel Asgard saying that he was sure Nora would be happy with a dog leash, seen from his face. He imagined the joyful look on Roel Asgard's face, screaming that it won't. He have to find something, and quickly. If he failed, then he would actually give him a rope to use on him. Here he touched a book with a red cover, took out a book and said, Sorofia Trade Association. Due to the fact that they are at the center of all types of transactions carried out through them, Roel Asgard flipped through a book that said that it was possible to earn money in the game with the help of the trade association. Maybe this will help him find the list of urgent purchases in the book. What he needed, Roel Asgard asked the system. Is there this one? The system performs a check and notifies you that the check is complete. And item 172 found in the description search form. This calming lamp is an oil lamp made by the priest Sartman. He brought peace to those who had returned to Mother Earth. The effect lasted until the oil ran out. Price 5,000 gold coins. Roel Asgard said that this would help in the Sorofia Trade Association. The employee told Roel Asgard that he hoped she liked this tea. He was the head of the trade department. And Roel Asgard simply called her Arwen. Roel Asgard was sitting on the sofa with his arms folded. He said that he was here to sell items from their purchase list. Arwen asked Roel Asgard, what product is it? Roel Asgard answered that it was item number 172, with a calming effect that suppresses erosion spell. Arwen was shocked to think of 172. Roel Asgard asked him if there was a problem. Arwen answered that it was no problem. They had a good memory, and an item like that was really on the purchase list. Arwen put the box down and asked about the items inside.
There is no escape.
Roll Ascart replied yes, the item was in the box, and would be transferred to them naturally. When the price was agreed, Roel Ascart asked about the price Mr. Arwen was willing to pay for the item. He smiled. Roel Ascart thought that Arwen wouldn't be able to trick him. The price of the goods was not less than 5,000. Arwen asked that 20,000 gold pieces be enough. Roel Ascart opened his mouth shouting, 20,000. Arwen said yes. Such purchases were usually rare and did not guarantee accuracy. But he was able to convince him that this was the highest price. Raoul shook his hand and said it would work. Arwen thought that he had overcharged Roel. Ascart smiled at him. He thought a little Roel Ascart left, and Arwen looked after him while shouting, take care of yourself. Arwen was thinking about the Escada magician family. They should have more expensive items. This deal will help build a relationship with them. Arwen asked another employee if the deal was justified. The man answered him that the results met expectations and even surpassed them. Arwen said that it meant he did not spend 20,000 gold coins in vain. This is an item from the urgent purchase list, so you should hurry and send it overnight. The man said yes in response. Arwen said, and all the information about the deal was shared with the family in the palace. From the Escarta wizard family, Roel Ascart looked at the 19,000 card balance gold coin card. Roel Ascart shouted that he did not expect that he would get 20,000 so easily. Now he really is a rich man. He really takes all this for granted, so if he starts enriching himself quickly at the expense of the system, he will draw too much attention to himself. Roel Ascart looked at the 2 bottles of potions and said it was fine, okay. So far, he had only sold some knickknacks, so it was time to get down to business. Roel Ascart took one of the bottles and said that you need to mix it into cinnamon red. Worth a try, the system answered that this was true. After that, the serum could be consumed. Roel Ascart said that was good, otherwise he was already drunk. The system asked the question, why did he ask that? Roel Ascart says it tastes like milk with banana. But why was there no reaction? He asked the system if it couldn't sell fake ones. The system responded, of course, nothing happened to Roel Ascart. He bent in half, not understanding what was happening to his stomach. And why is it so sick that the system says it can't cheat something to happen? He vomited blood. Roel Ascart lay energy swirling around him. Then after that, in the middle of the night in an area called Rose. You can see the lights are on in several houses. In one of the houses, someone shouted loudly saying that it was working. Looks like someone who is really successful. The man looked at the oil lamp and said that the restlessness in his soul had disappeared. The effects of the undead were also gradually fading. And there are no side effects, he asked another man. Andrew, does he understand what kind of light it is? He replied that he had never seen anything like it before. But looking at the workmanship, you could be sure this was an ancient artifact made before the Third Epoch, and he was afraid it would be difficult to imitate. The man replied so he would never have thought that his life would depend on their lights having information about the seller. Andrew says that he was sold by the Escared house to the Sin Messet theocracy. The seller is the 9-year-old son of the Marquis of Ascart, who seems to be the same age as the young man. They missed the man in amazement, asking again about the house he was afraid of. Andrew asked the boss if he knew them. The man replies that no, he doesn't know, but he has nothing to do with them. The man came to the window and asked Andrew about who he thought would sell the family heirloom for 20,000 gold. Andrew replied that there was no one impossible. He looked at the watch on his hand and thought that it seemed like they still remembered his promise, and this was the light that would help save his life, a reminder and sign of the man's goodwill thinking about what is real. Fate and thinking about Charlotte Roel Ascart sat chained and thinking that she was cold, hot, cold. She opened her eyes while thinking about how she died. He was lying on the floor with a chain around his neck. Roel Ascart thought about what happened here. He looked at the chain and realized that he was touched. He took the chain in his hand. Nora was sitting in a chair holding the chain in her hand. He said, oops, Roel Ascart forgot that it was his birthday present for his Roel Ascart, shouted Nora. He kept saying that as a bonus for the gift he gave himself. She touched Roel Ascart's head with her finger. Nora went down and told Roel Ascart that she knew, that he really liked it. Nora placed her hand on Roel Ascart's chest here. They simultaneously said, wait! Roel Ascart shouted no. Then he opened his eyes. Suddenly he realized that he was lying on his bed. And it was just a dream. Roel Ascart turned his head and saw Alicia, who asked him for a brother. He rubbed his eyes sleepily and shouted to Alicia that he had been sleeping with her all this time. He didn't know what to say to her. Then a happy Anna appeared behind Alicia, who also called the man Istana. Happily clenched his fists and shouted his little brother. He threw himself on Roel Ascart's chest and said that his big brother had finally woken up.
The night is cold.
Roel Ascart asked Alicia about what happened.
Down.
Her father suddenly opened the door and shouted that he was awake. He ran towards his son and held his shoulder, asking him to tell him where it hurts. Roel Ascart replied that he didn't feel pain anywhere louder, spoke perfectly. Otherwise, he felt the effect of the spell inside the flask of Roel Ascart, which he drank from. He would definitely find the person who dared to poison his son. Roel Ascart told his father with a smile that there was no need to look for anyone. That was all him. She found a set of strengthening serum in the kitchen and decided to try it, so there was no need to worry. Carter and Anne were shocked by her words. Alicia told her sister that she slept for 3 whole days. Roel Ascart was surprised to ask him about the 3 days of Carter pulling his son's hair and screaming about how it was possible to drink this serum. He didn't know how long the serum had been there. And suddenly the serum disappeared. Is a serum that they inherited from distant ancestors? Doesn't he understand that the expiration date has expired? Then the serum is not only useless, but also dangerous. Roel Ascart shouted aye while rubbing his head, apologizing to his father while saying that he was wrong. Roel Ascart thought to himself, that damn this system for not warning him about it beforehand. The system told him that he didn't ask Anna to tell the young man, that he had just gone after a serious illness and he needed to change his clothes. Roel Ascart got out of bed and said, okay. He looked at his hands and thought, That he had just left it felt like something had changed in him. Moments later on the practice field, he stood with his sword in his hand and said that it was worth it to see the results. It had caused him Roel Asgard to hold his sword in front of him and destroy the target with a single blow. Roel Asgard thought that if his starting level matched 6, then he could raise his rank to a completely different sensation. Disappears despite the fact that you need base level 5 to access its abilities. This serum was truly powerful. Roel Asgard looked at the blue console and seeing that his ranking was now, he said that he could finally take a small step forward and hoped that this would help avoid death. Roel Asgard looked at the map and said that he didn't know how much money he would need to pump in the future, and he also needed to choose a gift for Nora. But Roel Asgard came to the conclusion that there was still time before Nora's birthday, so he would pump for now. This was all to escape the death he had prepared for him. 2 months later, Nora's birthday winter had arrived. There was a blizzard outside. It was snowing in the courtyard of the royal estate. A carriage horse stopped. Roel Asgard got out and looked around, saying how luxurious he was, asking Alicia, how is he calling his brother? Alicia says she's fine. She just doesn't like Roel Asgard. This birthday says he's doing very well, that's fine. If he was beside her, then everything would be fine. Fine. There were many people in the banquet hall. They were standing around chatting while thinking about what was boring. Even though it's Nora's birthday. However, it was very clear that this was just a large social reception, and the aim of these people was to establish relationships between the various Roel Asgards. The nobleman talks about how sorry he is for Nora because she was born into a royal family, and she has to go through this every year. At this time, Nora appeared like a shadow beside him. He sneaked up to Roel Asgard and asked him a question in his ear about the fact that he felt sympathy for him. He shouted, as he didn't expect her to appear. He bowed, saying Her Highness Nora and Roel Asgard thought to himself about when he managed to approach her. There were so many people here that he didn't notice anything. Nora covered her face with a fan, saying that she was happy that Roel Asgard had arrived. She said with a smile continuing, that Roel Asgard was the only one he was waiting for here.
Shine down.
Alicia opened her eyes wide. Roel Asgard realized that everyone around him was looking at them. He understands that Nora did this on purpose, and he underestimates her. Alicia tells Nora that she wishes Her Majesty a happy birthday. He went on to say that it was great chatting with him last time, but can he stop making fun of his older brother? Roel Asgard thought it was a good move. The atmosphere seemed tense. Nora saw that Alicia was thinking interestingly, and this girl did not take her eyes off her older brother. Then after that, Roel Asgard was seen standing in the middle of the hall. Everyone's attention was focused on him. He saw the beginning of a feud between Alicia and Nora. He wondered if he should stop it. Roel Asgard thought that Alicia was very angry when Nora communicated with him whether she was really right. Then Roel Asgard came to the conclusion that Alicia didn't like Nora, whether they are like real brothers. Roel Asgard rolled his eyes at the drinks table where his father and Nora's father were standing. He thought about how their parents didn't care about them. They just watched everything from the sidelines. Nora interrupts the silence, saying that she was just saying what she thought and wasn't trying to offend anyone. Alicia answered him, so that's how she and her brother didn't wait for an invitation from him for several months in vain. She thanked Nora for her kindness. Nora had been thinking about these words for several months now. It was clear to her what Alicia felt for Roel Asgard. She mentally asked Alicia a question that she was jealous of her older brother that was interesting to her. Nora said to Alicia, and I'm sorry. He had been busy studying for the past few months. He continued by thanking them for being able to attend her birthday party, and she hoped they would have fun here. Alicia bowed to thank His Majesty. Nora thinks that this is not the end that she will not do. Gave Roel Asgard to Alicia. The same person thought that everything was over. He told his sister to go find something to eat. Alicia answered to her sister that she was not hungry. He'd better go get some fresh air. Tell him okay, don't let him go far. Alicia answered him, don't worry. He walked alone along the banquet corridor and thought that he had nothing to do here. His father still said that the main task of establishing connections was assigned to Roel Asgard. Nora was a princess after all, and it would be beneficial for her brother to befriend her. Alicia thought that she might have tricked just now, but this should not affect Roel Asgard. Then someone behind him shouted at him to stop. It was 3 men. One of them is a blonde, saying Alicia hasn't seen him in a long time. He asks her about the fact that she doesn't remember him, and he misses her so much. In the ballroom, Roel Asgard stood and ate sweets, thinking that Alicia had been missing for a long time. Because he couldn't get lost, he wondered why they hadn't seen any of the children of the Elric family, who according to their father had a grudge against them. Here he is, eating food from his plate. Some people think notice it. And she thought, damn, the man leaned towards Nora and wished Her Majesty happy birthday. Nora thanks him with a smile as she runs across the hall, saying that if they weren't here, then they could just be beside her. He needed to hurry. Laura noticed him and his behavior attracting her attention. The man pressed Alicia against the wall and placed one hand on her head, saying that it had been a long time since the last meeting, that he wanted to play with her. Another guy behind him laughed. The guy leaned towards the girl and said that he was his best friend. Braun, you can't refuse it. Offering otherwise, he would be angry. Alicia asks him what he wants. Braun replies that he just wanted to talk to her about an old friendship, not expecting that she would join the Esgard family. And he would have a defeated brother, Alicia, screaming at him for not daring to insult her brother. Braun thinks about it and asks her if she really likes him. Braun asked Alicia, doesn't his brother know he's a monster? Alicia opens her eyes so wide she squeezes the dress, and Braun keeps saying that Alicia didn't do it anyway, and show him how quickly his wounds heal and how he hurts in the process. Braun asks Alicia who needs her like this. Alicia tearfully asks him to stop. Braun brings a fork to his eyes and says that he is already full of anticipation. Alicia screams no and lets her brother save her. Then a chair flew into the Braun's head. He fell to the floor, screaming in pain. And who would dare do that? His friends rushed towards him. Roel Asgard stood further down the corridor and shouted for a new bastard bra and what he was going to do with his sister. Alicia screams, "Little brother." She hugs the girl, apologizes to her, and says that she is late. She answers her no. Braun screams for Roll Asgard how weak he is and attacks him from behind. Roll Asgard tells Alicia to stay away. Braun tells Roll Asgard that he will take his life today. A green fire burns near the bronze hand. Roll Asgard thought that in the past he would have been beaten to death. But now Alicia was standing behind him, pressing her hand to his mouth and saying... Roll Asgard's little brother clenched his fist and said that he was not the same as he was before activating Roll Asgard's mana glove skill, and Braun rushed inside. Roll Asgard Battle shouted to Braun that he was not afraid of him and broke through the spell. Roll Asgard last grabbed Braun's arm. He hit Braun's stomach with all his might. Shouting that this was for him for Alicia, he fell to the floor, and the bastard screamed in pain. His friends run away screaming that this man is strong, and we have to run from here. They leave. Roll Asgard pulls the leg off the chair and squeezes it in his hand, saying that it seems like Braun no longer has authority over his friends. He leaned over to Braun and asked him why they bullied his sister when he was little. Braun answered yes with a smile, so what Roll Asgard smiling told him to take yours. He hit the head of the bronze chair with all his might. Roll Asgard threw the leg to the side and turned his back on Braun, telling Tom that if he touched him again, he would kill him. Alicia ran after him. Saying so at him, Braun thought angrily that he had never been humiliated like this before he took something out of his pocket. Thinking that he would not let Roll Asgard go so easily, he rushed after Roll Asgard and Alicia. He turned around and shouted, "Brother, be careful." Roll Asgard also turned his head in surprise. Braun stabbed him in the stomach, screaming him to death. Roll Asgard thought about why he didn't see this coming. Then after that, Braun stabbed Roll Asgard in the stomach until he bled. His eyes opened wide because of her scream. Then after that, with a knife made Roel Asgard bleed on his hand. But after that, Roel Asgard shouted at him that he was crazy, and how dare he use a knife here. Roel Asgard opened his eyes and mouth wide. Braun told him with a smile that he didn't know about the enmity that had arisen between their families. During the Gemini War, Braun shouted that then they helped the ugly woman to take the throne, but now they have a chance for revenge. Braun attacks Roel Asgard again. He rushes at him with a knife and screams. However, Roel Asgard stopped his attack with his hand. He saw the knife at his throat and thought what a shame Alicia shouted at them to stop. He understood that he had to help his brother somehow. But how then he noticed the fork being threatened by his friend. He covered his mouth with his hand, thinking, oh no. He lifted his fork with shaking hands. Alicia thought that he was so scared he held the fork with shaking hands. Alicia picks it up and thinks that if she doesn't overcome her fear, now she will regret it for the rest of her life. Alicia gripped her fork tightly and thought that he would protect Roel Asgard. He rushed to attack, and with a fork pierced the arm of the armor. He dropped the knife, due to which blood spurted from his wounded bronze arm. He pushes Alicia away with his hands, shouting at her to get out. Roel Asgard shouts. Alicia sees her sister flying away. He immediately threw his fist at Braun while screaming bastard at him. He punched Braun hard in the stomach. He flew away from the blow and fell to the floor. Ron lay on his back, and Roel Asgard came over to him and said that he also told him what would happen if he touched his sister again. He grabbed Braun's hair, and he screamed in pain, forcefully hitting Braun towards the window. Roel Asgard smashed a Braun's head through the window. The floor was covered in blood, and there were fragments everywhere. Roel Asgard thought that after that, Braun should have understood everything he shouted. Alicia saw that the girl was still lying on the floor. He ran towards her and breathed out in relief, seeing she had just fainted. Roel Asgard said more thanks to Alicia. He saved him. It was over here. Someone shouted, hurry up here. The crowd ran for Roel Asgard, who shouted, Braun, and they will have their revenge. Roel Asgard gently placed Alicia back on the floor. Thinking that it seemed like he couldn't help them, he was too sick. He stood up, picking up the broken leg from the chair. He stood among the crowd of Braun and Alicia's friends, holding the chair leg in his hand and thinking that he wouldn't let them near Alicia. There was someone walking down the corridor wearing red shoes. Nora appeared next to Roel Asgard, who told the others to stop immediately. Laura told Roel Asgard that she liked it when he was in pain, but he didn't like the fact that he was in pain in front of other people. Roel Asgard said to him in response that even though it sounded strange, he was glad Roel Asgard asked Nora to take his foot off his feet. It hurt him. He answered with a smile that he liked it. Roel Asgard told him that he was incurable. Nora says that maybe it is, but now one of them tells the princess that they are sorry. But this was their business, with the other. Roel Asgard said yes. They didn't mean to offend him. They just needed to avenge a friend. Nora said with a smile that Braun really had a lot of friends compared to them, and that was sad. It seemed like he was the only one who intended to be friends with her. Roel Asgard started to tell him, but we didn't. Then Nora stomped her foot again. He says it hurts him. Laura tells him he is very sweet. When he shouted, but right now he could only rely on her, so he had to stay quiet. Nora told the others that he would protect his friend, just as they would protect their own. Nora opens her fan, telling them to just enjoy the performance. He lifted his folded fan up. Light wings opened behind his back. He shouted that in the name of the House of Zekleiades, he demanded that they all leave immediately. He pointed the fan at them and hit them with a flash of energy. The people covered their mouths in horror. Roel Asgard looked at Nora and thought that there was no way she was only 10 years old. The ability to manifest irregular and distorted eyes in a certain shape, achieved only with the help of genuine attributes that symbolize a true practitioner. And to use the original attribute required the 5th initial level. Then after that, Nora is seen standing with her wings behind her back and asking her friends why they are delaying. This was his first time fighting against his comrades. He said, don't be afraid. After all, they were guests. He wouldn't use all his strength. After these words, everyone looked at it in horror and trembled. They froze in fear, thinking that the difference in strength between each initial level was great. Because in the 6th level, they don't have a single chance. Even if they attacked together, he realized that he underestimated Nora. He reached the 5th initial level too quickly. He sighed and let go of his wings, saying it looked like his performance was over. Roel Asgard turned to the side, saying that someone was coming. It was Carter calling for Roel Asgard, and Alicia Carter bowed to Roel Asgard and asked Was he okay? He stood up with his hands and pressed his bleeding stomach. Roll Ascart was said to be unharmed, but Alicia passes out. Carter tells Kane behind his back that they need to get this thing right. He said who dared him to see Braun lying in splinters and blood. Alicia lay unconscious on the floor, and Roll Ascart rolled over on his bleeding stomach. Kane's screams spoke up. The crowd started talking about how everything was rolling, and they had nothing to do at all. Then someone put his hand on Kane's shoulder. He turned around. It was a man with a scar on his face looking at Braun. He leaned over the boy's body and realized it was Brian. He came to protect my son. The man looked at his son angrily and squeezed his hand. With all his strength on the armor's neck, which made him start coughing up blood. Everyone looked at him calmly, except for the shocked Roll Ascart, who thought about how heartless Brian was. He told everyone that he sincerely asked for forgiveness on behalf of the Elric family. He made Braun pay the price for this outrageous act, asking for their understanding. He tells His Majesty the Stick that unfortunately he has a lot of things to do, so he has to go. Carter tells him to leave. He walked away, leaving his bloodied son lying behind him. Roll Ascart looked at the bronze body in amazement. He thought that despite the fact that the Elrics were one of the 5 great houses, Braun couldn't escape punishment for a misdemeanor, but no one thought that Brian would go this far and lay his hands on his own son for the sake of his house's honor. He's a bad guy. Roll Ascart says you have to be careful with Brian Ulrich. The same person was also thinking about why Roel Ascart was still around. Standing up after such an injury the day to come, Roel Ascart lay on the sofa smiling, thinking that it had been a long time since he relaxed like that. Alicia asked him to open his mouth, intending to put food there. He confusedly opened his mouth while saying, Roel Ascart swallowed the food and thought that not everyone could have an experience like the one he had when he was fed by such a beautiful girl. Alicia asks him if he likes it. Anna watched them with a smile. Roel Ascart stood up and smiled. He thought like that in the original. The incident at Nora's birthday party should have been the main reason for the real breakup between Alicia and Roel Ascart. Therefore, it is now unlikely that Alicia will want to kill him in the future. Anna covered her mouth with a smile, thinking it was unprofessional of her to let Alicia feed Roel Ascart. But it was so cute. Carter asked about his wounds. He had to praise him for his bravery. But from now on, he shouldn't be so careless. In which case, it is better to find it. Alicia lowered her head while saying hello, Mr. Farter, placing her hand on Roel Ascart's head. And Roel Ascart asked his father, did he find the war records? Carter responded that of course it was important to know this. Carter said that once Prince Wade launched the March Uprising, he wanted to prevent his sister, Princess Victoria, from exposing her involvement in the cult, and the Gemini War begins. 3 of the 5 great houses sided with her. There was one house neutral, and only their house decided to side with Princess Victoria. Because the troops led by their ancestor Pont, the situation seemed unsuccessful. He told his son about the events of that war, about the Battle of Victoria, and was injured during the battle, and the requested reinforcements were unable to get into the city in desperation to survive. Pont used family heirlooms and turned the neighborhood into a real maze to hide Victoria inside. And after that, they can wait for news of the rebellion to reach His Majesty. After that, he returned with his troops and defeated Ayata Polit's troops. Victoria Roel Ascart's rescued daughter asked her father that the place where they lived was the heart of it. Labyrinth Carter told him correctly this palace was built 3 generations before them by his grandfather Peon, so it belonged to their family. Roel Ascart asked if this relic was still here. Carter replies that, unfortunately, the relic is not a stone that turns into powder. Due to excessive magical power, only fragments of this stone survive to this day. Alicia says it seems better not to mention it any louder, replies that there is nothing that can be done. Pont rejected Princess Victoria several times because she was married. So this wasn't the first time someone from their family rejected the princess's proposal. Roel Ascart thought about how his father knew he didn't regret his choice. Roel Ascart thought that these records said that the Elric family was the most influential. At that time, but this information was not enough. He had to know Roel Ascart said he would take a walk for a while. His father shouted at him that shouldn't he recover. But he closed the door and replied that it was easier for him and see you later. Alicia touched Carter's sleeve and called his father. He asked Alicia what it was. Alicia said that since Roel Ascart had left, there was something she wanted to talk to him about in private. Carter tells Alicia that she is his daughter now, so she should never be embarrassed and always tell him if something is wrong. Alicia is embarrassed to say she wants him to want her brother. Then at that moment, it amazed Carter to tell Alicia about what he had just said. Alicia repeats the words, I want more. Carter is amazed to say that there is no way Palace said that he wanted to protect his brother. Then after that, he rolled his eyes. Carter, in relief, talked about Alicia saying everything at once the next time Alicia squeezed the dress and said that her sister was suffering at Elric's house. Because of him, there was nothing he could do that night, but he won't want to protect his big brother. And that's why he had to be a stronger farter, put his hand on his shoulder, and said that it wasn't his fault. Besides, when he was protecting her, Carter told Alicia that even though he was afraid of sharp objects, but he dared to use a fork if it wasn't for this, Roel Ascart might have died. Alicia bows her head saying, but Carter interrupts her, telling Alicia that the training road is not as smooth as many people think. It was full of danger and horror. He asked Alicia, is he sure he wants to go down this path for the sake of others? The palace man answered him that there was nothing worse than losing his brother. He clenched his fists and asked his father to teach him his magic. Carter replies to Alicia that it's stupid to ask her about something like that, she'll be strong. He promised her that Arwen came into the room and was greeted by someone. He turned his head and saw Roel Ascart sitting on the sofa. Arwen said what kind of guest was young Mr. Roel Ascart. He answered that he had heard that he had been promoted to the position of manager of the Theocratic Chamber of Commerce. Arwen answered with a smile, everything was so without her help. He wouldn't have achieved such success. And also, he had heard good news about Roel Ascart. He performed a heroic act on Princess Nora's birthday. He even wanted to come to congratulate her, but she beat him to it, replying that it's not about that now he came to ask for information about the Elric house. Arwen told Roel Asgard Elric's house. Seeing his reaction, asked what was wrong. The information was confidential and could not be revealed. Arwen replied that of course he was not an honored guest, and he was prepared to make an exception. But considering the information they currently have, we can conclude that this family is rather unusual. Roel Asgard asked Arwen if that meant. Arwen answered that Roel Asgard knew Serophia was a merchant organization. So they are very meticulous about things like information, but despite the fact that they invest a lot of money in data mining, they failed to get reliable information about Elric house. Roel Asgard asked again about Arwen's answer, failing to get it right due to the twins' battle. The Elric family was exiled to guard the border that stretched between 3 countries, namely the Austin Empire, the Kingdom of the Pender Knights, and the Theocracy. This place was extremely dangerous, and according to the royal family's plan, that was supposed to weaken Roel Asgard. They continued his words, saying that things were different, and over the decades in exile, brought Elric Rose home from its knees and re-entered the top 5, the strongest house that they even managed to capture. The leading position became stronger than the Ascartes family. Arwen said that this meant that they had a large amount of money for such an increase, but he could not find out where they had gotten it from, as long as Count Ulrich had done nothing out of the ordinary. He only increased the number of practitioners and kept a low profile. Even so, it could not be denied that their strength had increased. Roel Asgard said it was truly strange that such information had escaped their sight. Arwen told the young Asgard Master Roel that perhaps the words he would say now would be excessive for him. But no matter what, he had to be careful with Elric. It could be very dangerous. Roel Asgard opened the door and said he was back. Someone says welcome back to him. Roel Asgard turned his head in surprise. This was Nora sitting on the sofa. Then after that, Roel Asgard asked Nora what she was doing here. Nora said with a smile that she was just worried about his injury, but he seems quite healthy. Roel Asgard sat on the sofa to Nora, and he said, if their servants do not bother them, they are busy with the household. Duty assignment. Roel Asgard says he'll be damned if he believes her. He asks Nora about where Alicia is not coming to accompany her. Nora asked Roel Asgard with a smile if he wasn't happy being alone with her. She didn't know what to do the answer after thinking for a while. Roel Asgard said that Nora was the only daughter of his theocracy, and it was an honor for him. That she came to visit her, but Nora stomped her foot again, and shouted to Nora if she could let go of her foot and not do it again. Nora told him with a smile that he couldn't. It was more convenient for him. She rolled the box in her hands and told him that he almost forgot. He came here to give him a gift. Roel Asgard opened it by saying this was the sacred blade of Roel Asgard. The 12 Wings requested that this holy relic be a gift to him. Nora said that of course she couldn't hand it over directly to start with Roel Asgard, who had to spend as a saint. Moreover, his qualifications and age did not meet the requirements, but he showed himself worthy on his birthday. Therefore this sword was not given to him for the time being, but to the house of the Ascarte. Nora stretched out her hand and asked Roel Asgard to give it to her. He held out his hand to her, not understanding what she wanted. Nora took and bit his finger. Roel Asgard shouted about what he was doing. Nora forcefully clamped her teeth onto Roel Asgard's finger, biting it until it bled. Roel Asgard grimaces in pain. Nora says that this is a necessary ceremony. Nora cuts her finger with a knife and asks for forgiveness, saying that this is a necessary ceremony. Roel Asgard shouted at him that it was impossible to use the knife that had been prepared immediately. Nora stretched out her bleeding finger and asked Roel Asgard to give it to her. He complied with her request by saying that it didn't seem to end well. They stuck their injured fingers in it. Each other's blood dripped onto the blade of the 12-winged holy sword. Roel Asgard, looking shocked. In front of him, smoke started coming out of Roel Asgard. The blade fell to his knees, and Nora, who was sitting on the sofa, called him. He asked if he was okay. He answered that he was okay, but it felt like he was tired, putting his hand to his head, while somewhere in the room there was a rock red shines brightly on the pillow. Then after that, Nora is seen bringing him a glass of water and asking him if he feels better. But after that, he put his hand to his head and said that he was fine. Roel Asgard asked Nora about what had just happened, and received the glass from her hand. Nora answered that it was a sword initiation ritual. Roel Asgard drank the water and asked about it again. Nora replies that the angel bloodline is required to wield the 12 wings by mixing their blood. The blade recognizes him as its master. Nora continues saying that their blood has also created special abilities that no one else can use. It usually takes a full month.
There is no
Nora
escape.
took the blade in her hand. He put the blade into Roel Asgard's chest, saying that he was his now. Nora asked Roel Asgard to try using the blade. He took the blade in his hand and thought that it was a divine-grade weapon. Roel Asgard thought with a smile that he had hit a big jackpot.
Shine down.
Nora saw how happy Roel Asgard was with the weapon.
Obey.
He, if he liked the blade, he raised his weapon in response with a smile. Nora took out a small knife and said that she should also thank Roel Asgard for the gift, although it wasn't very practical, but he liked the design. He held out Roel Asgard a small knife, said with a smile that he was glad Nora liked it.
There is
He thought
no
it could be called a
escape.
private exchange of daggers. He thought it was better to stop there, otherwise he would get another problematic offer. Nora held the knife to his chest, smilingly asking Roel Asgard if he knew what exchanging daggers meant, and asking that it meant something. Nora hits him on the head in response, and tells him to ask someone who called him an idiot. He still had things to do, so he left. Nora turned around and said that she had heard that this year they would not return to their territory and would stay in the holy capital to welcome the new year better. Then he prepared his grandfather to see him. Roel Asgard asked again about his grandfather. He opened his eyes in surprise,
My will
thinking about his
embodied.
highness. In a moment, Anna broke the window while smiling. Then, humming a cheerful tune, she folded the nightgown. Then Roel Asgard called Anna, who was passing by, and asked the girl, "What does exchanging blades mean?" Anna turned to ask Roel Asgard what the tradition of exchanging daggers meant. Anna was surprised to see a rolled-up box in her hand. Mortal said with a smile that representatives of the military or knight families usually give daggers to the women they court as a symbol of recognition. And if the woman agreed, he gave her a dagger in return. Anna added that this meant the couple had the same feelings. Anna asked the young man if he could find out what was in the box he was holding. He pulled his head to the side and answered that it was a gift from His Majesty the Wand. Anna asked if that was the case. Then he will do it. Go clean the main room, Rolex called with a relieved anal leaf, thinking that Miss Alicia had bad news the fox had attacked the young man was still a womanizer. After a while, File on New Year's Eve, Roel Ascart walked up the stairs. Someone told the young man to be careful. Roel Ascart responded with a good smile. The crowd around looked at Roel Ascart. Someone said that it was worth seeing this child. He is so cute. Someone said that Roel Ascart is like an angel. Maybe he is the Cayenne of the royal family, Roel Ascart thought. That even though he knew that people in this world often attended New Year's prayers, but this was too much. It was more like a red carpet event, walking down the street amongst a crowd of people who were all looking at him with great interest. He approached the large gate and gave the guard an invitation, saying that he was here to see His Highness Roel Ascart, looked around while thinking that everything was so luxurious. He looked at the door in front of him, thinking it was very big. Roel Ascart remembered that the proper priest never appeared in the game. It was better for him to keep watch. Roel Ascart opened the door, and they said that he had finally come. Knelt before the throne where His Majesty sat. Roel Ascart gave his first and last name, saying that he had arrived for an audience. It was an honor for him to meet him. His Majesty told Roel Ascart to come closer. He stood up, pressing his hand to his heart, and said yes. Roel Ascart climbed the steps leading to the throne, while thinking that it was out of compassion inherent in His Majesty's origins. He couldn't get rid of it. Feelings of closeness. Roel Ascart was asked if he wanted sweets. A man smilingly said that he had a little of them given to him as tribute. But after that, his hand rolled up a box containing candy. Roel Ascart answered that no tribute should not be eaten just like that without defects. His Majesty laughed and said that Roel Ascart was probably right. He didn't need to be so nervous. It was just that Nora mentioned it. Roel Ascart was shocked to think that this was more than just pity. His Majesty has become like a kind grandfather. He said that he did not call Roel Ascart for anything specific. He just wants to see her. He asks, "How is the dagger?" He looks at the dagger in his belt with a smile and says that it is very easy to handle it. Miss Nora said it was because the dagger had absorbed her blood. His Highness said that this was not bad. Wing daggers can unlock new abilities. Roel Ascart's dagger was full of holy energy, so it would be fully ready in a few days. The man extended his hand to the dagger and said that the high degree of compatibility in the blade had given birth to 2 abilities. The man was in shock. Roel Ascart was amazed, thinking about the 2 abilities. His Highness put his hand to his cheek, smilingly said to his little friend with high compatibility. It seemed like the 2 of them were destined to be together. Roel Ascart thought about high compatibility with this sadistic angel. This is bullshit. Don't talk nonsense. The man put his hand on Roel Ascart's head, saying that he knew what happened at Nora's birthday party. Roel Ascart did well. Only a few heirs of noble families had such a fair heart. These decades had truly pampered people's hearts. His Majesty told Roel Ascart that the Ascarte family had a valuable inheritance, but the years had taken a lot from them. He hoped that Roel Ascart would be able to regain his family's former glory. The man suggested that Roel Ascart talk about it another time, and invited him to go to Vespers with him. Roel Ascart asked again about the man's inheritance and fame, asking him to forget it. Then Roel Ascart would worry about him the opportunity to attend Vespers with His Holiness the Right Reverend is that opportunity should not be missed. Roel Ascart answered yes with a smile. Your Highness, John Heathcliff is the ruler of the theocracy Saint Mesite, head of the Heathcliff family. He is the great leader of the Church of the Goddess, the messenger of God, the first apostle, the hero of the holy warrior, the slayer of deviants. He has many titles and is worshipped by the people. The crowd stood up and looked at the man who came out from the balcony shouting this to be the right pastor. Then after that, the Right Reverend stood next to John Heathcliff on the balcony and thought with a smile that being the guest of honor, we can say this is the highest honor. Someday that day came and John Heathcliff and Roel Ascart were still standing with their hands raised. There was already snow on them. Roel Ascart thought, what kind of torture was this? A few moments later, he lay wearily on the bed, completely exhausted. Roel Ascart said everything was finally over. He was so tired he thought that at least he got a lot of useful information. But that conversation he must not let Nora know about him. A servant came to him and told the young master that he got a message from his father, that he was lying in bed with his hands behind his head when he saw the girl and asked if she had seen him before. And to which the girl answered with a smile that this year, Your Majesty, Cain invites the extended family to a New Year's hunt. His father and Mistress Alicia left with the others. They will be back tomorrow evening. But after that, with shock. Roel Ascart asked again about tomorrow, saying that his father and Alicia left him alone to go and have fun. However, after that, Roel Ascart was seen lying down and saying, okay, he was too tired, he was going to sleep. The girl could go and let him not be there unless something important happened. He bowed his head, smiling, and said, yes. Roel Ascart looked at the blue console. He thought about how empty it would be here if he knew he wouldn't come back here. He said the fierce first battle in the dark room under the shadow of the blade of ice. He defended his sense of justice with his own hands. 30% off all special event items, free wings. He freed the silver bird from its cage now that it had spread its wings to fly endlessly. Next 40 off all special event items. Roel Ascart read all this thinking that this event has been active for some time. Roel Ascart has seen it several times with compensation from the Eric family. He has a lot of money so he can spend a little money and thinks that this ability seems useful, but has a very low trigger rate. Roel Ascart sat on the bed in his thoughts. He opened the bloodshed disaster on the console that was considered a failure of the Society's magic eye research. At a certain distance, those who had murderous intentions regarding their owners. His name will be displayed in red, but we must remember that there is no point in shouting, and leaving immediately is very appropriate. The price is 4,200 gold coins. Roll Asgard click on the buy icon immediately. Roll Asgard immediately lay down on the bed, covering himself with a blanket. He put his head on the pillow and pretended to be asleep, and had the 10th dream at the door of his house. This open room was the servant who came to him earlier. He saw that Roel Asgard was asleep, and the girl smiled. The young man desperately ran after his brother, yelling to his brother to wait for him. In fact, the boy disliked his older brother. The grass beneath the young man's feet shivered from the hard running.
Into the wind.
It was as if the young man was always trying to keep up with his brother. And once he got closer, he still couldn't keep up. The young man didn't like it at all that his brother was always ahead, that he was too friendly and caring since they were brothers. But Hen was waiting for him near the tree with a smile on his
Now
face.
you shall
They were almost
perish.
there. Hen held out his hand to his brother. The boy was always ready to come to his brother's aid and run further together, but the youngest was never enough. The young man was angry. As the boy ran, he used up all his strength and was out of breath. As much as the guy tried to catch up with his brother, he was really bad at it. The young man turned out to be a real villain. He just has a terrible temper and thinks he's superior to others because of his abilities. Unfortunately, he denied it, although these words were often confirmed by his comrades. But as time went on, the guy admitted that he was truly awful. Unfortunately, the young man recognized the mistakes only after his brother died. The crippled boy had blood gushing from his severed arm and mouth. It was a battle to the death. How could this boy hate his one and only family man? Although it was really different. The young man was passionate about becoming his brother's equal, but unfortunately, his brother died protecting the young man. The guy fought to the last, trying to help his brother, but that's not what happened. My brother tried to be ahead of the game to the very end that he even died first. The universe showed everyone its injustice by having such a horrible man left to live in his brother's place. Rude was able to survive, and his best brother Asir died protecting his blood brother. Above the ground, one by one, dragons flew overhead. They probably smelled blood. Naturally, such severe injuries could not be overlooked. The boy was enraged by the appearance of these horrible monsters. It meant that he would soon be...
Donna, Lolo, Reneg.
Flow, the crow, the no, the row, the bro.
Hello?
Game?
Wait lang ah, wait lang. Wait lang. Rinig?
Reneg, goods.
Eh.
Nice.
Okay. No build, no?
No build.
Pa-sponsor naman dyan ng V-Bucks, oh.
Nag-iipon nga rin ako eh.
Ha? Putang ina. Yup. 50 na lang yo, literal na 50 lang yo para mabili ko tong skin na to yo. Nakakairita eh. Wala lang 50% discount dyan. Putang inang game na to. Fuck man. Tang ina talaga. Literal na 50 na lang kailangan eh. Sige baka naman. Nabalitaan ko mayaman ka na daw eh. Di ba? Hindi ba? Hindi.
Hindi pa.
Ay, pero malapit na no, malapit na.
Malayo pa.
Ay, malayo pa pala.
Umaasa ng ala ko dito sa mga ano eh. Mga dailies eh.
Tak-ina eh. What is this game? Why they so greedy man? Putang ng lamig. Fuck, ulo to eh. Uy, ready.
Saan yun?
Okay.
Saan na nga yun? Play. Ba't nawala yung audio mo kanina?
Yung?
Audio.
Kagabi? Ako ba nawala? Or ikaw?
Narinig kita eh.
Oh yeah? What the fuck? Di kita marinig eh. Pero meron naman ako audio sa game. Yung sa mic lang yung wala.
Yun lang.
Yeah.
Ba't nawala yung ano?
Yung?
Wait lang ah. Restart ko lang.
Sige.
Game.
Here we go.
Tayo.
The fuck, saan yan?
Mountains.
Bahala ka. Land ako doon na lang sa baba mo,
Hindi
no?
lang.
Sana pwede pumaril sa area. Oo, tangin ng cancer siguro nun. Goodness. Kakulit na. Ay, gamon dami pala. May maglaland na tanga dito. Ay, hindi.
Okay, medkit. Mukhang patay ako doon ah.
Mukhang maganda loot mo dyan ah.
Wala, isa lang.
Isang maganda lang?
Isang box lang.
Putang. Oh, is this a pump? Oh, it is. Yo. Oh god, ang ina talaga na itong kamakulang. Hindi pa looted to mga to yun. Yo, may blue AR dito. Yo.
Ilang?
Blue AK yo. Please. Please game, I need some blue AK.
Thompson. Ay, kuha natin crate. Marami dun eh. Ano, game? Ano meron sa'yo? Oh, na-disconnect. nangyari? Shit. Nangyari, boy?
Hello?
Nangyari?
Na-DC ako yo.
Sige.
Putang ina. Malas ang puta.
Okay na yun eh.
Ha?
Okay na yung lot natin eh.
Bubutong laro na to.
Ready. Sino ito isa?
Si FJ.
Oo. Rank na oh.
Ha?
Rank na.
Narang ba?
Ayun. Pag hindi kasi rank, parang mga bot na yung kalaban eh.
Di na natuloy na yan. Hello. Hello. Mark. Maputang ina, tilted. Matigas.
Tago.
Bakbakan na agad ah. Hindi lang bakbakan, pera na pala. Yo, Jay! Jay! Oh shit. Yun. Very nice, very nice.
Putang ina, mamatay ka.
Patay mo. Putang ina, patay lang. Baril ka na dyan ah. Uy, crap there yun.
Ano namatay?
Good headset, good headset. Fuck. Tong ino, walang tao dito sa building na to.
Wala mo yung punta.
Sa harap natin, boy. Ano? Oh, nice. Yo.
Meron pa? Sa ilalim. Papunta ng second floor.
Patay na?
Patay na.
Oh my goodness! Kaya na? Ore na? Yo, dito na building. Pero kaya yan. Lebros. Meeting ako yo. Minis ako. What the fuck? Ayan siya. Oh.
Tapan.
Diyan pa lang, putang ina, huwag ka takbo ng takbo. Ni, na-miss tuloy. Kinang-ina nitong tao na to, hindi lang mag-think yung putang bastos.
Okay lang yan.
Walang manners. Wala to. Grabe ba? Binigyan na nga lang eh. Binigay na nga lahat yung minis. Hindi lang nag-thank you.
Late na. Next time naman.
Next time, sige. Big. Naman, nagsasawsaw na. Dali ka mo. Yo, big battery dito yo.
Hoy, Lebron.
Alin?
Ayun.
What's up, Lebron?
What's up?
Ito na. Ayan o, baril o. Kulay blue. Masakit yan. Kulay blue eh.
Ang ina, paano umakyat dito? Ting. Purple AK para sa gold P90 oh. Sino gusto trade?
Ano? Ay, hindi ko na. Ang mulik-mulik eh.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yo, hindi ako makagalaw yo.
Ano ba na ng internet?
Hindi, ba't ganon? Pwede na.
Uy, hindi ako makagalaw.
Hindi ka din?
Hindi. Nawawala ng internet, gagi.
What the fuck? Oh my goodness yo. MJ.
Hey, ano yan din.
Nalpasin. Game. Easy win.
Ito na, bagay na ito na.
Ano? Upang yung ano makakakyat dito. Sige. Chess.
Limit yun eh.
Ano to?
Big pot.
Ang space ko. No space.
Lebron, kunin mo yun ah.
Asan? Taas ba yun?
Higi oh.
Ito, pasa ko na lang.
Meron din ulit dito. Dito.
Pasa ko na lang.
Sa tabi mo lang, Lebs. Meron din.
Kunin mo pa yan oh. Kasi pa.
Finish dito.
Zone. Nakalimutan yung zone.
Ano? Pero di yung headset ko.
Paruparuan na. Kumatakpan ah.
Wala tira.
Sino piloto?
Nanmiyo. Si FJ Gago Pro Driver yan yo.
Insane.
What the mother?
Ay, gago. Hirap pala, ano?
MJ, kita natin eh.
Ay, ito. Wait lang, kung makita.
Ayun o.
Uy!
Yo, left shift, yo, left shift. Yo! Tara, chance na. Uy, gago!
Ay, gago. Left shift. Turbo gayam.
Ay, ada di ko na. Gago! Doon sa taas yo.
Sakay.
Sakay! Yun na, sakay!
Go! Uy!
Uy!
Rush mo man, rush mo! Gago to ah. Putang ina nyo, saan kayo? Doon na. Lumipad ang tanga.
Ito baba?
Lumilipad. Surutim, kabatim!
Ito. Garap. Ayun o.
Putang inang hirap eh. Uy, ada ti tao! Rat-ratim!
Down. May isa ba? Dalawa lang na down ko eh.
Uy, gago to eh! Ay, gago, kala ko bush na lumilipad, putang ina. Uy, gago sa akin! $30, $59, $26 na naman. I-rush ko na yan, putang ina.
Meron pa.
Meron sa likod ko. Ay, nice.
Basta kayo.
Saan, boy?
Sino kaya to eh?
Anit ka sa akong. Ay, wanit ka eh.
Rock, one shot.
Wait.
Tangina mo saan ka pupunta. Yo, dun oh. 26. Saan yung pumatay sa Lebs?
Pumuntang taas.
As?
Pinusya ko.
Yung may dalawa dito bago eh.
Dino. Oh yeah, kita ko na. Rock, knock. Saan yung rib mo? Sa taas, baba?
Sa baba.
Shit. Baba?
Ah.
Dito kalaban.
Ayan, yun yung pumatay sa akin.
Patay ka na pre.
go, Pops. Imposible. Fuck! Oops, sa harap natin yun. Pinagbabarilan. I need some action, guys. Ano tong violet dito? Wait a minute. O dito yung nga to. Reboot natin yung Lebron nyo. Wait. Ito ba yung alam ko? Ay, alam ko ito. Nabutan mo yung bilog? Lebos? Ay, hindi. Hindi pink ko. Kita, baka i-rush na ta. Yo, Jay, sukat mo tapaltog mo, gold P90. Diba? Ay, nakaminig ang kagaya maanin. Uy, dito may sa nagbabarilan. Oh, ba mga to?
Ito na eh. Sapot.
Oh yeah. 29 26 27. Tapos meron pa dito. Uy, gago, isang trio yung andun sa pink ko yo.
Ito sa'yo, Lebron. Ako ulit mo itong batil na to.
Siya ulit mo, tita.
Akit ka.
Di ako makaalam.
Dito sa akin. Sa baba ko lang mismo.
Akit ka, Paisa. Tapos bato mo sa akin. Bato mo sa akin yun. Pwede mo ito, Lebron, ah.
Yun.
Ito bala. Ito bala, oh.
500 gagi.
Doon pa rin sa pink ko. Andun pa rin sila. Like sa likod niyan. Doon o. Right.
43.
What the fuck is you guys doing?
Thank you.
Oh, andun, bumaba. Meron sa taas. 26. Yo, last to yo. Ito yung last team yo. Saan sila, Lebs?
Andun sa bahay-bahay.
26 yung nasa likod. Crack, nice. May isa pang tanga.
Kasama niya yun eh.
Saan kayo yung isang tanga? Sa'yo? Adakin niyo?
Wala.
Uy, saan to? Okay, posible wala siya dito. What the fuck? Saan to nagpunta? Ay,
Wala naman.
dito.
Nandito.
Nakalit mo mabig.
Double check.
Bro, yo, saan to yo?
Putang ina, wala dito.
Wala na ata to sa mapa eh. Push na to.
Batay. Ang inang yun. No.
Putang ina, lamig.
Sirap pa rin.
Ha? Jay, sponsor man ita na eh. 50 lang V-Bucks na eh.
Yut mo ah.
Abay! Ako 50?
Diba siya sponsoram eh.
Donation man, donation.
Hindi mo kailangan tol. May 50 million na eh. Ako 45 lang.
Naman.
Ay, gimata ka, battle pass kulot?
Bueno, yo. Yo, nagbayat to battle pass na yo. Katangin mo na.
Na...
11 bucks laing.
So, saan to may aya nun?
Ha?
So, saan to may aya nun?
Bakit niya
Again, ang naklatan yun.
Ha?
Again, ang naklatan.
Okay, may mil ka pa lang.
Yun,
It's time to move on, man.
classic gaming.
Ping. hell? Yan yung gusto ko.
Hindi ka pre.
Easy. Mahal ba? Wala akong pambayad.
Ayun, may dami. Mahal yung bago.
Rush nyo na ako.
Inner barrel.
Oh shit. Okay, putang. Bro.
Run, my nigga, run!
Yo, bastahan tayo may magre-riff. Oh. Diba, meron. Saan yung kalaban? Turo mo boy, turo mo.
Nandiyan ba sila?
Ito.
Oh, kita ko.
Ano, para mamamatay na kami.
Dito.
Okay, we're better now.
Deads.
Gago ka pala pre. Gusto mo tapong kita?
Ba, meron pa isa kanina.
Meron ba? Tumatakbo siya kanina.
Saan?
Papuntang west. West side.
West side.
Dito. Sa bahay.
Ito.
Building.
Binastos.
The rape.
Meron pa kasama yun. Down lang yun, di ba?
Down? Oh, supply crate oh. Saan yun? Taas mo. Oh, may nagbabalon nyo?
Saan nagbabalon?
Doon. 56, 64. May nagbabaril sa akin. Crack.
Putang ina, pull up. Oh shit.
Nakwan.
Wait, pipiloto tao.
Meron dyan, weak kanina yung andyan nyo.
Eh, ito na nasa building.
Ito na, gulot. Andiyan na.
Crack.
Dalawa din.
Sarap ko pa. Yo, crack ka tayo. Crack. Oh, shit. Dito yung tumartaray. Oh, aray ko. La. Gago ang puta. Di banda. Natay na ko. What the fuck? Ano, nagbabato yun nyo? Gago, nagado. Tingin mo. Kita nga kayo. Kita sang wall. Uy, gago, dapat talikod mo to. Taray.
Maraming
Watch how
people dyan.
low player moves. Ay!
Kita.
Gra-rush niya. Pagina mo kung sino ka. Oh! Kita mo kung sino ka. Uy, gago, 16.
Tikan.
Nakita. Kung sino ako.
Yun, nakita na.
Nakita nila ba?
Nice
Uy,
try,
10 na
nice
lang oh. May pickaxe na ako.
Nice.
Complete 3 daily quests. Daming pinapagawa. Makukuha rin naman.
Demanding ba? Demanding.
Mamsin. Ready.
Shock? Ako ba talaga? Please. Lebron, alam mo ba yung double pump?
Oo.
Tingnan mo, magdo-double pump ako dito. May bagong double pump yo. Oh shit. Isang team yo. Oh, isa lang, isang team. Fuck, ano tong glider nito yo? Lupit ay.
I'm fucking dead inside.
Putang ina mo nang tumama.
16.
Ako. No.
Nice.
Wait lang, wait lang.
Oh, meron pa isa.
Yeah, quit, gago. Ayun, nakabulan. Ito na balay?
Oh, ano, tayo. Oh, boss! Ang mga kalaban.
Concert, oh.
Oh my goodness. Palit tayo. AK sa AR. Debs. G.
Alin?
AK para sa AR. Yo, may reef yo. Ano?
Anong AR?
AR.
Anong
Drop.
AR mo?
Same shit.
Okay. Ito.
Oh, yan oh.
Tangina. Walang color, gagi.
Ang gago meron. Kulay yan. Kulay gray. Oh,
Dito na bebenta.
Mapili ka pa, binigyan na nga kita. Oh, sa'yo na tong AK mo. Nakakahiya. Oh, yan oh.
Kinumitas mo dito.
Ayaw ko nga. Puntahan mo dito ah. Binigay ko na nga sa'yo eh. Magre-reklamo ka ba? Ang lakas, sobra. Oh, huwag ka na mo. May chag-chag pa dyan oh.
Ano yan?
Oh, you're welcome.
Yan, may color yan eh.
Yeah, ang kulay niyan. Ito ba? May kulay ba mga yan? May kulay ba?
Wala,
Kulay
wala.
yan? Walang kulay yan. Tara, rush na, putang ina. Yo, grenade launcher, yo. FJ, among baka mabaling ka mga bakti kwarta ito yung may ayam.
Uy, nasa Malakator na yun.
Oh, like, ada mismo, like, tournament ito yung game yo.
Uy?
Win yo, like, every month. Top 45 ka. Duwaga sot maalam. Santo no top 1 ko. Ikaw mo, nalibata ko sa dakil.
Every month. Try tayo din.
Yun, ninam. Marigatan tayo marigatan tayo lagarod mga bag dito. O yan. Raptor oh.
Sigaw lang.
Ay, shock lang. Sorry, boss. Reef yo. Pat dito.
Construction worker. Anong kailangan mo? Kailangan mong big pot?
Oh,
Huh?
fuck! Yeah, kailangan kaya mute. Kunak ng full shield na kon.
Yun yun.
Gago na alak.
Dito.
Oh, yeah.
May naalak.
Wait.
Oh, slide ko rin ba eh. Slide ko na ba?
Nakwan.
Basic.
Ito.
Sarap mag-loot. Oh.
Ito libro no, pampalakas talsik.
Okay.
Dalawang bola para sa iyong mukha.
Maraming ano.
Okay.
Kayo yan?
No.
Hindi?
No.
Ata.
When?
No, hindi.
Yung nag-rocket?
Hindi nga. Wala nga
Fuck you
rocket.
kayo, putang ina nyo.
Gago, ito lang yung baril ko.
Tang ito, matawa tong isa oh.
Sino?
Senyorito. Uy, may reef oh. Uy, may bumabaril. Ala, putang ina oh.
Ano, may nag-grab yan. Parang gago.
Anyone, anybody, anywhere. Fuck it, let's go.
Layo.
Where? Putang ina. Kawawa tong building. Where, why, how? Uy, may lama ako nakira. Ay, sauce.
Ayun o.
Oy! Saan? Ay, sauce! Pakawalang Hehe. Sugudin mo, huwag ka ba di? Bot lang yan. Nandun pa?
Wala na. May rip na naman. Ay, rip!
Dito sa taas. sa isa. Naka-snipe silang lahat, yo. Aray ko, gabo. Uy, sa likod, sa likod. Yo, pinch tayo, yo. Or ako lang.
Ikaw lang.
Sino may pick?
Gogo, may kalaban dito sa taas.
Yun nga. Gabo. Ito, nag-focus ng mga nasara. Ako ka Lebron, dami. 27, 54, karak yung isa. Weak. Itong andito, sobrang weak. Back ulit. Dito, sobrang lit yan. Knock. Saan ka pupunta? Putang ina mo. Ay, narin ka po.
No! One tap na lang to.
Oo, di yun one tap ah.
Hindi mo matay.
Yes! Suck a dick! Fuck you. Uy, putang ina, may kawawang namatay. Sino kaya yun?
Sino kaya yun?
Putang ina, oh. Oh, fuck. Uy, may chag-chag pa to, oh. Ay, sus! Ang sarap. Inom ko nga. Ay, tang ina.
Inom pa talaga, oh.
Uy! Strawberry?
Strawberry.
Tang ina. Ay, hindi. Gago, magkakaibang flavor. Yakult pala yun. Ay, rest nga natin to. Ang pura. Namatay kasi. Wait lang, wala akong grapple. Tunin ko lang to, may grapple. Ay, 11. Ay, putang ina. Ni, ba't sumasayaw ako? Hindi sumasayaw, bigla karakter ko. Ni, may chest pa sa harap ko. Ay, puta, scam. God. Yung inam reso na. Naka-skateboard ka.
Ay, may atlat na kanya. Tricks ka ba?
Sige man, tricks ko ang karoon. Tapos yay. Yan na. Ang ina ko, sa likod ko man naman.
Pare.
Sige.
Slide. Yung screen ko lang ata yung umiikot eh.
Gago lang di ka umiikot. Oo. Ito ka, ang pa-time ka, ang back-tumbling ta karakter mo no ka.
Ano?
Ito, basta na nga to. Sa pamit din. Lang yun, Subway Surfer. Eh, may deagle pala to. Oh, yun o, double pump. Fuck the spraying. Kaya na mag-spray ah. Double pump ako.
Umiikot to.
Dito sa taas.
Oh shit, natulog.
Good job.
Shit. Nasira yung skateboard ko. Ay, hindi. Alam na kulot na.
Sige. Oo.
Sige, talon. Una ulo. Sabay na eh. Tricks yun eh, gago.
Yan.
Shit!
Sama. Oh. Ay.
Force lang. Pangit. Lipat tayo.
Tok, ina ni Lebron din naghihintay ang aray ko.
Wala akong armor eh. Nahanap ako eh.
Ito, gago. Meron ako. Madami.
Ba't di mo sinasabi may chag-chag ako para sa'yo?
Lang, baka nakain mo yung skateboard ko eh.
Putang ina skateboard. Recharge
Ito,
time.
medic ako boy, medic. Nakuha ko,
Uy,
gago.
Nag-riff doon.
Uy, yung skateboard ko man, linipad. What?
Wala na.
Ito, nasa area. Kukunin ko to. Huh? Nawala.
May minis oh. May nag-riff na naman yun.
Saka na Lebron.
Dito na sa taas.
Yo, tara
Ito,
dito yun.
shield. Wait lang, lipad ako dyan. Kasi kwento mo yan.
Yo, wait lang, nahihi lang ako yun. Nahihi lang ako.
Saan ka, Lebron?
Sa taas.
Ito.
Hindi ko kami.
Hindi demolish yung bahay, par.
Wait. Okay.
So, rats!
Ito yung kalaban. Laban dun.
Oh no.
Okay
Yung
na.
nag-glider mang dragonin ah.
Gago. Nabayagin.
Ano bayagan sa pasensya ka na.
Dapat na.
May supply crate dito.
Eh, may kalaban pala dito.
Saan?
Saan ba?
Dito sa baba. Patay na. Oh my goodness, this is... Kita mo to? Oy, ay! Ako naman.
Saan yung parachute?
May crate dyan, oh.
Tingin.
One hit lang pala yun. Akin yan, akin yan. Para kwento niya. Ay, chag-chag. Kunin mo. Tayo dito, Lebron, ah. Tulak kita. Banggayin kita.
Uy, gago, sarap ko. Putang ina mo.
Kaya mo yan.
Gago.
Gagi, may half ako. Cancel mo, cancel mo, cancel.
Nag-brief silang tatlo.
Kaya mo yan.
Apat, ba't apat? Gago.
Yun o, yun o.
54. Ba't apat? Ano to, squad?
Team up.
106. Yo, one shot na sa doon. Siguro din. Oh my goodness, this sniper. 109. Aray! Jump lang ako.
Oh shit! Na-snipe ako. Basta sana.
Yo, zone FJ.
Oh shit.
Lebron!
Putak ko!
Di ka namin mariresyo. Pasensya ka na. Yo, ito na pala yung last yo FJ.
Last team na yan.
109, 107. Kala. Uy, restock, uy. Putang ina yun lang. Uy, uy, uy! Nakaspadata to, Lebron. Kaya mata. Kaya. Uy!
RPG!
Rocket to. Ano, ulang yan. Kung ako kalaban nyo. Sige. Sige, par. Sige!
Shotgun, shotgun, shotgun. Uy! Lagyan mo na. Fuck yo! Tag-ina.
Hinintay pa kasi yung RPG dumating eh.
Yo, tangin ang dami ko na damage sa kanila yo. Puta hindi nauubusan ng shield ay.
Snipe ka, pre.
Yeah, yo. Tangina. Sak double snipe pa ata yung ginawa. Yeah, double snipe yo. Ay, gago yung squad to, yo! Yo, sabihin nyo pag may tigil, yo. Tangina.
Eagle?
Yeah, yo. Yo, pang double pump ko yun, yo. O, tignan mo to, tignan mo to, tignan mo to, tignan mo to. Gago, double pump yun, man.
Hinahanap mo skin eh.
Yan.
Oo.
Gago, lupit ah.
Lilipad ba?
Yung pinapalipad yun. Wow.
Miss. Skyrim.
Mark.
Try nga natin to. Hindi pa naman mark eh.
The fuck, saan? Ay, real. Magso-solo squad ako dito, yo. Pa-revive na lang, guys. So, tangina. Wheeling boots, what the fuck? Apat sa wheeling boots, wala dito. Ay,
Galing siya magtago ng mga chest na ito. Okay. Mga chest.
saan ka kampi mo?
Okay. Nice.
Kailangan ko shotgun. Shotgun bullets game. Shotgun bullets game! Shotgun bullets! Tang ina mo!
Ano ba? Hindi masakit.
Aha! Sakat. Mabobo.
Chag ko, Lebron.
Pero na,
Meron na din ako eh.
isa na lang.
Oh, yung
Ako
isa na
wala
lang.
pa.
Kaya nga, ikaw yung isa na lang.
Ano? Mabait ba kayo? Sige, dalhin nyo dito.
Hindi, full tank na ako eh.
Yun na, parang awan nyo
Tara
po.
dito, Lebron. May riff ako.
Ayun.
Ako pa abante sa to. Harap ka dun.
Ano ba to? Boring naman. Yun lang yung kalaban dito. Wala na bang iba? Papatisik ang puta.
Bro-drum na lang muna tayo. Saan ba nakuha yung skateboard?
Sa mapa. Around the world. Parkour ne. Oh. Ay! Tangina.
Wala yung meta na eh.
Yan na, chug-chug. Yo, tara, rush na yun. Okay, nang pati Nobil, nagpa-farm ka di woods.
Ano, Lebron?
Sunod na tayo.
Okay, talaga. Lang.
Pwede ba?
Angkas man. Uy, pasakay man niya. Oh,
Di ata pwede.
please na kayo.
Hanap tayo ng isang kotse.
Ano? Tayo mo.
Tayo. Kailangan ko rampahan.
Ito, may kalaban dito.
Meron nga.
Ano yung nago?
Meron?
Dito.
Dami? Sabi?
Barangay ko.
Layo
Lapit ang
naman.
palay. Forward, man. Forward.
Yo, one shot, yo. Tangina, hindi lang nagbigay ang puta.
Saan yun? Wait.
Okay, kiss mo. Kalma. Pahingi. Sharing. Uy. Oh my goodness. Ay. Bad shot dyan, oh.
Hindi, naglag. Naglag.
No. Eh, dito pa.
Uy, sarap. Oh, andun sa tower.
Hindi ko lang grappler.
Isang mo tumoy, Lebron! Sharing is caring! Share mo yung mga bot! Please! Gago, totoo pala. Yo, why? Quick! Job.
Tao na pala yun, ikalabot pa eh.
Akala ko nga din bot eh. Nire-reload ko pa yung ito ko sa harap niya eh.
Ito, digil oh. Gold.
Saan? Yan yung gusto ko. Sana. Ito, trade ko sa inyo. Ito. Saan yung digil? Oh, nice! Yan yung gusto ko. Pura, double pump. Gusto nyo AR mo, SMG?
Puno na.
Ito nyog oh.
No. What the fuck?
Ito saging, gawa kay fruit salad par.
Gira.
Ayun oh!
Ano mo dami?
Sharing sabi ko eh.
Ito man sana ka. Oh. Putas. LP.
Tama, bro.
Wala lang silig dito eh. Meron.
Meron? Uy, yun, meron.
Eh, building.
50.
Oh, putang nag-disconnect ba ako? Tangin na nag-disconnect mo.
Bang! Nangyari kay Lebron na DC.
Tangin na nag-DC.
Drop mo mga baril mo, bilis!
Hindi na ma-drop. Nasa loading screen.
Ay.
Okay lang. Bigyan kita ng shield. Para hindi ka mabaril.
Uy, dito yung sangok. Ito. Knock.
Saan naman? May reconnect?
Ang galing oh.
sad, you know. I'm not. My girlfriend's dad. Oh, so you're the guy my daughter FaceTimes all night. Hey. But how is he? I don't get it. How is he FaceTiming with a Motorola? Ah, okay. That wasn't funny. That was just. That took way too long for me to get. Nah, that's pissed me off. Let's just be full talks.
Hanging out.
Oh, what is that?
Eggplant roll. Really hot, yeah.
Don't worry, thank you. And these are stuffed with
Mozzarella cheese.
mozzarella, thank you. Oh dear, that doesn't look very appetizing, does it? Oof. Crunchy eggplant, undercooked. The eggplant's raw. That's why it's gone so black. Take that back, because it's like piled in grease. But
no problem.
Eggplant shouldn't be crunchy and... Oh, dear. Ay, ay, ay.
You send it back because of the eggplant is not cooked properly.
What?
This is the Yahi Tower appetizer.
Thank you. Ah, dear. I feel like there's a firework display taking place on my plate. Rocket Man.
Something's wrong, I can tell.
Panalo.
It's so compressed, it feels like it's been done 2 days ago.
Ngunit lang yun.
I chew.
Ni! Hanggang na PUBG chab-chab ko kayam.
It's grainy and it's furry.
Gago.
You
Kunaklakat
sat
ng
there
pabit.
watching me. Come on.
Daskar ita, minigun, tap.
Come on. No, come on.
Putang ina. Andun.
That's just gross.
What did you like?
No, I didn't. Is
Sa
it frozen tuna?
No, it's fresh tuna. Yeah.
I'll bypass, go to the next one. Thank you. Funny how Nola's not even in the kitchen. He said one mistake, two mistakes. She's just standing there, hanging out and chilling out.
Crazy. He said that it tastes like frozen tuna.
It is frozen tuna.
I told him it was fresh.
Here's the bad news. So far, slim ray of sunshine. Not even a glimmer of hope anywhere on the food.
Chicken, tortellini pasta salad.
Excellent. Good. Now, is that home cooked?
Those are not homemade.
Ah, thanks. What is that in there? It tastes like rubber. That is hideous. Oh. Yeah, not very pleasant. No, I mean, that's just so wrong. Ask Lisa to taste the lean, just the vegetarian part.
All right.
Honestly.
I still think it tastes good. Everything vegetarian, at least,
Jenny.
I love. So I think our food
Ito yung ato.
really does.
Vegetarian owner Lisa has relied on the Martinez brothers.
Hey guys.
The menu she inherited from the previous owner, and Chef Ramsay was not impressed.
So, what hurts more than anything was how bad the food was. I can't think of a worse vegetable to serve raw than a slice of crunchy eggplant. Why is your restaurant that's on his ass cooking frozen pasta with a shit filling and frozen tuna? Two of the biggest insults.
Well, I have to cook it.
Are you powerless to talk?
We talk, but we don't have the power here to make decisions. We don't got the last word.
Jesus.
Yo, grief knock yo. Kita yanda.
Christ. Lisa, come on. Who runs this restaurant? Who's in charge?
I'm in charge.
So you're giving them the permission to cook like this?
Yeah, I guess.
Fuck me. I've had a shit lunch, yeah? I'm embarrassed. And you tell me you run the place.
Yeah.
But you don't have the initiative to identify that that's shit.
56.
Why?
I didn't know.
You didn't know?
No.
You don't need a degree to fucking identify that crap.
Driving a truck can be insanely dangerous. Oh, yeah! So today we invited a few real...
115. Close sa'yo, super close.
Ito yan ko?
Likod mo.
Nakupo.
Sige, rush mo. Sige.
Go!
Go! Fuck you, bitch!
Mano ka?
Nice. Insta-finish mo. Hindi pa may isa. Ada jeda bagik.
Dua pa eh?
Kita matatalang sangom. Itataigid mo.
Ni, na-cancel.
Ni? Yo, re-rest na dyan na mong may sayo.
Okay na. Na-cancel eh.
Reload mo, nagtapaltog mo. Jini, right side mo. Tasangom. Tani, atay matin eh.
Please. Nakapsul mo, di dito yung mouse ko eh.
Nakakatawa din, mayak men. Shotgun ka.
No, sayang.
Second place, putang ina. Yo, ayoko na mag-deagle, yo.
Ba't kasi nagdidigil? Hirap yan eh.
Yo, ang sarap kasi mag-double pump, yo. Na patay sana yung
Kulang ka ng
dalawa
bali.
kanina sa akin. I know! Yo, hindi tumatama yung mga deagle ko.
Trio lang.
Gago naka-squad pala. Sorry na. Na. Fuck this, yo. Babawin natin yun, yo. 2 second place.
Fuck, altab ako ng altab.
Yo, controller ka tayo. Open controller, yo. Jagot team assist na tayo. Controller. Kamuangas na. Ready na kayo manalo?
Kaya naman mag-mark.
Dami niyong alam. Ni, ang aga. Nakaskuyot. Ano to? Ang late naman. Ano tong goal? Utang na push. Doon, nandito ako sa baba mo ah. Ni! Hindi ako namatay. Well, ito, mamamatay na ako. Ikaw yun?
Saan tumawag?
Sakyan nyo. Parang awa mo game. Nice, narinig ako. Tangina. Lang, push na lang. Sa'yo? Patay na?
Yeah.
Good job. Very full.
Wala na.
Yun lang?
Wala na, naubos na.
Na, imposible oh. Imposible oh.
Hindi nakita mo.
Hindi ko alam yun. 4? Imposible. Now, ano nangyari sa lobby oh. Ba't walang tao? Dito, putang ina nyo.
Saan?
Ang bahala eh. See you guys, pa-revive na lang ah. Oo, 3. Wag nyo ako kakalimutan. Putang ina. Fuck man. Bobo ko.
Ilan doon?
3 yun, 3 gago.
Ito.
Sarap.
Ed.
Patay mata. Ow! Good.
Puta, wala na palang ammo.
Dali. Come on, Lebron. Come on. Nice. Good job.
Mas may balon ka sa likod pa. Oy!
Puta ka na.
Sige, balon mo ako dyan sa likod. Ako na.
Tangina, nasa taas.
Tangina, nabuhusan ng bala.
Buhay mo dito, par.
Oy!
Wala ng bala.
Aray.
Wala ng bala.
Don't forget me, guys.
Wala ng bala si. Wala ng bala dyan.
May bala ako ata dun yung kung di nila kinuha. Siyempre kinuha. I love you, Lebron. I love you so much. Thank you. May God bless you. Ano balita yung Planet Attack? Ayun na. Pick up the chug. Give me a second.
Dito, 226 na kalaban. Southwest.
Saan?
Southwest.
Northwest? The fuck? Oh yeah. Ni, na-block. Yo, weak din yan yo. Good shit.
Ayun, skateboard.
Laro. Wala akong drop. Tara, tayo doon. Grappler ako yun.
Nice. Yo, may nagbabarilin sa harap ko yun. Ang cute. Nasa bahay.
Ano?
Shit. This is tricky. It's tricky. Yun. Skateboard squad. Rock, tricky. Tricky.
Paping na kung meron isa. Puta, nakakalayo kita yun.
Pigit mo na lang, tol.
Hanap tayo.
360 oh. Funny.
Hindi na, ikak-skin na. Ikak-skin na. Oh, puta.
Laman ikaw. Taulom!
Tanga!
Hindi ka na ako nakascam dun ah.
Amang garo, duldog.
Huwag na tol. Man. Bigyan ko ng skin ako na. Ito, South. Sabi mo naman.
Pick upin mo. Pick upin mo.
Uy, gagi! Dire-diretso. Pumasok ko sa loob. Yan, may tao, dami.
Putangin na si Isa.
Hindi ah. Dami talaga. Tara, Lebron. Tara.
Good.
Hindi pa rin ko sa likod.
Amir bot. Hindi ata mabuhat eh.
Oh my goodness, may nakita akong lama.
Hindi pwede mag-skateboard ng mga baril.
Dog trick shot kayo. Skateboard.
Dito.
Let's go! Kasi yung big bat. Ay, ito! Tangin.
Turn left!
May footstep.
Turn left! May balloon! Eh, dito! Shit! Ano pong mo? Tapos na yung way.
Saan ka tatakot?
Sana.
Gusto mo gold top?
Yan, ano. Pa-shotgun. Pa-shotgun.
Slingshot, no?
Uy, yun ang aeroplano.
Zipline?
Ito pre, oh. Slingshot ko dito.
Aeroplano doon, nasa pin ko.
Ito dito. Hindi ko na.
Tangina, Spider-Man ako dito, yo.
Putang ina! Dinala ko sa ere. Nag-blade sa taas na.
Rock. Tumataas. 31.
Taka pa.
Fuck! Baka naman legs.
Saka.
Dito safe ako, yo. May kalaban dito sa baba ko pero hindi nila ako mapunta. Meron kalaban dyan.
Wala.
Meron pa nga. May nanak ako.
Wait.
Press mo.
Saan?
Dito sa harap namin.
Sa baba?
Yo, yeah,
Eh?
Yo, good job, yo.
Sniper. Dalawa.
Wait, yo. Second.
Nice.
Patay.
Dead.
Nice one. Wow! Is this the AK?
Ay, gago. Down pala si Lebron.
Golden Sky.
Tangina kaya pala ang sakit ng baril nila eh. No, I know. Yo, ayaw ko na tong tangina dito yo. The fuck, ang ba?
Gago, ang daming ano, drop down dun yo. May tatlong 18 lang yun.
Tangina, may cooldown.
Hindi, pang sunod-sunodan lang eh.
I know, pero, uy. Woohoo!
Jump!
Yo, dalawa na lang yo. Yan.
Wala. Hindi lang ako makalabas.
May bumabaril sa akin. Saan do?
Yun! Nakalabas! Ay, dito sa akin!
Oh, yeah, kita ko na. On my way.
Lumilipad yun yo.
Hindi lumilipad.
Lumipad nga.
Nasa taas nyo, bumaba. Dito. Nandyan sila dalawa sa baba yo. Dalawa baba.
Nag-glide na yun isa.
Patay mo?
Sino isa?
Knockdown ba yung isa?
Hindi. Magkalaban sila.
Oh, patay yung isa. Wait. Parang alam. Nandito ata yo. Meron nagland kanina dito yo.
Puta na sira yung skateboard. You pay.
Sabi ng haba eh.
Nakalapit yung skateboard ah.
Chinese naman yung karakter ko ngayon.
Osagi.
This belt is getting destroyed in real life. Isn't it?
When chasing a suspect, the goal is simply to maintain visual contact until a backup force of sufficient size can arrive to assist in the arrest. Time! Nice job, Taylor. Did you say something, Montgomery? What did you say? Nice job, Taylor.
Putang ina. Ay, dito na tayo. Para may riff. Kaso rotate.
Gago.
You're in the ocean.
Oh. No! Anong pistol yan?
Saan?
Ito. Low na yan. One top. Sa loob. Nice.
Lang.
Come. May teammates.
Yo, weak yo. Putang ina. Ina, sinayawan ako. Fuck.
Dyan.
Yo, salam. Good. Ang ginawa kaya na. Damn, the grappler mo dagos.
Of course.
Putang ina, duwang SMG ka. Uy, Eugene, sangom. Kira. Land ako dun na, Lebron.
Hindi lang.
Sugo din nakabangan.
Nakita da default skin eh. Baka mo bot ko na da eh. Hindi na lang ang pinansin eh.
Ba't ako?
Yung double pistol.
Kailangan nyo pang heal? Ito. Bato ko tong shield. Ito na. Tingin ka na, likod mo. Ito sa'yo, Lebron na.
Nice.
Wait lang.
Kaya ba yan?
Yung mga baril.
Gago, dami.
Sa taas sa room.
May riff ako. Asan dol?
Oh my goodness.
Tangina, naubos ako na nether.
Siyempre, saging yan eh.
Basic!
Pag natalo siya, tapos iba na. Hindi na basic.
Ako, syempre, natalo na ako eh. Let's hit this thing, guys. Ay, pairam nga yun, Lebron. Hindi ko pa na-try yan. Yung double pistol mo. Sakit ba to? It is time to try. Gago, di ka nagura yung lupit. Sa mga puta.
Gago. Kada talaga dito, ito.
Oo, may awanan eh. Kira mo. Oo, naawanin.
Ay. Pag
Dito,
ginamit,
sarap dito,
mawawala na.
dito, yeah. Naglalaban.
Andun, ang dami ah.
Naku, naalambay!
Siyempre.
Yo, kininayo yo.
Sa atin na to. Your new teammate.
Sige, bato mo. Pasa mo sa akin.
O, dali.
Sino?
Catch.
Tara, catch tayong tatlo yung bilis. Ni? Oh, yan o. Ito, bato. Kidnapin tayo lang time.
Tari mo eh. Layo mo sa company nila yun.
Talaga. Na-time it din.
Uy. May mga baril. Dito ako banda. Meron din likod ah.
Saan na likod?
Hindi ko alam. May mga baril ko sa iyo.
Nalabas mo na ako. Oh, doon. Ha?
Siraan natin.
Putang ina. Patay pa ng kotse.
Tara, kayo.
May big bat dito.
Pero gamitin mo Lebron ah.
Wait.
Para i-push natin yun.
Meron?
Hindi, yung nandun kanina.
Yo, may chop.
Ayan.
Meron?
Oo, meron yung mga baril sa harap na ano.
What the fuck? Kala ko yun. Tara.
Ano ba naman?
I-jeeping mo ba?
Ayun, dyan yung dyan galing. Tara. Sakay, Lebron.
Saan?
Dito?
Oo, bumabari kanina dyan, di ba? Kailangan namin. Ayun o.
Sambala ka lang. 91. Lapit ng carnate eh. Ito. Uy, pumunta na.
Ah!
Uy! Skateboard! Nice one.
Puta, ba't ka nakukulat lang? May skateboard.
Malapit eh.
Baka magulat. Don't panic, it's organic. Alright boss, let's go. Supply crate yun. Bingo. Tayo. Patay pa ma. Ay, sayang. Aray ko. Wait lang. Please. Oh my god, I want the pump yun. Go. Kaping ako may pump mga lods.
Putang nagagas kasi. Ayun, may tao! Banana!
Oh, is this a pump? Chug. May nag-brief. Hawakan niyo to. Dalawa. Luta. Oh my goodness, is this nickel? Of course I want this. Of course, man. Yo, may rim ako yo.
Uy! Para ulit. Hindi ako laban.
I need the ammo.
Sniper nga ako.
Tara, bye. Itaan kita tricks.
Dog, no scope na nag-tricks ka. Hindi ka laban. Touch Diego man eh. Alam niyo sa
Tayo.
Ito na, patay.
Oh shit. Oh. Shit.
Dito sa bato.
$91.
Abay.
No!
Saan sila?
Si Galaxy guys dito. Low na yung Galaxy. Ay, kinuha yung skateboard ko! Pati nyo! Yan.
Gagi!
Hindi, nakasnipe ako.
Ito na. Ito.
Nice!
Saan ka?
Ito ako sa taas. Yun yung tubo kayo. Ito na.
Stud pa.
Ako na nakamakita dito. Gingsa. Magtakdak dito ang smartphone.
Snipe. Finisher.
Hindi ko alam mag-snipe yo. Eh, ito na lang yo. Pasensya na yo. Uy, ito. Testing natin to. may heal dyan. Oh, is this blue pump I see? It is.
Ano ba't dalawa yung...
Oh my goodness, ito ba?
Aray!
Yan na, yung helicopter.
Hindi pwede. Wala akong ang hirap mag-enter na lang.
Bakit ka, putang ina mo.
Are you dumb?
Tong.
Kidnap.
What?
Uy!
Crack, 62, one shot. Up.
Mo. Pang pro player kami.
Saging oh. Lungsot pa ikati saging yan.
Chill.
Tatlo yo, isang trio.
Tara, rest natin. Ay, hindi pwede dyan.
Hindi kaya.
Hindi tayo.
Yo, fuck these snipers man. Di ako marunong yo. Yo, may ada riff ko yo. Riff. Ito, that kinyak mismo.
Ni.
Where is the... Ay, very bad. Sayang, di ba revive sila? Tangina, makakalo yung zone. Where to, baby? Ay, di. Kapalit na yung revive ni Lebron yo.
Siguro.
Kamamatay.
The fuck? Nandito sila.
Yeah.
Buhay na lang kita, boy.
Solo.
Ay! Hindi pala pwede na. Ano lang dapat. Bago hindi rin pwede mag-emote.
What the fuck? Mayroon pa isa?
Shield off.
Sniper pa. Bala nga.
Bala.
May bala ka bro.
Bato mo yung ano? Yung rip, mag-grip tayo.
Motherfucker. Doon na, sa baba.
Uy, putik! Saan na lang pala?
Apaka-basic. Apaka-basic. Dapat nag-deagle shotgun na lang ako eh. No challenge.
Kwento mo yan eh.
Yeah. Kaya makinig kayo.
Ilan na pa yung win natin?
Dalawa. Ata?
Ba, 0 pa rin? Ba't hindi nagdadagdag?
Hindi naman kasi rank eh.
Di ba rank?
Oo, hindi.
Rank na ba? Rank na ba?
Rank na.
Sige, lipat niyo.
Patas na ito.
Ay.
Pag mo na.
Sino ba leader ako? Si Deadpool.
No.
Let's go, guys!
Let's
Let's go! Let's go, guys! Tara, kalabanin natin si Kaido! Tara sa Wano! Come on! Walang atras!
Mas maganda yung chuchu train. Kuha ka lang, boy.
Walang chuchu train, yo. Gusto ko nga yung motor ni Deadpool, yo.
Ang motor na Deadpool. Hindi ko pa
Yeah,
nakita rin.
Gago yung maliit na motor, yo.
Oh!
Chop-chop. Nagmirang cute ay. I-change my mental tilted.
Photo.
Last minute after ko.
Talaga. Yo, imposibleng walang tao, yo. Na isa lang. Hindi, meron. Dalawa. What the fuck?
Tangin na, kukunin ko sana yan.
Puta, naubusan ng bahala. No!
Sa baba ko mismo.
Where is that nigga?
Racer tong tao.
Tingin.
84.
Kidnap.
Kidnapin mo yan, yo.
Okay, bago na tayong laruan.
Gago pa din.
Putang ina, kidnap talaga.
Saan yung box na? Ito. I have your friend.
Nice.
Uy, namatay siya.
Loot natin bilisan to. Stop na rin na tayo, man. Minute. Yo, tangin naman. Gold RPG dito, yo. Kung sino may gusto. Gusto nyo?
Nah.
Akin na to, putang ina. Mga answer na ako.
Next time.
Next time.
Big pa to. May mo kalahating buhay.
Wow. Yo, may grappler yo.
Kaya na.
Gusto nyo yung gold eagle? Try hard. Tara!
Hirap niyan eh.
Reef! Uy, di. Sa akin. Meron. Yo, meron lang.
May heli. Puta ko na, malapit.
Yo, heli sa taas yo. Babarilan.
Sniper. Shit.
Ubo ka ba?
Sa taas.
Bubo ka ba? Oh!
Dadaan lang.
So, 5. Grabe ka na ayaw dyan. Tumakas. Turbo.
21, 42.
Turbo ka pre.
Walang turbo to. Power slide lang ito. Power trip lang ito.
Oh, crack.
Uy, skateboard ka! Puta ka na mo!
Ang ina mo, huwag ka mamulat, sabi.
Kunin yung skateboard ko!
Kinuha.
Wala na.
Mine! Nag-rip yung shit. Uy, sa tas. Yung nahanapin ko yun.
Ang ina mo, hindi ka makakatakbo sa akin.
Ay, gratis.
Yung may nag-ano.
RPG!
RPG! Nasa'yo?
Turing.
Nasa'yo?
Isa yung nasa akin. Kidnap ko na to.
May gatay, Jay. Mag-rift ah.
Yun. No! Malakas pa rin! Double pistol eh.
San.
Ito, dito. Rest, nag-rest.
Tingnan mo, titigil yan.
Crack.
Hindi, matapang.
One shot.
Meron pa, sa likod.
Basic!
Sa likod.
Kala ko bot, putang ina, hindi.
Batungan mo nga ako ng ano, yung maliliit.
Dito lang sa tabi ng puno ko yun.
Wait lang, healing kami. Dalawa.
Yeah.
Ayun. Wait lang daan. Saan?
Nakapupunta putang ina mo ah.
Good.
Wala dito yung skateboard ko ah.
Gago ang puna. You shoot us and then you take your run. O sa... dito sa ting yo. Solid.
Anong pangalan niya?
Doon.
Pump shot din.
Crack.
Dead.
Yung meron pa.
Sa'yo?
O, dun din.
Riff ako dyan. Wait lang. Enda.
Dito sa akin. Mag-isa lang.
Ayun.
Down. Down lang ah.
Ako. Dito ba yan? Riff tayo dito sa baba dito.
Bilog ka.
Dito. Dito sa pink mismo.
Bago walang ping. Ay, ito. Kulay red.
Wow, may shotgun siya.
Nayo, one shot to yo. Tangin na, naubusan ako ba? Nice. Hindi ka naman na yung skin mo.
Ilan yung Lebron?
3. Ay, isa.
Yo, landak EJ, nakapataya ka.
Doon lang. Lulas ko sa Lebron. Ayun, ito yung reboot ko. Ilan yan? Isa na lang?
Isa na lang.
Baka pumunta dyan, no? Magre-rest din.
Dito sa akin.
Ayun, sa taas.
Pakita ka.
7th floor. Rooftop na.
No! Bro! Gago, talo eh! Uy, natalo! Uy, gago na. Datin eh. Main ko mismo. Like, dyan eh. Nice! You're so good, my friend. You're so good. This is why I love you.
Basic.
Basic. No challenge, ah.
No challenge.
Ano yung challenge?
Pets mo?
On mo ron.
People? Load naman pa yung pag-load atin yung balay, yo.
Wait. Gigaglit na. Violet King. Wait, na-overcharge din yung ano, pang reboot.
Yeah.
So, aga.
Nararat-rat ako ngayon. Minis, medkit, pump, whatever, bro. It's
shield.
Ito, the shield ko.
May inspection ba to? Ng weapon?
People.
Shit.
Uy, gago, dagang tao. Oh my goodness.
Baba ka kanya.
Win. Palto ka. Datan, bumababa, likod mo. Pre. Gago ka, Lips.
Ba't ka nag-push?
Rakitin mo. Putang na mo, may bayang ka?
Pati daling sila.
Uy, sinisundan. Ha? Naalam?
Amen, natumugan niya.
What the fuck?
Sinatch ko lang, tapos nag-bounce na ako.
Yo, samahan niyo ako sa flight rate, yo. Parang ako.
Saan? Tulugod ko, big top. Wait lang ya.
Yeah, kunin ko lang. Alis ako. So, matay ako. Send siya.
Hindi looted dito yun. Big pot pa dito yung sa akin. Tikon mo
my
tayo.
goodness. Ikaw may nag-glider yun.
Wala ako.
Diluted.
Hindi, ito.
Nice thing to very
Dito na, malapit na. Close, very close na sa atin. Diyan lang. May building sa... Shit.
Nasa taas ko?
Gogo.
Broken one. Hindi ko alam kung armor.
Uy, gago ka. Dito pala.
Nice.
Wala ako pang long range do. Ito nga, load ko to.
RPG! Catch!
Down one, last one, last day. Uy, rinaraket mo pa sarili mo, gago ka, makamatay ka dyan. Bangon.
Yo, crack. I-snipe ko, no? Kita ma.
Sige nga.
Wait lang. Putang. Joke lang.
Yan.
Dito.
3v1 nyo. May pang si... Ay, wala.
Dito pala sa akin eh.
One shot.
Let the RPG do it.
Basic.
Bobo ko mag-snipe, man. Gusto ko mag-snipe.
Rank na. Ano rank na?
Ay, rank na. Paano ilagay sa ating tubig? May tubig rank pa? Ay, ito. Ay, gago, dulang tong rank yo ng
walang rank?
zero build. Walang trio yo.
Balik tayo.
Ano?
Balik tayo.
Rank Battle Royale.
Balik na lang tayo dun. Sa trios. Unrated.
Right.
Nang mabibuild ko na buwas. Taal!
Ay, mabibuild mo? Nice!
Ram lang yun.
Ay, kitam gaya matin eh. Jibag pagakot na yo. Adya tabay na ato'y compete yo.
Pakakitak.
Ito'y lang. Iji, di ba, play lager item shop compete. Nagatoy yo. Nagta. Cash cup nagan na yo. Nagda cash cup.
Price and rewards.
Cash cup ito.
$600, 1,000, top 3. What? Tara din. Laki ng pera dito eh.
Ha?
Ang laki pala ng pera dito eh.
Yayo.
Ended naman na tong iba.
In
Ito Monday
2 days
oh.
matas may 4 days yo.
Monday. Wala akong price pool.
Ay, to, qualification pa lang ata to, yo.
0 build duos victory cup. 100 points, 200 bucks, 300 points, 600 bucks. So, lalagay ko na yung 2 weeks notice ko din.
Wag na mag-work, no? Dito na lang tayo magkapera.
Enjoy pa. Wala, nalubat yung mouse bar. Lang.
Yo, may build, yo.
Build? Ay puta na, I don't build.
Tara, tapusin na lang. Bakit? Rank pa to, yo. Mahirap yan, yo. Kalma. No, tara, medyo mag-think tayo, kalma, yo. Crazy tayo, yo.
Nag-drop ako, gago.
Goods na.
Ano lang. Night raid. Pagkano, pangalan buyback operation
Night 9 raid pa, oh.
Nag-raid ka na nagsasabuton. Pangalan ng pangalan ng asset yan
Shabombs.
Kakaget mo ng shabombs, troll. Dragon,
Dito. Damn.
Burn the hole.
Putang ina, nakakatakot naman to. May nanalo pa ako. Tara, kidnap.
Yo, may shotgun, yo.
May kidnap na naman ako.
Punta mo dito.
Punta ko na dyan. Nandiyan saan?
Diyan.
No, ito. Nice.
Fire in the hole. Wait lang.
Dito sa harap.
Wait lang.
Build the bahay, boy! Build the bahay! Uy, sinisira!
Yo, low. Saka na. Low. Yo, passage na yung pump shot nila. May ako, tak. Switch sa pump shot dyan.
Tak?
Ayoko tong tak. Pangit.
Yeah. Yo, may half pot ako, yo.
Ano mo ni Bron?
Alin?
Hot pot daw. Merienda muna.
Shotgun. Ano ba bakit yan? May Grace.
Yun, nasa akin yun.
Sa rest dito.
Wala, malayo. Di mo makita ata pag wala kang card eh.
Ba't di mo piniping may shield dito yun? Walang card, walang looting. Shotgun. May riff ako. Uy, may supply drop. Oh my god, what is this lap?
Hindi mo tayo mananalo eh. Hindi kami magkaroon ng build eh.
Ngayon, pati din ako.
Hindi, marunong ko eh.
Di lang puta yung mga basic lang na build kaya ko. May riff ako. Tara, kunin natin tong chest. Ang chest dito. Gago. Thank you. Riff ko na ba?
Sige.
Tara.
May sipar ako.
Saan? Sorry.
Lang. Dami ng tao. Tanong, meron mo ba?
Yun ang mga fortress namin. Paano mag-switch ng ano? Ng binibuild? Di ba kahoy? Paano mag-switch?
Yeah. Ay, right click.
Right click.
Yeah.
Hindi naman. Ay, nahulog.
Pinagbabarilan ko na doon ako.
May grappler gago. Taas?
Na, dito yun. Ito na, tumatakbo. Nasa baba.
Saan na?
Dito.
Oo.
Ano, RPG.
RPG.
Gabi.
Lugi. Eme.
Tatlo sila yung pare-parehas ng skin ah.
May box talaga oh. Galing.
Ayan, nag-troll pa daw. Nag-build ng bahay. Ayun, left side.
Oh shit! Pakanginang ko.
Rip to.
Panis.
Putang ina.
Nice. Try. Oras na.
Uy, di pa to ano. No build. Logi.
Hindi naglalaro si Angelo. Invite ko nga to.
Ano po, bakit nang sayaw nyo? Panis sa akin yan. Daming skin ah.
Daming skin yan.
Di lang, sakto lang.
Ilang sakto na yan?
Gago, puro battle pass man.
Ay, battle pass.
Yo. Halos battle pass lahat. Battle pass lahat. Nandito na taga-rescue nyo, boy. Lifeguard.
Ha?
Nandito na taga-rescue nyo, lifeguard.
Saan?
Ito, character. Lifeguard.
Magkano yung battle pass?
Yun, $11 yo.
Mura lang pala eh. Bilan mo nga ako.
Pukin inam. Yun, iinam.
Sige na. Bawiin natin nyo. Sabi tayo sa tournament.
Pukin inam kit day.
Tournament.
Magtiwala ka sa akin, yung $11 mo, gawin kong 300 gold.
300.
My trade. Saging oh. Pasasabog.
Leave.
Ano live?
Bakit?
Ba't anong nangyari? Maling skin ata yun eh. na din isa. Pickaxe. Oo! Putang ina mo, sasapay kita! Hold up. Kasi Goku. Doon kayo. No, liquid. Uy, putang mo!
Sa loob.
Sa loob. Ha?
Ayaw mo yun. Ayaw yun. May laka mo ka dyan, oh.
Oh, go hard.
Huwag mo sapakin yung go-kart bar.
Sira ka naman ng bayot.
Hold up. Putang mo! Meron pa sa loob. Matakas.
Trap.
Awit mga sweaty.
Sweaty city.
Yo, lama, oh.
Wala, gago, lama ka.
Yan, oh. Fully violet.
Oh my god.
Saan?
Ako mag... Ito, lama.
Ito no, gago.
Ito. Ayan, oh, lama.
Ayan o, lama.
Yung kulit, ayaw tignan kasi. Nalubog tuloy. Angat mo yan. Pabilis sa maglangoy, ah. Wala, huwag mo banggain. Hindi sira yung bar. Best in die. Hindi mo.
Diving contest.
Oh. May pang-kill ka, Leb, oh.
Nawala par. Ako saan napunta.
Nakukunot pa dito.
Wait tayo. Ayan, ah.
Ano yan?
Isa lang yung drinap niya, eh.
No.
Isang maliit lang.
Ay, ito.
Uy, may tao.
May tae. May tae, par.
Oh.
Oh, wait, pinakawang ka ulit.
Ang ina talaga ni Lebron, walang manners ang puta.
Ito, bigyan kita.
Yo, wag nyo na.
Bigyan kita, kaso mag-thank you ka nga.
Yo, wag mo bigyan yo. Pag thank youin mo yan.
Yan o, binap ko na to.
Tangin na kuha pa.
Gusto mo ba to?
Ayan, ayan.
Ayan o.
Sa harap ko.
Ulol.
Putang ina, may laman na naman ako nakihina, par.
Oo, bilis! Ay, may grappling mo pala eh. Wala. Nawala.
Wala.
Nandito. Ayun o, sarapan! Enemy. Kami naman na naman.
Uy, ang daming bandage. Ano na tumaob, par. Mga bot lang na naman yung nandito. Ano shot? Ay, yung...
Slow hands? Slow hands.
Slow hands daw. Nagawa mo pang sabihin yan. Bomba mo na yan.
Tao ba yun? Ay, tao nga.
Tae, gago.
Diba? Headshot.
Ang galing mo naman.
Galing.
Headshot ka pa.
Bumidget. Isa pa.
O, tignan nyo to. Baril na baril, oh. Wala pa akong kills, gago.
Hindi ko na yung kasalanan.
Saan na yun?
Yun lang, Kerry. Ligatino!
Saan na yun?
Ligatino!
Zipline mo, no?
Pwede ba?
Nakata si hulog mo.
Alis!
Ay, lipad mo yun. Lipad mo din, oh. Kasi hulog mo pala.
Aeroplano natin, yo! Yung suso nito, yo. Tangin ang sarap sa likod. Hindi, namatay.
Tara, aeroplano
Tinapan mo
ka.
kasi. Saktan pa nun.
Tara, aeroplano ka.
I-break mo. May nagbabarilan sa likod. Arat Lebron!
Prenin nyo, gagi!
Ang hirap, gago. Uy. Nagkalaban.
Surot ang jeepling.
Wait lang. May gelo pa. Ba't tayong mandar to?
W.
Boost. Yan.
Saman, surutem.
No.
Airfight. Narigawang hindi natin.
Open fire!
Crack 1! Kuma pa yung crack.
They're going down. Open world! Tangin na walang bala. Nandito si Superman. Ay, si Mi. Nandito yung isa. Nandito si Goku! Ano, walang bala!
Hindi ako makatakbo!
Tara, dito, lapit ka! Lapit ka!
Yung zone!
Lapit ka, Lebron. Lapit ka sa akin, dali.
Nag-rip.
Ako nag-rip.
Wala nang bala.
Wala kang bala.
Shit.
Ako din eh. Nice one repa. Ala, gago, lumipad.
Mantok na lang ako. Alis na ako dyan.
Na-down yung buho ko na lang yung natira eh. Ano yan?
Down isa.
Isa na lang yan. Wala na akong...
Sana yung go ko na yun.
Ay, nabala dyan.
Yung kasama niya dun, oh. Lumilipad. Ito, no? Putang ina.
Hingi pang heal.
Ito. Chug.
Uy! Butang mo yung tao! I need air support.
San? Pin mo. Dididigil ko pang mumukha niya.
Ito, Lebron, nasayin na lang to. May hawak akong drum par. Ito ako kabait.
San?
Trade.
Hingi pang heal.
Wala.
Pang heal sa atin yun. Kalaban dito?
Oo, may tao dyan.
Mag-riff.
Sa... Wala.
Riff, oh.
Hindi dito yung riff niya, yo. Ito. Ito, sabi mo.
Oh, shit! Dito sa akin. Bakit? Bubugin ko saan eh.
Oh. Gago, duwat pump na!
Kahit mo?
Nadapump ko.
Naman.
Oy, dito sa harap. Nakating. ATV.
Dito ako.
Putong ina. Hindi lalaban ang pura. They don't want the smoke. Yo, pa-drop nga yun, 20 bomb, yo.
Ilang kills ka na ba?
18, yo.
Yan. Fit na ba kami?
Hindi na talaga dito.
Ay, alam ko na gagawin ko, ha? Bit-bit ako ng 4 na, malaking tagyo. Para sa'yo lahat.
Where is the
O, dito, dito.
Saan? Oy! Hindi ko nakita.
Taas. Long taas.
Taas baba.
Ito na bubay.
Malayo pa pala eh. Ayun, mag-build.
Ang dami oh. Oh god.
Tara, walang atras. Sugod mga kapatid.
Oh, tangin na, loading pa. Kaya mo yan.
Tata, pupush my son.
91.
Ilang kills na tol?
Huwag nyo patayin yan, huwag nyo patayin. Akin yan.
Lagi na ang gago.
Ang inan Lebron, huwag mo patayin! Wag!
Isa pa lang kills ko, gago!
Low.
Fuck you ka!
Uy, dito! Patayin mo na to! Saan mo?
82.
Gago, saan yan?
Saan ka?
Yo, pabuhay.
Saan ka namatay, yo?
Hindi ko nga alam eh.
Oh, sa taas. Oy, kita ko na.
Buhay mo kayo.
Barili mo, dali!
Likod!
Tangin na.
Ikit!
Ayun. Yan na.
Yo.
Kasi naghahanap kasi ng
Yo, ipit yo.
Ay no, ipit tayo.
Nandyan na lahat.
Aray ko. Gago.
Yan tuloy, kahanap kasi naghahanap eh.
Talaga. Walang atras, diba? Nag-away na sila. Habang ako dito, reload lang. Oh my god! Yan, labang ko.
Hanap pinubuo dito. Isang tagapagtanggol ng nalulunod, bumabalat.
Ikot. This is called the greatest plank in the history.
Oh, ay, nakita ka, gago. Yan yun nyo. Yung naka-red sa ano.
Uy, pumutang ina, walang tutok.
Wow. Galing.
Distracted pa sila. May tanga dito.
What? Tapos mo naman daw.
Alam, bro?
Talaga.
Akyat sa bubong mo. Galing ah.
Woo!
Tigil mo na yan. Mabagal-bagal ka, na-rest na yan. Na-rest na sa ilalim mo lang. Ayun oh. Hindi rin ni-rest? Kala ko rin ni-rest. Ayun.
Kala niyo di ko siya nakikita.
Kita ka rin niya eh. Grappler oh. Grappler mo na ito. Shotgun.
No!
Fuck! Yo, I swear rin na-choke ko yo.
Nasakal.
Tangina,
Sobra
sayang.
sa gravy ah.
I know.
Kakaget mo ng 20 na siya bounce and all. 20 lang kasi sinubra mo eh.
30 sana par. Ang ina.
Pag binilan mo ka ng battle pass. Nalo sana doon.
30 kapag bilang kita.
Hmm.
Yo, kapag bilang kita, tas 20-30, refund agad. Ano?
Ha? Ano yun? Wait lang, hindi ko gets gago.
Kapag di ako naka-30,
Ayun?
tas binilang kita ng battle pass, refund mo agad yung battle pass ha.
Lol, nabigay mo na yun. Pangit yun. Mali yun, karo. Binigay mo, tapos babawiin mo.
Talaga.
Pasko pa naman.
Salty? Ger agad? The fuck? Kalaban? Damn. 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 Ay, andito kasi ako yo. Natakot.
Ay, nako.
Sino na ako kasi hindi matatakot? Pati na nga ako eh. Natatakot na nga ako sa sarili ko eh. Wala, corny.
Corny oh. Hindi pa sa. Next.
Sorry. Tao lang po. Nag-farm ako po. Wala pa lang feed dito. Ay pa.
Limit na to. Team ng karakter ko ba?
Negro.
Pabilay yung buhok. Kailangan para di na makuha yung buhok.
Ano yung minis?
Well.
Gusto mo?
Gusto ko par. Bibigay mo ba?
Paasa lang. Gago, putang ina nito! Shoot! Hilaw! Bet lang sa aming patayin, Ar.
Hatiin nyo yan. Yun, ito yun ah.
Jay! Ay!
Ay, dito sa talas!
Kaya nakalaban na eh.
Rock, 108.
Alam niya na yung kapalaran niya par. Sorry po. Joke lang. kalaban dito.
Bakbakan.
Uy, akin na yan, akin na yan. Nakita ko talaga yan eh. Hala, kinuha. Akin na yun. Palitan ko.
Ano palit
Sa'yo.
Ano palit? Eh, meron na ako.
Gawin mong dalawa, pwede yan.
Oh, palit ko to eh. Palit ko to, Lebron. Palit ko to. Palit ko to.
Bigyan pakita na ito.
Chat yan, di ako marunong yan.
Ito. Oh. Good deal na yan.
Gabutin to, tank shotgun to, man. Purple tank, ayaw mo? Sure ka?
Pag namatay ka, babalik
Bilis!
ka sa malayo. Gago.
Yo, wag mo i-resto kapag mamatay, oh. Rebate kita, hayop ka, ha.
Sige.
May bush ako. Ano?
Dali.
Ay, gago! Yo! Kita ko. Wait.
Ay, wrong way.
Dapat naman
Likod pala.
Ay, Jenny!
Oh, ano mo, patay ka na par. Kita mo ang dragon dito.
Eh, tatlo sila.
Hindi ba patanong ako eh.
Par, may full damage ba? Aray!
Uy, siya niya. Pin.
21?
Wait lang. Bigay ko itong kampi niya.
Kala ko totoo, hindi pala.
Sino nga yan? Marshmallow? Yan.
Yeah.
Oh, balik na.
Oh. Akin na Lebron yung grapple mo. Magta 30 kill ako dito.
Ito, 30
Okay ha.
Magta 30 kill daw.
Magta 30 kill ako dito. Bilis! Ira-rush ko silang lahat.
Hindi. Bigyan yan.
Mamamatay din ako sa iyo na.
Hindi.
Uy, gago ka talaga. Kita mo, might buy skin ko par. Kita mo. I am just a regular bush. Oh, may nakita akong lama.
Ay.
Yeah. Wah! Mayroon akong grappler pack yung kayo. Alam mo natin eh, skateboard thing. Alam, mamungik ka.
Uy, putang ina mo.
Please.
Dalawa.
Ayaw na natin yan. Bye, Lebro. Uy, may laman na naman, putang ina. Lang, pangit na tong lamang. Tara. Gusto mo to, Lebron?
Ayan na.
Akin mo na yung grappler mo.
Bakit? Meron ka na.
Gago. Eh, gusto ko dalawa eh.
Nako po.
Para pag maubos yung isa, meron pang isa. You know what I'm saying, ka?
No.
Tara sa Home Depot. Gasto na Electrics. Oh, kita mo yun? Kinama. Ni?
Double.
Ito na. Ni? Hamid? Ni? Ito yan. Ito na nga pa. Buelo. Yan na. Ni? Fucked up. Ito. Oh, kita mo yun? Skateboard, oh. Yung isa wala, kawawa.
Takin na ang motor ko, gagi.
Kawawa. Sayang. Uy, FJ. Ano yan? Ano yan? Motorcycle? Four wheels? Ito, skateboard, oh. Putang ina. Tingnan mo, hindi mo kaya magganito. Panoodin mo ko. Oh, fail. Aray! Oh, eh! Isa pa. Ito. Uy, may aeroplano! Nasaan ka, puta? Ina mo! Barigot nyo yan!
Ito, may malapit!
Ano?
Anong ginagawa nila?
May Yo, doon.
Kita na may lapad. No! Ito pa may close.
Wait pa lang na.
Putang ina, cancel!
No!
Yes! Riniakan niya yung ano sa kan kay Kulot.
Ha?
Hindi nag-react sa kanya.
Yung?
Sa patay niya. Sa'yo nag-react.
Yo, what the fuck, man?
No!
Hindi mo cancel.
Nag-ML na ako. Last game.
Bakit?
Nag-ML ako to. Ay, may kaparehas ako dito. Bagong lapag.
Let's go!
Sana naman.
Mic mo?
Dito tayo par. May star malaki. Kita nyo?
Pwede rin yan.
Ano yung star?
Hindi.
Ay, huwag na pala. Baka quest ko lang yun. Huwag na dyan.
Saan din?
Hindi ko alam.
Factory.
Saan na factory? Putang ina, walang tao dito na!
Dito. Saan ba?
Lucky landing.
Tara lang. Meron din.
Meron. Ito, isa, tatlo, dalawang squad. Ay, dalawang trio. Isa lang pala. Isa dito. Tapos isa dito. Imagine mo, natalo ka sa pistol. sayang. Kapi ko.
Gagi.
May dalawa pa dito.
Dito. Airstrikein mo dito, pre.
Bakit? Dito. Meron pa sa'yo? Patay mo.
Wala na.
O, Lebron, oh.
Yun! Skateboard.
Ba't walang shotgun nyo?
Dalawa.
Shotgun? Kaya isa? Oh my god! Dami ko na nanload. Shotgun. Oh my god.
Shotgun na.
Ah, yan.
Tara, zone.
Saan yung spot? Saan? Ay, nasa taas. Yo, may ting ako yun. Mag-leaf ako.
Meron din ako.
Oo, may aeroplano ako, par.
Yan yung mas maganda.
Tara, sakay kayo. Ayun yun, balik ka na.
Wala ako yun.
Tara dito dyan.
Yo!
Oh!
Ito tayo.
Shit.
Ay, kailangan ng thing.
Motor.
Salty, oh.
SS Chuke.
Da. Low fuel yun. Nagagasan ba to?
Alam ko.
Chest. Oo, chest oh. Baba ka dito.
Dito sa mega station.
Aray!
Ano ba nata ito nagagas eh? Iisip ko. Basagin mo yung tao. Yun.
Yes, yung gas station nyo, pabalik mo yung pagas. Ron, goods ka lang? Putang ina. Ay, nag-clip.
Hindi lang yun, magdi ka na.
Pinahirapan ka
dito.
nila. Saan?
Oh.
Medkit yun.
Ay, medkit.
Wala ako.
Ito na.
Dalawa akong cliff. Ay, tara nga Lebron, join nga natin yung sinasabi mong pwede ka mag-ting ng team.
Mag?
Yung mag-recruit ng team yo.
Hindi ah.
Ha?
Iba yata yun eh.
Di ba ikaw nagsabi?
Bagot lang yun.
Kako yung sabi mo pwede ka tayo mag-recruit. Ito ba? Paano?
Parang hindi. Wala na, inalis na ate.
What the fuck? Uy, gago! Na-damage na. Tara, rip tayo dito. Dito sa dito. Wait lang. Dito. Oh, dito sa baba yo. Totoo. Ata. Hindi.
Ngayon, ang sakit man.
Aray. Ganda pa yung big pass mo.
No, stop.
Jabo Lebron ko yun ah. Oh, jabo na snipe back ko yun. Aray. Tayo, good.
No!
Pindot ka ba?
Yo.
Nag-revive na.
Acting knock. Castoy knock.
Bago pupush.
Ito yun eh. Riff knock yo. Knock to yung nga to. Wait lang ah. Sensya kan.
Uy, na-rocket knock. Bago makatakas ako man.
Chit-chitanda ka? Ayun na.
Ito. Aggressive ito eh, Luada.
Uy, chika ka na tayo.
Nandanak ito eh. Umaya kita nga ito, mabaling nga. Umabot mo pa.
Baka tatabawan, heal ka.
Umabot ako. Tumayan din, di ba?
Wait, yung narigat yung ako. Tangina.
Okay, hindi lang.
Nakababakan? Baba ka lang. Heal ka ta. Putang ina!
Hindi makababa.
May chug yung likod kita. Ito yung sangaw. Kita mo yung likod ko mismo. Kita mo yung chug?
nyo.
Ito.
Ay, tanga to.
Win. Rejedan na yun ako. Nakit eh, makilaban.
Natatanga to?
Maan, bababa.
Ano lang ito. Nice. Ngayon. Ay,
Bot lang. Nga Maji. Tilted.
Bisaya ka na, bay.
Bisaya.
Pwede na yun. Tututan eh.
Oh, yes, grappler.
Ito na. Solo.
Duwa.
Ay, dugo ba yun? Ayun mo.
Regida, tanong. Mabilin tayo beam yo.
Di kaya. Adayo na eh. Saan ko ma-aim yun?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay lang.
Okay.
Snipe ka? Ada big bad ko.
Pero nakaline nyo.
Kumapik.
Nag-TP.
Nag-grief.
Ayam.
Na.
Makatakas ba?
Maraming tao.
Nakalaban siya?
Ayun, pak. Scam kamatin lang. Hindi nga to.
Okay.
Ganito.
Nice.
Ina mo. Tangina. Loot mo. Ijin. Wait lang. Back ka.
Yo, one hit. Mesa na belang. Ito na eh.
Uy, gago, ayaw mag-sit.
Na-snipe na. Ligod.
Aray.
Ligod ka nga ito. Oops.
Oh my fuck.
Makikita ka jigid mo. Left side. Ayaw ang tawa na. Ano naman. Ako na, hindi ako makikita. GLG na. Likod mo ito. Rest na kayo. Nakik mo mga view. Rest na kayo.
Ay, gago ka!
Oh!
34.
May bad tol.
May bad. Tara.
May sabay?
Uy, nakangagim, Elin!
The fuck?
Ate Latan!
Kada M5.
So...
Isa naman. Ito, may ito na to.
So you the suspect, man? What you do?
Doesn't matter.
Oh, so you could have robbed a bank, mugged an old lady, said something about my mom?
Just chase this one now.
Gago, dito yun?
Pwede magdalawang bike?
Yeah, mas
Hello.
mabilis. Yo, Renake?
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, Renake?
Renake. Dalawang pa. Pwede pala yung dalawa.
Hindi ako rin.
Pwede nga magdalawang ratio.
Pwede pala yun.
Yeah. Yo, may kalaban pa kanina yun.
Patay na antok. Hey Lebron,
Oh,
nag-RP ka?
hindi.
The fuck, ano yung RP?
Grappler.
Ay, yes.
Times 15 nga lang.
Ano yung thing RP?
Gusto nyo yung get.
Ha? Hoy! Yo! Tangina nito eh! Rinig ba ako?
Rinig.
Ha?
Ano yung RP? Kinina matao.
Tara, salty.
Pakyo ka.
Salty kaya. Bago ba't di ko naririnig si Kulot? Nagsasalita ba siya?
Oo.
Nanggagago to yo. Yo, may thing dito yo. Ano tawag nun? Gold pump yo. Kung gusto nyo. Oh, takina dito eh. Saan?
Gago ka pala eh. Prankster ka pala eh.
Saan ha? Thank you. Uy, may nagpaparilan sa harap.
Baril na baril no. Kita mo naman kung gaano kabaril na baril.
One shot. Nice.
Kill nyo, loot ko. Aray. Dali mo. Long layo, gago. Ay. Pagod.
Tara, Rick. Wait lang.
Let's go, guys. Saan tayo tapon?
Aeroplano. Doon o.
Kalaban?
Yeah, aeroplano. Baril papuntay niya dito.
Pwede ba malandingan yan?
Di yo. Ay, di ko lang sure. Try mo.
Ayaw eh.
Mag-isa.
Gangster.
Ay, hindi na plan. Yo, likod! Yo, likod mo! Nak.
Saan ba yun?
Dito. dito.
Nahulog! Nahulog! Buhay pa rin yun. Mag-grappling hook.
Ito na siya. Gago, dito lang pala eh. Ayan o. Sa akin, body ko.
Hello.
Ano mo? Matay na antok.
FJ, ay may thing dito. May purple tack. Double rest natin.
Oo, mabilis pala eh.
Oo. Pwede pala yan.
Now you know. May thing dito. Pinag-brief.
Ay, akala yung chug.
You must be making progress.
Para may makuha
Or
pa
you're
naman.
screwing everything up. If you somehow end up back in the now, I will destroy this reality out of spite. Not that that would stop you from somehow bumbling back into my orbit. There's a reason why it's always you and me, time and time again. One of these times
Yung
we're
may
gonna get
minus
it
ka pa
right.
dyan.
And I'm pretty sure this is it.
Nakuha nyo ba yung drain na po kanina?
No.
Putang ina, walang kumuha. Oh. Sa harap. Salty, banda. Or kay Lebron. Sarap. North. Dito na.
Eh, dito sa baba.
Yeah.
Wala. Ano minus na?
Salty Reef, yo. Oh, sinayin kayo?
Sa likod ata na. Meron ba? Ayun na yun, may sa akin.
Reef ako dyan.
Kung patay na yun, mag-isa lang.
Eh? May biggie. Di pa looted dito.
Wala na bang skateboard dyan?
Skateboard meron. Skateboard wala. Nakakatawa no boy.
Yan. Kwento mo yan eh.
Skateboard! Pagod din pala tumalon.
Anywhere. Shootings. No people.
Yo, may nag-grief yo. Kaya ako.
Sorry. 11 people. Na lang.
Kaya ka ba yun? Just like that. Ano na bang...
Oh fuck, saan sila?
Ayaw. Oh, pwede pala yan. Okay.
Tama.
Push natin. Oh! Oh shit! Di ba taas?
Gago mo, hirap tulak magpataas.
Gago.
Kailangan mo sayangin. Nangyari dito. Nangyari dito. Nag-quit.
Disconnect. Katal kanina.
Yo, i-down mo siya yo para ma-carry. Ano ba to? Pwede ba to patayin?
Parang yun.
Hindi. Na yun re-recon, di ba? Hindi na pwede.
Wala na recon.
Na may zone eh.
Ano na siya dyan?
Tara.
Lagyan mo yung shopping cart.
Go, go. Bye. Huwag ka na maarte. May grappler naman eh. Ayun, ayun pala.
Meron. Oh!
Sila na lang pala eh.
I needed some dots in the mud. Hey, when you gon' switch the flow? I thought you never asked. I needed some with some bop in. Let's go. I'm on the dots in the mud.
GG na naman to. Puta, na-stress na. GG's na, boy. Bukas naman.
Hello.
Yeah, babe, we got another trick-or-treater. Hey, happy Halloween. How you doing? You can take 2 if you want. Oh, look at that. You got the whole costume. You look just like a delivery guy. Oh my gosh. You want another one? No. Okay. All right. Well, you have a good Halloween, okay? All right. Babe, I think we got another trick-or-treater. Hey, happy Halloween. Oh, I see you. You wanted more candy? Oh, no, you need that for the next house you go to. You want another piece? That way you came back?
No, I'm good. You didn't order.
That's good. It goes right with your outfit. It's amazing. Yeah, happy Halloween, man. What's that? No, you got your other houses. That's good. It really adds to the costume. Happy Halloween, man.
The fuck is that? Okay, we're building on that. What the fuck is that? I was gonna do something completely different, but I've changed my mind. We're gonna live on an island. That island in particular. Look at this thing. It's literally a fucking volcano, bro. There's a duo right there. I'm just gonna farm this fucking node in front of them, and they're gonna kill them both when they come out. Yep.